Cowboys, and Major College Football. We are DFW Sports Station 105.3, The Fan, krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. An Odyssey station.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
.105 The Fan, Chris Arnold, Jake Riepma, Kevin Walker in the Pimp Cup, holding those Gators down. This is 105.3. Oh, right. On the social media platforms, the Twitch, the YouTube, Odyssey.com. We are here for you live and local. Tolos, are you ready for this? The Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is waiting for you, 877-881-1053. We got some headlines, and of course, we're going to start this thing off with the Dallas Mavericks. We got some audio we're going to play. And Kevin, you're going to let me know when you have that one highlight I'm looking for. We're talking about the dagger. For those who fell asleep and did not see the end of the game, the game ended early. It was 4:10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll say, who fell asleep?
Somebody that just could not keep their maybe they were dartying all day.
Yeah, there you go.
Eric Chiafalo likes to say, you like to day drink and party. Well, guess what? Maybe some people were out at the Colonial all day and they just got home and said, I'm going to watch the game, but the game wound up watching them.
There you go.
We got you down.
Yeah, you
the
got the
Mavericks won.
That's
the
right.
Mavericks are now one win away from going to the NBA Finals. I've said this before a number of times. These are the good old days. Mavericks fans, Stars fans, Dallas-Fort Worth fans in particular, enjoy this ride. It does not happen all the time where you got the NHL Western Conference Finals. You got the NBA Western Conference Finals in the same damn building. It could go 14 straight nights. All I'm trying to say is this. Enjoy this ride. It's also Memorial Day weekend. Jake, you know what? This is the first time I've ever met you. Let me introduce you to all the Tolos right now. And by the way, we're going to give you some headlines right here. Sean and RJ, of course, are off on Memorial Day, but we are here for you. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin & Frankel Injuries Attorney hotline, or actually the text line, and we want to hear from you because, again, a lot of people are all excited. We're going to dive deep into the Dallas Mavericks very next segment, and we're going to do the expressway all the way to 8 o'clock. But right now, right off the bat, I've got to say this. Dude, it's so good to meet you. You're a great friend of Jared Sandler.
That's right. Right back at you.
Way back in the day, right? You and Jared?
No doubt. Way back when Jared was working in minor league baseball in Michigan.
Is that where you're from?
Yes, sir.
Well, welcome to Texas.
I appreciate that. It's great to be here. And like we were talking before we got on here, I feel lucky. I feel spoiled. I moved to Texas and the Rangers won the World Series, and now we got the Mavs.
You might be the good luck charm, man. We're going to have to keep you in town for a while.
I'm not saying that. I am. All right.
He's the good luck.
I'm fortunate because I moved here. You got the Rangers to win the World Series, and like you said, man, it's been so fun to just soak it all in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you this, winning is contagious.
It really is. And again, these are the good old days. This stuff doesn't happen. It doesn't happen every year. It doesn't happen every other year. But in fact, the last time one building, we're talking about the American Airlines Center hosting championship conference finals in the same building, it was New Jersey back in 2003.
That's right.
New Jersey Nets and New Jersey Devils both got a chance to do some things. And I'm going to tell you something. It has never happened where one of the teams went and won the championship, whether it's the Stanley Cup final or whether it was the NBA finals.
That changes in 2024.
I'm with you on that. And by the way, Kevin Walker, you back there on the ones and twos handling those Gators?
Trying my best.
Those holiday Gators?
Yes, sir.
By chance, let me know if you have the dagger, because if you've got the dagger, I want to set this up, set the first headline up perfectly. Do you have the dagger?
Which dagger are you talking about? There was a couple last night, you know.
How about the Luka alley-oop to Daniel Gafford?
Oh, you mean this one?
6-point game. Doncic with 33. The Gafford screen against Gobert, tailed by McDaniels. Gafford!
That is the great Kevin Harlan on TNT with the play-by-play.
Yeah, how about that? Part of a 29-20 fourth quarter for the Mavs. Strong fourth quarter surge. 116-107 the final. 66 combined between Luka and Kyrie. So yeah, they might be the best closing backcourt we've seen in a long time.
You say the best closing backcourt? Right now, the argument is, arguably, are they the best offensive backcourt ever in
People
NBA
are
history?
talking.
Guess what? Both of them had 30 points. Both of them had 33 points. This is the third time in this year's playoffs that a backcourt has scored 30 points apiece. And it's the first time in NBA history, in the last 60 years they've been keeping up with this thing, that a backcourt, we're not talking about Shaq and Kobe. Shaq is not a backcourt guy. He is a center. We're not talking about Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, even though Pippen is considered a back. He's a forward. He's not a guard.
Two true guards.
We're talking about two true guards and arguably two true point guards. It's insane how this thing has worked out. We're going to hear from Kyrie and Luka a little bit later in the next segment. But at the same time, it was insane to watch. The building was electric. Props to the Dallas Mavericks fans because the place was on fire from start to finish. The energy was just insane. And the Mavericks are now up 3-0, just like the Boston Celtics, who play tonight when they play at Indiana. And Rick Carlisle, former Mavericks coach, he's going to have his hands full avoiding a sweep.
No doubt. We know what being up 3-0 means. NBA history, 154-0.
That's right.
Teams that are up 3-0.
It won't be
Pretty
easy.
good odds.
Pretty good odds to go to the finals. It's not going to be easy, though, because Derek Lively II got injured. It wasn't a concussion. It looked like it at the time. He got accidentally kneed in the back of the head. He was falling down, and Karl Anthony Towns was going up for a rebound. They show the replays. This was not intentional. You know, sometimes some players can be slick, and they're just playing too physical. No, this was a pure accident because Lively was falling down. Karl Anthony Towns was going up. He kneed him in the back of the neck. He's got a neck.
Yeah, it looked nasty.
He's got a neck sprain. I don't know how he's going to play with that, but they're not saying he's out yet. We're going to go into hockey mode. It's an upper body injury. We don't know how long he's going to play. They're not going to announce it until.
Yep.
But tomorrow night, that's the next game. That's next game 4. And to show you how hard it is to just automatically sweep a team, and you just can't say it's over. In the NBA Finals last year, the NBA Eastern Conference Finals last year, Boston Celtics were down 3-0 to the Miami Heat. They tied the damn thing.
They did.
And it went to a Game 7. The Heat won Game 7, and they went on to face the Denver Nuggets in the NBA Championship. The Nuggets won it all. We're going to talk some more about the Dallas Mavericks in the very next segment, but the Stars are also playing tonight.
Yeah, big Game 3. The series shifts to Edmonton. Of course, series tied 1-1. One question about the Stars, and I think a lot of Stars fans are wondering, is this the night we see the return of Roope Hintz?
Ooh, yes. He's been missing for a while, and they keep being very coy.
Yeah,
like
I was
they do
just
in
about
hockey.
to say
we
love
need
the
him. We need him back.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the defensive presence that he brings. And obviously we know about the firepower that Edmonton has with McDavid and that whole cast and how good they've been. If you get Roope Hintz back in the lineup, that frees up a lot for Wyatt Johnston.
There you go. You just mentioned the key phrase, the rookie sensation, Wyatt Johnston. He's even better when Roope's out there.
Yeah, absolutely, because Roope does so much defensively against the opposition's best players, which allows more energy, more time to be spent for Wyatt Johnston on the offensive side.
All I got to say is the Dallas Stars are 5-1 on the road this year in the playoffs.
They've been excellent on them.
They're up in Edmonton. Edmonton's the team for Canada right now. Although I heard a lot of Canadian fans do not care for Edmonton.
Yeah, it's interesting because you mentioned I'm from Michigan. One of the bits we have in Michigan, especially in hockey, is all these Canadian teams, especially, don't even get me started about the Maple Leafs. I hate the Maple Leafs because they come down to Detroit and they invade Detroit. And
not too far away.
Exactly. People forget that in Detroit, you actually go south to get to Canada. So, but that said, we saw it this weekend. Blue Jays were in town at Comerica Park, and you got Let's Go Blue Jays chants. So I don't want to derail us too much, but I am very, very, it's going to sound mean, maybe a little bit too harsh, but I love seeing Canadian hockey teams fall short.
Eh?
Yeah, there you go.
You know, they didn't invent the sport, so it's kind of good to see, okay, you might have invented it, but we own you now.
Exactly. It's been 31 years since the Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup.
Wow.
Jake, you're not the only hockey diehard that I've ever heard say that. What is it with hockey purists that's just I don't care. Any team can win it as long as it's not a Canadian team.
Great question, Kevin Walker. And all right, I'm gonna try to give a Spark Notes 30-second version here because I think there's truth to it where they invented it. And Canadians, typically, what do we think of Canadians? Very nice people, love to drink beer,
maple syrup.
Yeah, hey, nice guys. But when it comes to hockey, there's an arrogance, and and maybe deservedly so because they invented the sport. They're very good at it. But seeing the shortcomings of a Canadian team, I'll also add, again, this is my Detroit bias coming in. Seeing the shortcomings of other original 6 teams is on the same list.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as my rule every year, because the Red Wings have been terrible, it's anti-Canada, anti-original 6 team. And now I'm in Dallas, and let's go Stars.
Oh, and by the way,
Dallas.
We're not mad at you at all. Like I said, there are a lot of people from Michigan, a lot of people from all over the country that moved to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, moved down to Texas. And one of our favorite Dallas Stars is also from Michigan, and he's got a statue out front. We're talking about Mike Madonna.
That's right, Livonia's finest.
Exactly. So we're going to pick your brain all this morning about Dallas Stars stuff. We're definitely going to do all that. So the Stars, were they dropping the puck at what time? Around 7:30-ish?
Yes. It looks
up there in Canada. It may be on Canadian time. I'm just playing.
Yeah.
It's the same time. I'm just playing. The best part about this is you don't have the Dallas Stars and the Dallas Mavericks playing on the same damn night like they were doing in previous rounds. You got a Stars game one night, the very next night you got a Mavericks game. And if the Dallas Mavericks sweep like they have the opportunity to, you can relax and enjoy the Stars every other night.
There you go. Yeah, 7:30 puck drop.
That'll work. Sure. That'll work. Also, if you were in Fort Worth yesterday all day, and that's probably why you might have let the TV watch you and you fell asleep.
There you go.
The Colonial happened.
That's right. Charles Schwab Challenge. Davis Riley holds off Scotty Scheffler for the victory. So pretty impressive stuff there from Davis Riley. Kind of led this one throughout.
He did. He shot a 70 yesterday, but all things considered, it was still impressive because Scotty Scheffler, he owns that place.
No doubt.
Even though he's Dallas's own, he owns that particular place. Again, it was a long day. He had some of the biggest names out there. I've got some grades I'm gonna give out a little bit later about how some of the guys did. Yeah, Jordan Spieth was out there as well. You had some of the usual suspects, and they played okie dokie, but not fantastic. In fact, let me just go ahead and say this. These grades are courtesy of CBS Sports. Scotty Scheffler was 9 under. He came in several strokes back. He got a B+ for the way he played at the
because he was one over in the last round. So I'm not saying it was there for the taking, but we've seen Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, he's the number one player in the world. That's not up to speed for him.
No doubt.
By the way, we had a Tolo yesterday that texted in and said, Scotty's out there on the Colonial. When they showed a close-up of his face, he had a teardrop tattoo on his eye.
Yo, the internet had a field day with that. It will be interesting to see how it all plays out with the charges not being dropped. But I mean, I'm not making light of some of the things involved with that situation, but
the way it played out, I was like, you got to be kidding. Yeah. Scotty Scheffler, you're going to arrest Scotty Scheffler. Jordan Spieth, by the way, Dallas is on 35th. He was tied for 37th. He got a C- on his performance out there. Ricky Fowler also tied with Jordan Spieth at 37. He wound up with a C. So these are just some of the golfers out there at the Charles Schwab. And by the way, shout out again to that margarita machine. It is on point. Those that know, they know.
It can be dangerous in the Texas heat. I'm learning that too.
Yeah. By the way, under the radar yesterday, Texas Rangers won.
Yeah. Stopped a 6-game losing streak, which was good to see. That needed to happen. Still just 3-9 in their last 12 games, would avoid the sweep against the Minnesota Twins. 6-2 the final in that one. Rangers now 25-29, falling below 500, trying to get back to that 500. But Corey Seager is starting to come alive. 2 more homers for him.
Look out.
A great road trip.
He has been on fire the last maybe a month and a half. So he's the only one that's on fire. You mentioned that final score again. What was it?
6-2 with 2 homers. Corey Seager.
Not only did they win, they won scoring more than 4 runs. They hadn't scored 4 runs, and I don't know how long, Kevin, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been a long time since they scored 4 runs. And I was like, because you're not going to win if you can't score. You can hit, 2 or 3 and whatever, but, I mean, if you're not scoring 4 runs, you're not going to be in competition for a game.
That's some baseball analysis right there.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? You mentioned Corey Seager. He hit 2 bombs. I mean, he's been in home runs a lot, but he's never been able to help them win the game with these home runs this last month. He had 2 of them. Do we have a highlight of one of those? Not yet. We're going to have a
Not
Corey
yet.
Seager highlight for sure before the end of the show. We'll be on from 7-11, and then we got Alec and James coming in. We're going to crosstalk with them a little bit later, but we got all kinds of other things going on. The Indianapolis 500 was also run yesterday, and in that victory for the Indianapolis 500, which had a rain delay, you had a back-to-back champion for the first time in 50 years or at all.
Been a while. Joseph Newgarden brings it home.
Who?
Joseph Newgarden.
He won it last year.
Yeah, that's right. Back-to-back winner, and like you said, overcame the rain delay and everything. And see, I'll level with you. We're going to talk about some of our greatest sports events we've been to.
Mm-hmm.
Never been to an Indy 500, but I've heard people say you got to do it at least once. I'm not a big racing guy.
I've been there for it, but I haven't been there to cover it.
Oh.
So we got to mention those kind of things. And by the way, all the totals out there, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorneys line. When we're doing the expressway, about a half hour from now, be thinking about the greatest sporting event you've ever been to live. The greatest sports moment. Not event necessarily, but the greatest moment for you. The 817 is texting and he says, good morning, Godfather. I guess this is me because I'm the old man on the show. Welcome, Jake and Kevin. Can we get 3 out of 4 teams winning a championship this year? This is insane. That's from Adam in Arlington. Adam, anything is possible.
Well, almost anything is possible. Maybe not that 4th team.
That's why I said 3 out of 4. And that other team, they know who they are because they're in OTAs as we speak. Another Tolo says, thankfully you're all are broadcasting today live and local. That's from the 204. Yeah, we got you down.
That's right.
We got you down. We're going to give you everything you need to know about the Mavericks coming up next. We got some audio from Jason Kidd, what he thinks about the debate. Give an update on Derek Lively II. We're also going to say, like I said, we're going to let the Tolos speak their mind on what you got going on Memorial Day. I'm going to keep it real. This is a holiday. It's a barbecue holiday. But of course, we're honoring those that served this country, lost their lives, protecting our freedoms, and saluting all their family and friends because we remember them. But I'm not going to lie. People are eating barbecue today. This is Texas. Let us know where you're going to have some barbecue. Are you going to have a barbecue or a cookout? Don't let me go there. Later on the show, I will give you my 2024 best barbecue list. It's legendary. I'm going to name you all the spots in town.
I'm looking forward
in
to
North
that.
Texas, the state of Texas. How about around the country? If you love some barbecue, it's the thrill of the grill. Got it right here because barbecue was a sport. We got you down. Coming up next, Mavs. How the hell do they do this? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Mavericks has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Along with Jake Rietma, Kevin Walker on the ones and twos in the Pimp Cup, Rye on the social media platforms. We are in for Sean and RJ. They will return tomorrow. Sean, RJ, and Bobby and Pepe fully intact tomorrow, as well as the rest of the lineups. We are your holiday edition of the Fan, 105.3 The Fan. Let me tell you, we got you down. We are here and so grateful to ride shotgun with you and you and you while you do what you do on a Memorial Day holiday. And we are so happy to talk about the Mavericks. But first, Kevin's got some tickets to give away to Tolos. Kevin?
All right, Tolos, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of Texas Rangers versus Detroit Tigers tickets on June 4th at Globe Life Field. First 15,000 fans receive a Marcus Semien replica World Series ring. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Whoa! Ticket giveaways the same night they're giving away those Marcus Semien replica rings, those World Series rings. Jared Sanders got a real ring. And by the way, it's the Rangers versus Detroit. Jake, you are from the Detroit area, right?
That is correct, sir. Yeah.
Ironically, June 4th. Right. Something tells me you just might show up there at Globe Life Field.
I might have to. And I don't know. Will I be repping the old English D or maybe my new home here in Dallas?
You better do your new home here in Dallas. You might sentimentally underneath your Ranger gear.
That's right.
Or just be neutral.
See,
That's
Jake,
right.
You're kind of in like a good position because nobody can really hate on you for rooting for Dallas teams, but also no one from the Detroit side can hate on you for doing either side.
I just thought of this in my head. What if I just wear a T-shirt that just has a generic D on it? You know, and then people will just leave it up for the interpretation.
Exactly. They might say, you know, that's the latest new gear that you never know. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injuries Attorneys Hotline. Let me tell y'all something. These are the good old days. The Mavericks are one win away from the NBA Finals. Who would have thought that before the trade deadline? The Dallas Stars are 3 wins away from making it to the Stanley Cup Finals. They haven't been there since 2020. Oh, my goodness. We're in sports heaven. And, of course, this is Memorial Day weekend. It's a barbecue holiday. We're also saluting all the family and friends of those who served our nation and lost their lives protecting our freedom. So we got a lot of stuff going on. And again, the texts are blowing up. We're giving away some Rangers tickets right now. We are the home of your World Series champion, Texas Rangers. Your home of the Dallas Cowboys. But enough about them. Let's go ahead and go into the biggest story. And we're going to be talking about this all morning long because we are live and local. We are not the national shows. We are live and local. We're going to talk about the Dallas Mavericks' big victory. And we got some audio to get into in just a little bit here. But first, we got to let Kevin, see, I'm totally transparent. We're going to let Kevin get to some phones here and give us a 10th caller winner on these Rangers tickets. But
That's
in the
big,
meantime,
because you got Rangers Tigers.
in the meantime, I'm just saying like this. I don't know how many people actually slept last night. I barely slept at all. I couldn't do anything but focus on tonight's show or this morning show after last night. I was just wired. What about you? What was your night like? Because, you know, I was in the building. I'm receiving the game.
Right. So I live right next to American Airlines in Victory Park.
Oh, cool.
And so one of my favorite things, my girlfriend and I, favorite things to do is you walk out and you feel the energy from the crowd. And after a win, it's great. And so you feel everybody coming out of the AAC.
The party never ended. It's just people just going crazy in the streets, right in the plaza and all that.
Yeah. Now Saturday night after the Stars game, I could be a little bit more, let's say, engaging in some of the extracurricular activities. Because
you didn't have a show to do in the morning.
Precisely.
He's basically saying you could party and have a sip.
Exactly. But I was very responsible last night. I wanted to get a good night's sleep, first time on the Fan, and after the game, like you, I was wired, but I used that to go through, find some little nuggets, things that we could obviously talk about, and I kept coming back to Karl-Anthony Towns. I mean, he's really struggled.
He dis a freaking period.
Yeah, and I thought Shaq's comments we're going to talk about the TNT postgame crew, but Shaq did not mince words. I mean, he called him out and then took it a step further and broke down his postgame interview and said he's not sad, he's not mad, he's not upset. The fact that they're down 3-0, and if he played as poorly as Karl-Anthony Towns had, you wouldn't be able to talk to him. If and he used Kobe as an example. If Kobe missed a shot with the game on the line, you couldn't talk to him on the team playing. And you got Karl-Anthony Towns goofing around and maybe goofing around's too strong, but in his interview, he was not visibly upset.
Yes, he was too calm and collected for a team that's down 0-3, and no team in history in the conference finals has made it to the NBA Finals down 0-3. They would be the first ones in history. And by the way, for those who don't know, the Mavericks' final score was?
Oh, right on the spot. How about that? 116-107. They closed the game on a 13-3 run.
Yes, the Dallas Mavericks are the greatest closing team in the NBA playoffs this year, and arguably the best closing team, the clutch team, all of this season. They've got two of the greatest closers. Two arguably of the greatest offensive backcourt players in NBA history. We're talking about Kyrie and Luka. Kevin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. We just
who do we give the tickets to? Hold on. I want to give a good drum roll here. Artolo, who won those Rangers tickets, is
Aaron Falk of Greenville, Texas.
Congratulations, Aaron. You got the hookup. You'll probably get the chance to get that Marcus Simeon replica World Series championship.
Got to get there
ring.
Early. Don't spend too much time at Texas Live.
Really early.
Exactly.
That always happens to me. I mean, Texas Live, when you talk about, a sports fan's paradise.
You can get lost.
I get stuck there sometimes.
Man, and you and me the only one. That is the scene of the crime. When I say scene of the crime, Texas Rangers won the World Series in Arizona, but when the party came back here, we're talking about the parade, the whole 9 yards. We were out there covering the whole thing. There were 750,000 people out there. So I call that the scene of the crime because that's where everybody got wasted.
I was there.
Just keeping it real. So was I, and so was everybody on 105.3 The Fan. But back to the Mavericks game, and the Mavericks hoping to join the Texas Rangers in the calendar, not the calendar year, but in the 12-month radius of bringing home a championship. They're one victory away of going to the NBA Finals. And last night, let's go ahead and give this Kyrie Irving highlight. Cut number 6. This is Kyrie on one of his big shots in the fourth quarter. Probably a 3.
Give Kyrie a turn here now. Irving and Edwards, Towns will pick him up. Back pedals, long shot! Kyrie Irving!
All right, Kyrie did his thing. You already know what Luka did his thing. Both of them scored 33 points. That's 66 points from the backcourt alone. Here's what's wild. This team is a defensive juggernaut. But you got two of the greatest offensive weapons in the game today playing side by side. People didn't think it would work. It has worked magnificently. Charles Barkley talked about Luka and Kyrie on the Fan.
As a guard, a Michael, a Kobe, give me some other guys.
T-Mac,
Steph Curry. There's no such thing. You can't stop great one-on-one players because you can make them take tough shots, but they're gonna get the shot they want. Kyrie and Luka are gonna get the shot they want. I've never met a great offensive guard. Like, you can play, like Dan Martin's the best defender I probably ever played with. But we played the Bulls. And he made Michael work. Michael still got 35, 40, 50 points a game.
Well,
you can make them work hard, but they're gonna get a shot every time. And to piggyback on Kenny's point, those guys, they are probably the two best closers. Or wait a minute, I don't like throwing to get caught up on. they're in the conversation in the NBA today. Steph is in that conversation. I'm not who all's in that conversation. Dame Lillard's in that conversation. But they're like, you're going to have to think about it. Those guys going to get a shot every single time.
Charles Barkley. Chuck is a believer. He don't want to go back to Minnesota.
Yeah, he talked about that.
Yeah.
He did say it's too damn hot here, which was kind of funny.
He also said he don't have an extra suit, so it told Gafford he has to get it done.
Yeah, another interesting storyline about that, though, that we'll have to keep our eye on is Derek Lively.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he took a shot, and at first we thought maybe, incidental, the knee to the back of the head from Karl Anthony Towns.
But what about the knee to the
that was earlier. That was earlier. He got him in the package, and that was early, but he survived that. But this he did not survive for the rest of the game. We're talking about he got a strained neck. Everybody thought it was a CTE concussion situation. He was wobbly when they carried him off the field. Basically, his arms were around his teammates, and they were able to take him back to the locker room. And so this is a situation we got to watch.
No, absolutely. It's still day-to-day monitoring that. But I thought in his absence, I mean, Daniel Gafford stepped up big time.
He really did. It was a tricky situation for him because he got a crazy, stupid foul just before the half with like a second to play. And it's like, oh, no, he got 3 fouls. He cannot get into foul trouble. They had to bring in Dwight Powell and go small ball. Mm-hmm. And Dwight Powell did okay. And again, Dwight Powell's size, he's not a center. And I always hated when fans and media people blame Powell. Powell did not make himself a center. He does not. That was Rick Carlisle. He does not demand to start. But that's all they had until the big trade. Props again to Nico Harrison for bringing in Dwight, bringing in Daniel Gafford, bringing in P.J. Washington, and also drafting Derek Lively II, because Derek Lively II, he is now, and by the way, he got hurt, but he has now made his last 10 buckets in a row. We do not know if he's going to be able to play tomorrow night, and that could make this thing not necessarily a sweep.
Right. Because you brought up the example just from last year with the Heat and the Celtics forcing 7 games after being down 3-0. But I also think the impact that Lively has defensively is huge.
Yeah.
And we saw a little bit of that. And you got to be honest with me on this one, CA. But when Anthony Edwards went right down Main Street and had that
dunk,
yes,
where he reached way back to the crowd and came in for the dunk.
That was a show-stopping dunk, and it gave the Wolves a lot of momentum, and they elevated their level of play.
They actually took the lead, not on that play, but it was like they were rolling. And you mentioned that play because here's the deal. He doesn't make that play if Lively's out there.
Bingo. Exactly what I was getting to.
And he does make it, unfortunate, because, I mean, you can only play who you got that's healthy. People are wondering about Maxi Kleber. Does that mean Maxi Kleber is going to play? Maxi Kleber is probably not going to play in this series. You don't want to have to play Maxi. You're up 3-0 right now. You don't need to play Maxi. Mavericks, just to keep this in mind, since the first week in March, they have not lost back-to-back games with their starting rotation. I'm talking about the 6 or 8 guys that's going to play. With those guys intact, they have not lost 2 games in a row. Think about that. Yeah, those last 2 games of the regular season, they don't count. They were making sure nobody got hurt, okay? In the playoffs, they have not lost 2 games in a row.
What do we always
and they would have
about?
To lose 4 in a row?
Yeah. In every sport, especially in postseason play, you talk about playing your best ball at the most important time.
Exactly.
That's what the Mavs are doing.
325 from the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorneys Hotline says, when Ant-Man had that big dunk, I was worried to death that the beast had woken up. Then I was reminded that we have the 2 of the best closers in the game. Yeah, never forget that. 530 says, I was working, so I only got to see the highlights. Do we know if Lively's going to be okay? We don't know. That's just, he's going to be listed as doubtful until they can say anything more. What's also crazy, and this is some strategic gamesmanship. Before the game, Jason Kidd at the press conference said, we got Luka listed as doubtful. We don't know if he's going to play until he does his workout. Well, here's what's so wild. Everybody knows about the knee. And to me, that was my number one concern going into this series. Okay, how long will this knee hold up? Will we get Game 6, Game 5 Luka from the Oklahoma City series where he seemed like he was back? Or will this just be, we got, game to game? That was some strategy. And, but we knew Luka gonna play if Luka can play.
That's right. It's the postseason. It's the Western Conference Finals. But in all seriousness, CA, I felt sincere concern in that series against Oklahoma City with just Luka's health and his ability to get up and down the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously winning is a great cure for all that, but you feel like he's kind of made that turn physically and for how good he's been in the Western Conference Finals.
Exactly. And the other thing about the Minnesota Timberwolves, I think that loss in Game 2, Friday night, took a lot out of them. I'm serious. They were up by 18. They thought, okay, we're back in this thing.
That's the one they had to get.
They had to get that because the odds were, it said the teams that win to go up 2-0 in a conference final, 92% of the time they go to the NBA Finals. And guess what? If the road team does it, they're 14-0. So here the Dallas Mavericks are now 3-0. Right? Minnesota is going to have to create some history. Karl Anthony Towns, he hadn't helped them, and he was supposed to be their big dog. There were a lot of social media comments and posts and memes. Here's Dirk on the front row, watching this game. And Karl Anthony Towns, when he won the three-point shootout at the NBA All-Star Weekend a few years ago, he proclaimed himself the greatest shooting big man of all time. Well, not in front of Dirk in his own house.
Nope.
I'm not. I'm done with the cat being there. I'm done with it. I don't ever want to hear. I put a tweet out on Twitter last night. Tweet, post, whatever you want to call it.
Kevin.
Twitter,
you went there?
So whatever you want. I just don't ever mention Cat in the best big man shooter. He was 0 for what, 8
0
last
for 8
night?
last night. Here's one for you guys. 4 for 32 from the long line.
He hasn't shown up for Ant. He's supposed to be the number 2. He has not shown up for Ant at all.
And Shaq and Chuck have been dogging him out because he's a big man, and if the 3 ain't dropping, dude,
get your butt down low.
You post up down low, or you drive or something. Ant-Man knew he had to start driving. And by the way, I was looking for his oxygen mask to see if he brought it. He didn't need it. He actually showed up, but he couldn't carry him by himself. I was also worried about the 6th man of the year for Minnesota. Reed. Oh, Reed is unbelievable. Nas Reed is unbelievable. And he was missing a couple of threes, and they were still in there. They had actually taken the lead in the fourth quarter. This thing went down to the wire. But again, the Mavericks are so clutch, and they have this aura about them. I'm talking about the Mavericks this season. Since that trade, and since that come to Jesus meeting after they lost to Indiana and Miami, it was like, wait a minute, this team isn't really real. Even though they made the trade and we look good, the wheels are falling off. We might have to be in the play-in. They're like, no, we ain't going there. And the catalysts have been Kyrie and Luka. And again, the rest of the team feeds off each other. For those who are trying to say that Jason Kidd can't coach, I guess they've been silenced. The receipts are still out there. Here's the thing Jay Kidd has always preached to this team. And by the way, it's all about styles, too. I've always said this. When people are calling for Jason Kidd's head, I was saying, wait a minute. Because they're like, he's not animated enough for them, or they don't like his answers at the press conference. I was always saying this all this year. I was like, I was around covering Tom Landry for 10 years. He's very stoic. And the Cowboys and their faithful, the fans, believed in Tom Landry. He gets fired by Jerry Jones. They bring in Jimmy Johnson, a college coach. Jimmy Johnson is extremely animated, completely opposite of Tom Landry. He's animated, he's clapping his hands, he's smacking his lips. He wins one damn game. Everybody says he didn't know what he's doing. He's in over his head. 2 Super Bowl rings later, to this day, oh, we need a coach like Jimmy. No, we need another Jimmy. It's all about styles. Jason Kidd is very calm. He's got to be the calm one when Luka's all animated. You follow what I'm saying? If he's as animated as Luka, and if he's jumping on the referees the way Luka's like, what about you? In fact,
it's like good cop, bad cop. You can't have
thank you. He's there to do Phil Jackson to calm down the Michael Jordan. And then you add Kyrie. Let me explain what Kyrie does for Luka. The comp has, the reporter asked them after the game back in March. She said, Luka, you guys are like Batman and Superman. And Luka corrected her. He said, no, he's the Batman, I'm the Robin. The better analogy, the better comp, and I've said this over and over again, it's Luka is Luke Skywalker and Kyrie is Yoda, because Luka is looking at the calm Kyrie, give me the wisdom. Show me how you won the ring. I want to know what I need to do from you. I've got the skills. I've got the lightsaber. Yoda, tell me how to use this thing. That's the comp. And that's what Kyrie has brought to the entire roster. In fact, Luka said it after the game. We're going to play the audio. You got this Luka cut, what Kyrie told him about being the best and what you have to go through to get to the finals. Here it is. Luka talking about what Kyrie told him. Cut number 4.
A lot. Just right now, we were winning by 9 the last possession. I told him I'm tired, and he told me that's the way it's supposed to be, And it's just he brought that calmness to our team, to me, the maturity, and it's been unbelievable to have him on our team. Just learning from him every day, positive energy always. So just a blessing having him on our team.
Yoda.
Couple things jump out to me.
Mm-hmm.
Calmness, maturity.
Yeah.
Those are at a premium. And
Exactly.
especially as the postseason continues on, the magnitude of every game now in the Western Conference Finals.
He's been there, done that. And again, the reason this thing works is on paper. Here's the paper part why it works. It works because on paper, when they made the trade, when Nico made the trade, I was like, this could work because Kyrie scores the majority of his points in the fourth quarter, his career. Luka, his career, scores the majority of his points in the first quarter and the third quarter. So therefore, they won't have that debate. Oh, no, you shoot. No, you shoot. Oh, this is what I normally shoot. They had to go through a little bit of that, but not really. Because their normal roles are, I take over in the fourth quarter. Luka can shoot any shot in the fourth quarter. But he usually scores a lot in the first and the third. Kyrie's clutch, NBA, all-time leading scorer in the fourth quarter of current players. Here's the other thing. They work because it's not two alpha dogs the same age trying to prove whose team it is. This isn't two young guys saying, no, it's my team. No, it's my team. I got to prove myself to you. Kyrie came here knowing it's Luka's team. And Kyrie's also like, I'm very comfortable in my own skin. Everybody in this league respects me. I'm arguably the most skilled player in the league. Luka respects that too. It starts with respect. So let me get back to Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd's preached to this team. 2 words, together and trust. Have each other's back. Avoid the media noise, the fan noise. Answer the questions to the media and then move on. The bottom line is play for each other. And that's what they do. They're playing for each other. Yeah, they're playing for the fans of Dallas and people who love the Dallas Mavericks, but they're playing for each other because guess what? People troll. Other fans troll. In fact, in Oklahoma City, you saw Luka and Kyrie playing out for those fans there. The more you dog us, that fires us up.
They love that. That's the mentality that they have. And I think, to your point, the security, the calmness, the maturity, all of those are at the forefront of what this Mavericks team is doing right now. And it's been fun to watch.
It's been fun to watch. Guess what we have later in the show? We're going to hear from DallasMavs.com's digital media content manager, Bobby Corella. We'll also hear from the radio voice of your Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, talking all about your Dallas Mavericks. Again, the Mavericks, one step away, one victory away from going to the NBA Finals for the 3rd time in franchise history. The first 2 times they took on the Miami Heat. The first time it was Shaq and D. Wade in the Miami Heat. The second time it was LeBron James and D. Wade in the Miami Heat. And Dirk whooped them.
That's right.
Dirk, Jet Terry. By the way, Jet was at the game last night, sitting with Jerry Stackhouse. There you go. Stack was in the first. I bring those 2 guys up because Jet got a ring. Stack didn't because he was in that Mavericks series the first time they went to the finals against Miami, and Shaq and D. Wade won it. This is just surreal about how it's all coming around again. Mavericks have not been to the NBA Finals since 2011. Everybody who was here knows the parade was fantastic. We ain't even gonna go there yet. I'm just saying it's just been an incredible season. There's something special and different about this team. And tonight, we will see if it's going to be the Celtics that the Mavericks face. Here's the deal to keep up on this situation. They're playing at Indiana. When the Celtics won this last game in Indiana, game 3, and they barely won the game, it was like a miracle play, a miracle defensive play by Jrue Holiday. Indiana had not lost a home game in the playoffs. Rick Carlisle,
I think they took their spirit.
Yes, Rick Carlisle is the head coach for the Indiana Pacers. He was the Mavericks coach that won the title in 2011. This is just so wild, and there's going to be all kinds of subplots if it's the Celtics. I'm just saying I can't wait for that. And I mentioned, all these big moments. What was the question for today for the Tolos? What was the greatest moment in sports you ever attended live? Was it a Rangers game like the World Series last year? Was it a Super Bowl? Were you around for the Cowboys when they won their Super Bowl? Was it just something that you saw? Were you at the UT game when they won the national championship? Was there a big moment that it wasn't even about winning the whole thing, but you were there? 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injuries Attorney text line. Kevin and Jake, I'm going to ask you the same question. Jake, I'm going to start with you. And by the way, we're the Expressway. We're taking this all the way to 8 o'clock.
I love that, by the way. The Expressway, when they told me what that was, that's a brilliant idea.
Sean and RJ and Bobby and
Let's
Pepe.
just get to it. Absolutely.
We're going to stick with the script.
Yeah, I got it. All right, I got a couple for you because I didn't want to do recency bias. And I also want to make friends in my new home here in Dallas and not get too far into the weeds on this one. But most recently, I had the chance to fly home to Detroit for the second round of the NFL playoffs at Ford Field to see my Lions beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Man, first of all, everybody has a love or a soft spot in their heart down here in Texas for the Lions because your head coach Dan Campbell was tight end for the Cowboys and he went to Texas A&M. He's a Texas guy.
That's right.
And he likes to cuss out people like Jimmy Johnson.
Absolutely.
He's a fiery coach.
And drink a lot of coffee.
And drink a lot of coffee. That's right. He caffeined up.
Some kneecaps.
In fact, we felt so bad for the Lions because we can't stand the 49ers.
Right.
The Lions were in the Super Bowl. They were one half away from being in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was there too. I flew out to
not Candlestick, but
to Levi Stadium there in Santa Clara. And to make it worse, I was with Niner fans, so I'm thinking, oh man, this is it. That was gonna be my best sports moment live. But I'll give you another throwback.
First of all, how did you feel after the game? I mean, Dan Campbell said he had to stick with what they do, which is take chances. They wouldn't be in the NFC Championship if they didn't take chances.
Right. That was the identity of the team all season long. So I understand not changing it in a conference final championship situation. But at the same time, I'm like, those points are precious.
Oh, yeah.
No, that said, that was the most recent one because I mean the Lions had never won a playoff game in my life. My entire lifetime at 31 years old.
I think the last time they won a playoff game was against the Cowboys. Way back in the early 90s.
Exactly.
Barry Sanders versus Emmett. Yep.
Yeah, the year before I was born. How about that? And my throwback one in the formative years as a child, 2006 World Series. Now, my Detroit Tigers lost that World Series. If you remember the St. Louis Cardinals, they only won one game in that series. It was game 2. I was there just as a wide-eyed kid, standing room only. Grandfather got us standing room only tickets. My feet hurt, but my eyes were as wide as saucers watching Kenny Rogers go 8 innings scoreless.
Yes.
And the Tigers win 3-1.
Kenny Rogers.
The gambler.
He's also
Texas Ranger.
That's right. He pitched a perfect game for the Rangers back in the day.
No doubt.
He still lives down here. He's probably a Tolo listening right now.
Right. Kenny Rogers, you were part of my formative years.
Most definitely.
Growing up.
Kevin, you got a memory where you at something, and it doesn't have to be like a championship of the world or anything, because, how old are you? 20?
21, yes, sir.
21.
Let's go.
He just got legal.
That's right.
Well, 22 this year, but yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
You and Wyatt Johnston can have beers together.
Yeah, now we can. Yeah.
Wyatt Johnson and Wyatt Langford.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the invitation's there. That's up to them to accept. I mean, I would say I haven't been to a lot of sporting events, being that I am so young and, hard to make money out here. So, but last year, the Rangers on their playoff run, I was kind of like, this may never happen again. It may happen again. Right. You never know. And so I paid the money and I took my dad to one of the ALCS games against Houston.
Nice.
Now, as you know,
they did win.
No home team won during that series, but it was a hell of a game. It was a ton of fun. Other than that, probably another moment was taking my dad to a Cowboys game a couple years back. It was my first ever Cowboys game at that time. And kind of being able to spend that moment with him was cool. But yeah, that's all we got on the journey of live sports. The
Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is blowing up. Let's hear from some of the Tolos. 817 says, I was at that Kenny Rogers perfect game. The 561 says, I was one of the folks not happy when we originally traded for Kyrie, but guess what? This season it's like a switch was flipped. It is a joy to watch him and Luka dismantle the T-Wolves. In 2007, 214 says, when Oklahoma came to Texas Tech and Oklahoma was ranked 3rd, I believe Texas Tech beat OU in that game. 940 says, Super Bowl 30 was my biggest sport event ever. I went as a 10-year-old Dallas Cowboys fan, and yes, they did it. The 325 says, I was at Game 1 of the World Series when Seager hit that home run. And Garcia hit a home run to win it. Yes. Yes, 2-1.
Similar, and it wasn't there, but that was one of those moments you remember where you were.
Oh, yeah.
And
where you were sitting and where you were standing.
I recently moved to Dallas, and my girlfriend and I are at one of the bars in Victory Park. Place went nuts, and that was, of the many parts of that run, that was one thing I'll point to where you just felt it,
Yeah.
Just a great moment.
2-1-3. Christmas Day game. 2012, the Lakers versus the Suns. Kobe versus Nash at the Staples Center. Kobe went off. And the 2-1-3 is from L.A. Let's see, 469. Cowboys' first 90s Super Bowl with Michael Jackson. That was at the Rose Bowl. And Michael Jackson was the halftime performer. And by the way, half of the Cowboys team left the locker room early just to see him perform. By the way, I haven't mentioned the stuff. Y'all can listen to me do the CA Stories Confidential every other day I'm on the air, so I can tell you some of the stuff I've been in. It's all, I always never take it for granted. In fact, the last Cowboys Super Bowl that they won in Arizona, after the game, there was a lot of Cowboy players, and I've told this story before. I'm going to be brief with this, because I'm sharing this with all the Tolos and all sports fans. There was a lot of players that were very happy, but they were very relieved. A lot of them were just relieved only. And I was like, dude, you might not ever go to the Super Bowl again. You got to enjoy the moment. The journey was the reward, because the pressure, here's what the deal was. There's a lot of pressure on the Cowboys because there were fans and people and pundits saying, you can never win without Jimmy Johnson. And the players like, we love Jimmy, but Jimmy don't play. And we're more than just Jimmy.
Players play.
And they actually love Barry Switzer, too. There's a lot of fans didn't like Barry Switzer because he was from Oklahoma and whole 9 yards. Those players were on a mission. And they were like, whew, damn, we did it. That was hard. I said, you better enjoy this. Little did I know the franchise would never win. I like, you got to enjoy the moment. It may never happen again. That's why I was saying, I put this on my social media. It's a picture of the Stars. It's a drawing or whatever, artist drawing. Stars and the Mavericks. I'm like, these are the good old days. Enjoy every step of this. 817 says, 92, 93 Super Bowl in Pasadena. My dad took me as a kid. It was nuts. The Michael Jackson halftime show was a highlight of the Cowboys whipping the Bills. That's Adam in Arlington. 213 says, me and my wife were also at the first ones on the Kiss Cam. As he on the school board. 817 says,
that's why you remember that game.
Yeah, really. Let's see. I was at the last Cal Ripken Jr. game at Camden Yard versus the Yankees. Wasn't supposed to be the last, but 9/11 moved it back. 817. I was there at Texas Stadium when Emmett broke Walter Payton's rushing record. Yes, he did.
That's something you won't forget.
2011, sweeping the Lakers in Dallas. Absolutely the best moment. The crowd was incredible. Yes, they were at the American Airlines Center. By the way, for those who don't know, the Lakers were back-to-back champions. They were trying to three-peat, something that Kobe and Shaq never did. Well, yeah, they did. They did it once, but Kobe wanted to do it without him. Phil Jackson never coached another game in his life. That was his retirement.
That's crazy. I got one I got to read here from an 817, because this one is just a dagger in my heart. I was at the ALCS game against the Detroit Tigers when Nelly Cruz and Nelson Cruz hit a walk-off grand slam in the bottom of the 10th. Oh, I remember that because it was 2011.
Yeah, he was the American League Championship Series MVP. And by the way, everybody always remembers he misjudged the ball in the outfield in St. Louis, and that kind of cost them the World Series. And people just don't respect Nelly Cruz a lot. And I mean, he's had that burden. It's almost like a Bill Buckner kind of thing. And Nelly Cruz was actually at the Mavericks game. I want to say it was against the Thunder. He came to American Airlines Center. He's low-key was in town. And again, he's had a hell of a career.
Oh, yeah. Different perspective from me.
Yeah, I understand that.
Detroit. He was a Tiger killer.
Oh, man.
For whatever team he was
playing
Again,
for. He was Adolis Garcia for the Rangers in that World Series. They just didn't win the whole thing.
That man walked into the batter's box. It struck fear in the opposition.
By the way, shout out to Daniel in Forney. I hear you, and I'm not going to read the text. He got a chance. I'm not going to say got a chance to meet me in person a few seasons ago. That's a big deal for him. I appreciate you, though. I'm a people person, man. I'm very approachable. Everywhere I go, I just love talking to all the Tolos and all the fans and stuff. Let's see, 214. Oh, this is an old OG right here. It says, I was at David Clyde's Major League debut back in 1973 with the Rangers. It was the last sporting event I ever saw. I was blind a few weeks later. Man, I appreciate you sharing that story with us again, because people, when they listen to sporting events, and it means the world to us, we can, relay it verbally sometimes because you don't get to see things. And again, shout out to you. Tolo,
That's
for sharing
powerful
that story, especially on Memorial Day weekend. 817 says the Winter Classic, when the Stars beat Nashville, the Predators at the Cotton Bowl. That was surreal.
That was
Everybody
so
got
cool.
a chance to go to that?
I didn't get to go to it, but that was so cool.
It was so cool. The hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle, our boss, got a chance to go to that thing. The only thing they messed up on, everybody was saying this, I guess they didn't anticipate everybody being thirsty. They ran out.
Oh, you
They
can't
ran out. I can't
beer.
believe.
Come on.
They can't run out the
Winter
period.
Classic.
The winter, you got to have more than enough. More. They'll be prepared the next time.
That said, outdoor hockey, something about it. So
yeah,
cool.
and they do that a lot up north.
Yeah. The Red Wings have been a part of a lot of, or a couple of different Winter Classics, and now they have, in addition to the Winter Classic, they have the outdoor series at various stadiums throughout the course of the season, which is really cool.
We mentioned Dan Campbell, the coach of the Detroit Lions, and like I said, he's a Texas guy, went to A&M, and he's Dallas Cowboys tight end back in the day. 530 says, hey, he also graduated from Glen Rose High School just south of Granbury, west of Fort Worth. And yes, shout out to Granbury for hosting that fan hang on Saturday. We had a lot of fun out there. And speaking of the fan hang and Tolos and whatnot, guess what? We got to wrap up this expressway. There's Sean and RJ Staple. Guess what, though? When we come back, go Stars! Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the G.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Ooh-wee! Chris Arnold, Jake Rickma, Kevin Walker in the Pip Cup, Ray on the social media platforms. We're in for the Sean and RJ extravaganza. It's
Happy
Memorial Day.
Absolutely.
Happy Memorial Day. We're here for all the Tolos. Thank you for letting us ride shotgun with you and you and you. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injuries Attorney Hotline. We got so much stuff going on. We're going to be here with you all the way till 11 o'clock. We'll be live and local all the way to 7 o'clock tonight. Keep it here. You know how to Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on. We got you down. You might be out and about. You might be running some errands. There might be people who are actually working today. You know what? It's a gig economy. You might be out there Ubering. You might be delivering some stuff on a holiday. Hey, it must be done. You might be chilling. You might be on your way to watch the game somewhere, somehow, with your partners, with your boys, with your friends. You might be going to grandma's house. You might be hanging out with the family. We got something for everybody on this show. Coming up the very next segment, we'll get back into some Dallas Mavericks. Kyrie was asked, are you and Luka arguably the greatest backcourt offensively in NBA history? He had an answer. And we also are going to get into the Texas Rangers because the Rangers stopped that 6-game losing streak. Corey Seager goes yard twice. We got all that stuff coming up next. But right now, we got a big game tonight in the NHL. The series is all tied up, but Edmonton stole home ice advantage. The Dallas Stars on the road, 5-1 on the road in the playoffs. I'm feeling good about it, but Jake, you're from the North. How do you feel about it?
Listen, based on how well the Stars have played on the road, I think there should be a level of confidence for what the Stars can do as the series shifts back to Edmonton.
It's like neutral ice. It's not even really Edmonton's home ice. It's a neutral ice.
Hold on.
Easy, Kevin.
Easy.
I'm coming in with confidence.
They've proven that in the previous series, but the Rogers Place in Edmonton, that's a different barn.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they get after it as far as a hostile environment.
That's their biggest thing.
Is that where all the Canadians are going to flock to?
Yeah.
To root for the last
But check this out.
Canadian
That crowd is like Fort Worth and put it like this. Edmonton and Calgary are like cowboyish. They're just cowboyish. And so it's a small town, small market, but they're representing Canada. And I know you're hyped, Kevin. But Jake, like I said, you grew up in Michigan. You know these Canucks. And by the way, Canucks is like Canadian for Yankee. That's the nickname.
Exactly.
You know these Canucks. And I'm not talking about Vancouver. I'm just talking about the Canadians. You know they drink Labatt. You know all those things about it.
Let me get a Molson,
And they also have the best player in the game. We're talking about Connor McDavid.
No doubt. And I think, furthermore, to that same point, you get a look at the fans and the crowd outside the Rogers place. They get after it,
Yes,
even for road games. So, but to your point, Connor McDavid, greatest player in the world right now. And it's somewhat of a simplistic take, but when you have the greatest player in the world, anything can happen.
That's right.
And he hasn't, dominated the series by any means, but I think that
he won the game. Well, they won down here, game one.
Yes.
He had been kind of in check all through the Stanley Cup playoffs because he only had scored 2 goals. He had like 19 assists or something, or 19 points, but he hadn't really scored. Well, he scored the game winner in double overtime down here. So he's dangerous.
But in game 2, I think the Stars did a much better job of neutralizing him and some of the defense that Wyatt Johnston played on. And how will that impact in game number 3 if, we talked about earlier, if Roope Hintz can come back?
And Coach Pete DeBoer had something to say about that, didn't he?
He sure did. How about it, Kevin? Cut number 7, Pete DeBoer.
You know what? I think different responsibilities with Roope Hintz out of the lineup. We've asked him to play more head-to-head against McDavid, McKinnon. So there's more defensive heavy lifting with that. I thought last night we got him away from McDavid a little bit, put that on some other people and freed him up a little bit offensively, which is important. So, he's important at both ends of the rink for us, but, I think he has a little more freedom offensively when Rupe's in the lineup just because that's the matchup that he gets. He doesn't have to do that defensive heavy lifting that Roope usually does.
And I don't think it's as simple as, Rupe's back in the lineup, now Wyatt will explode offensively. But the thing that Peter DeBoer talked about there that stood out to me, matchups. All about matchups.
They're going to need some help offensively, though, because Jason Robertson, he's got a drought, 10-game drought. Joe Pavelski, 1 playoff goal. Matt Duchene, he's been kind of quiet, 2 goals, 15 games. It's just they just need a little bit more firepower. Even though you had some old classic OG firepower from Tyler Seguin and Jamie Benn the captain's giving you what he got.
Yeah, and the Pavelski part of it is very interesting to me. A couple of notes that I took down. It's really interesting because the resume and the body of work is so impressive.
Yes.
And it's over the course of so many years. And not to call him old, but he's at the back 9 of his career.
He's OG.
Seasoned.
He's seasoned. There you go.
There you go. Thanks, Kevin.
But 197 career playoff games. That's the most of any player that's never won a cup.
And the second most is a guy named Ryan. It plays for Edmonton. He's like second on the list. He's 38 years old. But yeah, Pavelski, he's so due. You got to win it for him. And by the way, the Stars, they've got a guy in goal. Otter. Jake Ottinger, dude, just stands on his head for a living. Everybody's like, okay, he actually, I say everybody, I'm talking about the whole roster said he saved us in game 2 because he literally had his hands full in the first period and then he completely settled down. The whole defense shut that thing down. He had 28 saves. By the way, just for those keeping up, because it's such a volatile position and a lightning ride, he has now turned away 63 of the 67 shots he's faced in this series alone.
I think it was really impressive, the resiliency that he showed in that second round series against Colorado, because make no mistake about it, he had some tough outings. And the games that they lost, not pointing the finger at him, it's a team game, but he would tell you, I need to play better, and he has, especially in the first 2 games.
Here's what's so wild. He's actually a great goalie. He's a young goalie. People may not know this or they forget. He's the same damn age as Luka Doncic. He's only 25, and he's doing all these things. He's also a big goalie. He's 6'5". He's 6'5". He's got length. He's got range. But it's just like a quarterback of a team. All eyes are on the goalie. Is the goalie hot or not? Can we trust our goalie? They totally trust Otter. The goalie that nobody really trusts is Stuart Skinner from the Edmonton Oilers. They had to yank him the previous series.
I was just about to say, he hasn't even played every game. He hasn't been the everyday goalie. And
so that's something that the Stars offense needs to take advantage of.
Right.
They need to do something with their special teams.
Yes, that's a big part of it because the power play has really struggled. And when you know, especially on the contrary, how good Edmonton's power play has been.
Best in the league, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. They've been unstoppable. So that said, though, we'd like to know if the Stars are going to be back at full strength tonight in game number 3. And Pete DeBoer had something to say about it. And you know this time of year.
Upper body, lower body. Come on, Coach, tell us something.
Yeah, I think if you listen carefully, there is a little bit of a worthwhile
Are you
update.
saying take your time and listen to this? Stars fans, Tolos, listen carefully. He might hint at something.
Exactly. Cut number 8.
Yeah, traveling, gonna pregame skate tomorrow, and I would call him a game time decision. I'm optimistic he's gonna play on this trip for sure.
On this trip for sure.
That's right. I heard a for sure in there. You heard the for sure, right?
That means there's 2 games up there. He's going to play in one of them. He's missed 4 straight games with that injury.
Optimistic is my key word there.
Yeah. Dissecting the hockey coach speak. It's an art.
No doubt.
It's a skill set.
But in all seriousness, it'll be a pregame skate, see how he feels. And we know the kind of value that Roope Hintz adds to this lineup, and especially defensively. Maybe that is if he is able to go, because he was in kind of the same mental approach to game 2, game time decision, feel it out. So I got to believe if he was in that mindset for game 2, a little bit more time, maybe he gets over the edge. And as Pete DeBoer said, fairly certain, optimistic.
Okay.
Sure.
Can we
He'll
be
play in Edmonton.
optimistic that the Stars score a lot of goals? And I'm only asking this because Edmonton scores a lot of goals traditionally. Stars have shown the ability to score a lot of goals. This series has started out with low goal scoring. I mean, very few pucks in net. I mean, it's unusual. I was expecting more of a Stars Avalanche kind of series.
Yeah, especially, Edmonton played some games like that against Vancouver where, it was very, very high scoring, and that's kind of the makeup of their team is outscore them. And to your point, we just haven't seen that in the first couple of games this series. But I think some of that's on Dallas as well. Like you mentioned, some of those guys that are in droughts, Pavelski, and I know Jamie Benn has been really good, and seeing his physical brand of play resulting in some goals. Now can you just manufacture that on a more consistent basis to create more offense?
By the way, for those who don't know, Jamie Benn is Canadian, and he was the captain of their Olympic team. So I'm just saying.
Well, that's got to feel good then to beat the homeland.
Yeah, of course. That's another angle to look at. Now, right. I love your hockey wisdom. For those who don't know, you grew up playing hockey, right?
I did, yeah. So I played a little travel hockey in Michigan. It's really big there. And ironically enough, our travel hockey team in Midland, Michigan, I know there's Midland, Texas, but Midland, Michigan.
Do they have oil wells up there?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Not quite, not that far north, but we were the Midland North Stars.
Right.
So we had the instead of the N with the star, it was an M for Midland, but same color scheme and everything. So grew up playing really competitive hockey and played football as well. But you know what it was about hockey that got me out of it eventually?
What?
It was all the dang skating camps that my father would make me go to.
Oh, okay.
All the skating camps, because there was no stick, no puck. It was skate, 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 because that's how you need to play at a high level, to be able to skate.
You have strong ankles then, right?
Yeah.
All the skating.
I used to get teased on the football field that I ran like a hockey player. You're like skating on the inside edges as a hockey player. And you're like, no, you got to run. It's different than skating.
So this prompts me to a question. Sorry, CA, but real quick, because I was watching the Stars game and I was sitting there and I was watching it with my dad. And obviously, I'm from Texas. I've never played hockey. I know there's some Texas people who have. I've never played hockey.
There's a Star Center near somebody
exactly.
out there.
But I was kind of thinking, I was like, man, these guys have to have like gigantic like quads and like the strongest ankles of all time, because they're stopping on a dime on the ice. If I'm guarding somebody like that on the ice and they stop on a dime, I'm flying through the glass.
Oh yeah, it's insane what they can do on skates. And the closer you get to the action, I've never sat courtside at an NBA game, but I would imagine it's a similar sense. I've sat ice level, and it's not necessarily the best vantage point to view, but you get an appreciation of
the hits.
Yes, yeah, the physical nature of the game. And I was privy to grow up watching Pavel Datsyuk for the Detroit Red Wings. They called him the Magician.
You ever toss an octopus out there?
I'm so glad you brought that up. Not me personally. My grandfather tossed an an octopus on the ice in Game 7, because the Red Wings used to be in the Western Conference, Game 7 against the Colorado Avalanche, in which the Red Wings scored 7 goals and chased Patrick Waugh from that game.
Wow. I got to bring this up because it's all tied together. I mentioned this earlier. You're from Michigan. The greatest Dallas star ever,
right.
Mike Modano, my boy. He is also from Michigan. His statue's out front next to Dirk's. They put it up a couple of months ago.
Yeah, March.
Were you there? Because you say you live near there.
Yep. So, and it's so funny you bring that up because I would walk right by the plaza every morning on my way to the gym, and I'd see it, and I'd think, man, I knew the date was whatever it was. It was a Saturday.
Oh, you saw it was covered. They were building it.
Yeah. And I
unveiling it. Yeah.
Right. But I was concerned they got to get this statue ready for this date, and I credit to all those that were involved because it was almost like I blinked one morning and then that statue was up and it was ready to go. But yeah, really neat because, like I said, grew up playing hockey, and Mike Modano is just absolutely beloved in the state of Michigan. Livonia is where he's from, right outside of Detroit.
Modano's the highest, he scored more goals than any American hockey player in history.
Yep.
And led the Stars to their only Stanley Cup.
Now we can get in a debate of greatest U.S.-born player because Patrick Kane, and he has the decorated resume, but Modano's the old school one.
Yeah, he is. And by the way, Edmonton got somebody to brag about, Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, he's not bad.
The great Gretzky, the greatest player of all time. He played for Edmonton first before he went to the LA Kings. By the way, we got to wrap this thing up full circle. Dallas Stars, the puck drops. What time? Around 7:30 or so?
That's right. 7:30, Game 3.
In Rogers?
The Rogers place. Everything in Canada is Rogers something.
Hey, Rogers! This is kind of double check. No, that's Green Bay.
Yeah, Rogers Center is where the Blue Jays play in Toronto.
You know what? We might get a visit. We'll see if we could possibly get a visit from the Hockey Hawk later this morning. We're going to find that out or not. Hockey Hawk, I'm going to text you right about now. But coming up next, we got to get back to the biggest game in the city in a long time at the American Airlines Center last night. The Dallas Mavericks moved one game closer to going to the NBA Finals on the backs of Luka and Kyrie. Kyrie speaks on, are they the greatest backcourt in NBA history? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Two and one to Seager. Lopez's delivery. And Corey hammers one to right field. Kepler turns and watches. His only hope is if it's not high enough, but it is high enough. Corey Seager leaves the yard with a 2-run home run that just barely sneaks over the 23-foot high wall in right center. And the Rangers strike first here in the top of the third.
And the Texas Rangers go on to beat the Twins 6-2, ending a 6-game losing streak. Chris Arnold, Jake Riepma, Kevin Walker on the 1s and 2s in the Pimp Cup, Ryan on the social media platforms, and we're here for all the Tolos. Home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. We're in for the Sean and RJ extravaganza. It's Memorial Day Monday. Woo, so many things to talk about. And thank God the Texas Rangers won a game. That voice you heard was, of course, Jared Sandler, and his little buddy has come all the way from Detroit to hang out with him. Hey, Jake, you and Jared go way back, right?
Way back, man.
That's
way
your guy.
Back. That is my boy, or as Jared Sandler loves to remind everybody that anytime he introduces me to anyone, this is my former intern. He still classifies me as his former
Oh, he's going to
intern.
son you. I mean, he's got to do that. He's got to do that. But welcome to the 105.3 The Fan family, our staff. We're just having a lot of fun. And again, you're a play-by-play guy yourself, right?
No doubt, absolutely. So before I moved to Dallas, I did some play-by-play at the collegiate ranks for, this is crazy because now they're on the map. They weren't on the map when I was doing play-by-play for women's basketball and baseball.
Look out.
Oakland University,
I've heard of Oakland.
who upset Kentucky in
Yes.
the opening round. So I called a couple, anytime their men's games would be on locally on TV, I would take the radio call. But I called play-by-play for baseball and women's basketball for the Oakland Golden Grizzlies. And before that, at my alma mater, Northwood University, the Timberwolves. I know we're not fans of the Timberwolves around here right now, but the Timberwolves at Northwood University, called football, basketball, baseball, you name it.
Fantastic. You never know. You might join Jared Sandler in some kind of capacity. I'm not going to say it's going to be a Ranger game. We've done celebrity baseball games. Dirk has had those in the past. And you never know. You might wind up doing it again down here in Texas. Again, welcome aboard. Welcome
Appreciate
to the
that.
fan family. Ranger starter Gerson Garabito. Remember, they found him in Chile. Jared was talking about this yesterday on the crosstalk. CY and the Ranger staff found him in Chile, South America. 1 run, 2 hits, and 3 2/3 innings in his debut. He's 28 years old, 10 seasons pitching on the Royals and Giants organizations and other independent leagues before him being called up from AAA Round Rock to make the start. I mean, that's how many arms they were down because everybody's hurt. And Bochy said at the end of the game, boy, our guys needed that. They had not scored more than 4 runs in 12 or 13 games. And this 6-game losing streak, of course, is the longest for the season for the Rangers. They also lost 5 in a row at one point. But let me tell you something. They're now 25-29, still below 500, which is also rare under Bruce Bochy. They will take on. By the way, they're off today. It's Memorial Day. Who doesn't play baseball on Memorial Day? The Rangers are not. They're the World Series champion. They got the day off. They can come back, rest up a little bit. And guess what? Tomorrow at Globe Life Field, it's a rematch of the World Series. That's right. The Diamondbacks are in town. Get your popcorn. It's going to be a show. To paraphrase T.O. So anyway, Rangers, again, back in action tomorrow at Globe Life Field. They get the W. Thank God they get the W. And they do it on the same night that the Dallas Mavericks get the W. They beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. Again, we beat Minnesota twice. We beat the Twins and we beat the T-Wolves. Mavericks do it. Oh, my God. I'm still hyped. I'm still up from last night's big victory. I was at the American Airlines Center, and you were watching this on TV. You live right across the street.
Right across
you
the
went
street.
walking around with everybody, all the fans going crazy.
Pre-game, absolutely. Yep, saw everybody out there in Victory Park, and I love when you can watch it on TV. You see the pan into Victory Park outside of PNC Plaza there at the American Airlines Center.
The Dirk statue, the Madonna statue. 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys Hotline. Tolos, we know you're out and about today. Some of you may be woozy. Some of you just might now be getting home. Some of
those cobwebs out.
Let me tell you something. That was an epic performance by Luka and Kyrie. Both of them scoring 33 points. That's 66 points. 66 points. By the way, we got some new news. I'm not going to necessarily call it breaking news, but I'm going to go ahead and do it just in case, keep the boss happy. Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Here's breaking news from Woj. Anybody watch the games, Derek Lively got hurt. In fact, Tim McMahon from ESPN last night tweeted out, Mavs rookie center Derek Lively left the arena to get a scan to evaluate the severity of a sprained neck. Lively is not in the NBA's concussion protocol at this point. Well, Woj has followed up about 15 minutes ago saying tests returned okay on Derek Lively's second neck, but his availability for Game 4 tomorrow night remains unclear, sources tell ESPN. Yes, nothing has changed as far as we know. The good part is he's okay. It's a sprained neck. It is not a concussion. When it happened, for those who didn't see the play or if you never heard about the play, it was definitely unintentional. It wasn't physicality. Derek Lively was falling down while Karl-Anthony Towns was going up for a rebound. Towns kicked him in the back of the neck accidentally. It was pure accident. This was not intentional. It wasn't even close. This was not a Dort falling on Luka play. This was Karl-Anthony Towns, who, by the way, did not have a good game for his standards, which is why they're in an 0-3 hole. We're talking about the T-Wolves. But Lively, man, Mavericks are going to need him down the stretch at some point. I'm not saying in this series in particular if they can. Hopefully they won't need him to close out the T-Wolves in some form or fashion. No team has ever not made the NBA Finals when they go up 3-0. But guess what? That does not mean they're going to get the sweep. No Lively means I would pump the brakes on a guaranteed sweep. You want to choke them out, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult with no Derek Lively. In fact, Karl-Anthony Towns, when Lively left the game, he just started going downhill.
Yeah, that's what's so interesting about the Karl-Anthony Towns struggles is you'd think a big guy like Karl-Anthony Towns, and that's what the TNT crew was getting after him for, because without Lively's presence,
you would think he'd go inside. You would think he would post up more, but he didn't.
Just wanted to,
Anthony Edwards did, but he couldn't carry the team by himself.
That's right.
And
I mentioned to shoot threes.
I mentioned the duo of Luka and Kyrie. And Stan Van Gundy, who was also on the call with Reggie Miller and the great Kevin Harlan, he said it from the start of the series. Arguably, they're the best offensive backcourt duo in NBA history. Well, guess what? After the game, Kyrie was asked, this would be cut number 4, about him and Luka being the best offensive duo, skilled duo in NBA history.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything if we don't win a ring together. And I say that very responsibly too. Not saying that we aren't great now, but there are other backcourts that are more deserving right now for that recognition. I think once we put a good run together and we can look back on it and reflect on it, then that'll be our time. But right now, I want to show a lot of respect to the guys that have come before us and have actually did it. And our time will come. We just got to keep putting in the work and continue to feed each other that positive affirmation and energy, and we'll go from there, man. But right now, we're just focused on enjoying the moment, enjoying how well we're playing as a team. And, you're seeing some special basketball from me and Luka, but we wouldn't be here without our teammates. So full-on team success, man.
Jake, I like the way you put that. What about you?
I was going to say that to me sounds like an individual that's secure, that is in a great headspace, that has the type of mentality you want from a leader of your team.
Sound like Yoda.
That's right. I know that's what we went with. That's what you went with earlier. I like that. But I also think that it shows the growth and maturity of Kyrie Irving as an individual, because make no mistake about it, it hasn't always been this way.
Exactly. He even put it best. Again, he's so loquacious. He put it best a couple of games ago when they asked him about how he feels at this point, how he seems at peace with everything. And he said, you know what? I've had an imperfect journey. That's the best way to put it. It's like, yes, because he has gone through the ups and downs. He's so much more mature. He's always been wise. He's got a very high basketball IQ. He's got a very high IQ anyway.
Very cerebral individual.
Very cerebral. But I think he's put it all together. He absolutely loves Dallas. He absolutely loves playing for Jason Kidd. For those who don't know, Jason Kidd was his childhood hero. Jason Kidd is the reason why he wanted to play for the Nets, because he grew up in New Jersey. Jason Kidd led the New Jersey Nets to the NBA Finals a couple of times. They didn't win at all against Shaq and the Lakers and Kobe, but they did. Jason Kidd did win a championship with Dirk. So he's always admired Jason Kidd, and he respects him more than any coach he's ever played for. Also, they were born on the same day. Also, he showed up out of the blue at J. Kidd's Hall of Fame induction. Nobody expected Kyrie to be there, and so he's got mad respect for Jason Kidd. And if you got your superstars, we're talking about Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving loving their head coach, and it gets no better than that. Jason Kidd was also asked, we got the Jason Kidd cut here. Jason Kidd was also asked about Luka and Kyrie, and he saves the best for last. Here's J. Kidd talking about this team's success so far with those two guys leading the way.
Well, I think when you talk about maturity, skill set, they fit. Kai's been around the block. He's been with great players. He doesn't mind being second or 1B. You just don't find that a lot of times in this league, and understanding that he will show when he needs to show, and he's done that with Luka this season. He's patient, he's calm, his energy is in a positive place. He loves Dallas, he loves this group of guys. He's mentoring the younger guys of what it means to be a pro. So, there's a debate out there, is this the best backcourt in NBA history? It's kind of cool. Doesn't happen all the time. It works. And for Luka, his skill set is like no other. I mean, he's pretty good too. And he's not afraid of the moment, but he's not afraid to being able to go to Kai and then understanding what he draws on the floor. You're not going to leave Luka, so that means it's a numbers game, and it's 4-on-4. And in this league, offense, when you're playing 4-on-4, the offense has the advantage. And so you look at coming down the stretch, make or miss, we got great looks with our quarterbacks being able to decide that. And it wasn't, that Luka wanted to shoot them all. He had his opportunities in game 2, and tonight Kai steps up and makes some big shots, but Luka also made some big shots. But just the trust that they have in one another is really cool to watch.
It's very cool to watch, and again, it's arguably the best offensive backcourt in NBA history, arguably, because as Kyrie put, they haven't won a championship yet.
That's right. I think that shows the maturity as well. That look, he started the comment with that. This doesn't mean anything. He said respectfully until we win a title, and I think, again, not to beat a dead horse, but that just shows the growth, the development, the maturity, and that he's in a really, really good spot. I also thought it was interesting on the telecast last night on TNT when Kyrie, right before he hit that big shot, the step back, and down the stretch, it was, I believe it was Stan Van Gundy or Reggie Miller. One of the analysts said, now, the great thing about this backcourt is you can trade off. You can take turns. Now it's Kyrie's turn. And sure enough, Kyrie gets the ball, goes off the bounce, step back, down.
Oh, it's awesome. The 940 total on 940 says, CA, the Mavs haven't been to 4 finals, and Steph and Klay are the best backcourt. I can argue and say you're right, because Steph are the Splash Brothers. But I will also say this. Klay is catch and shoot. You've got 2 guards, we're talking about Luka and Kyrie, that are quarterbacks, that are point guards that can take turns, taking over game. We're talking about dribbling. As you already know, Luka has his own tempo. He's the only guy that can dictate his own tempo, how he wants to go fast or go slow. And then Kyrie, the most skilled player of his generation. We're going to get some more into the Dallas Mavericks big win, because we're going to talk to Bobby Carella from DallasMavericks.com next hour. We can also talk to the radio voice of your Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, as well. Coming up next, though, it is Memorial Day. We're going to actually share a little bit more basketball, but we're also going to talk some barbecue, and how about some national anthems, because, hey, it is Memorial Day, and we are respecting and honoring those who lost their lives serving our country. It's coming up next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Chaub here by your friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thanks, Kevin. Chris Arnold. Jake Riekma. He's the newest guy of our host rotation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Chris Arnold again. Rai on the platforms, the social media platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey.com. We're here handling up for all the Tolos who are out and about and up and awake on a Memorial Day morning, a Monday morning. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injuries Attorney text line. We're taking your text. Let us know what you got going on. Coming up later in the show, we got the radio voice of your Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, joining us to talk about the game. We also have Bobby Corella from DallasMavs.com talking about last night's big game. We're going to talk to Stars, of course. We're going to go around the NBA, around the NFL. We got you down live and local. And I always like to say we talk about everything in the world of sports that you love to talk about. Football, baseball, basketball, hockey, golf, track, auto racing, horse racing, barbecue, and movie watching, because movie watching is a sport.
I learned that today, CA.
Oh, yeah.
The number of things I've learned from you in a short amount of time, I feel like I've learned and grown in the last 2 hours more than I ever expected.
I appreciate the compliment. Well, I'm going to tell you something else here. Okay, at the game last night, whenever they do the national anthem, and I'm bringing up the national anthem because this is Memorial Day weekend, and we're saluting those who lost their lives, giving the ultimate price, protecting our country, and our freedoms. And the family members and friends who are still around, we recognize that. But it's also a huge barbecue holiday. When I think about the national anthem and all these different games I've always covered, and I've covered like Super Bowls, World Series, NBA Finals, all these games, I've heard the national anthem more than any song in my life. I don't think I've gone a week in my life without hearing the national anthem. So last night at the game, another great rendition of the national anthem. Shout out to Michael Bortz and his crew. But also, I'm looking at on the sidelines and I see Jet Terry, who was in the NBA Finals with Dirk and Jason Kidd. And I see Jerry Stackhouse, and they're sitting together. And Jerry Stackhouse was with Dirk and Josh Howard when they went to the NBA Finals and lost to Shaq in the Miami Heat with Dwayne Wade. And then I remember this moment. I'll never forget this as long as I live. You know how the players line up facing each other in the basketball court, and for football, length of field. And they're facing each other, and they listen for the national anthem. One time, I'll never forget this. PA announcer says, ladies and gentlemen, here to sing the national anthem, please rise for the national anthem, is Jerry Stackhouse. And I'm not lying. Jerry stepped out from the line of the players. And the whole team, Dirk, what the hell? They're looking over, and all of a sudden, here comes Stack.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies' red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Go Mavs!
Jerry Stackhouse!
Who knew? I'm telling you, mic drop moment, place went nuts. And as I mentioned before, because I've covered so many sporting events all over the country and basically all over the world, I've heard the national anthem more than any other song in my life.
That was a
over all
great
these years.
rendition.
And it was a great
Shout out
rendition.
Stack.
Shout out to Stack. Hopefully he's going to be in the building tomorrow night, and maybe the Mavericks will sweep those Minnesota Timberwolves.
Why doesn't he do it again? Why doesn't he do the national anthem again tomorrow?
Maybe because it's already booked, but that would be very apropos if he would just step out of the crowd again. We don't even know if he's going to be at the game. Guess who will be at the game? I found this out. LeBron James will be at the game. He's going to be sitting over there where Patrick Mahomes was last night.
I was just about to say, it was a star-studded affair last night.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was there.
Let the rumors swirl.
Now, you know, because it's Memorial Day weekend, it's the first big barbecue holiday of the summer. It's officially barbecue holiday time, and I've got my list. Every year, I've got a list of the best barbecue places in America.
I've got my pen to write these down because that's what I need to do more of. I've been to a few, but I need to do more.
And just for you, I will give you a copy of this.
There we go. I don't even be diligently taking note.
Yeah. So with that being said, you see all these names? By the way, here in Texas, barbecue is king. And a lot of people, they grill their own barbecue. It's the thrill of the grill. They smoke their own barbecue. They get it done. But if you're somebody who just enjoys tasting it, and that's the other thing about me. I've eaten a lot of barbecue in my life, not just growing up eating barbecue in Oklahoma and Memphis, but I've always covered sports all over the country, and I'm always asking concierge or somebody in town, where's the best barbecue spot? It's usually a hole in the wall. It usually is. And that's the best. And if people know this. But here, let's start in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I'm going to give you my list. I'm going to give you some of the names, not all of them, in no particular order. You already know in Dallas, you can go to Off the Bone, Slow Bone, Blues Barbecue, Pecan Lodge, Terry Black's Barbecue, Smokey John's Barbecue, Baby Bag Shack, Oaked Barbecue, in Folk Party Worth, Goldie's Barbecue's taking the claim, Woodshed Smokehouse, Panther City Barbecue, Off the Bone, Dane's Craft Barbecue, Rick's Barbecue, Angelo's Barbecue, that's legendary, Heim Barbecue, Smokeaholics Barbecue is to die for. In Grapevine, the Carol's Texas Barbecue, Cadillac Barbecue in Farmers Branch, 1050 Barbecue in Richardson, Hutchins Barbecue, Arlington, and Globe Life Field. We already know about that. Hurtado Barbecue. Yeah, did I just say Hurtado? I don't want to skip over Lockhart Barbecue in Oak Cliff and Plano, Hutchins Barbecue McKinney, North Main Street Barbecue in Euless, Brisket Love in Plano, Meshack's Barbecue in Garland. I can go on and on. Harris Barbecue in Cedar Hill, Zavala's Barbecue in Grand Prairie, Tender's Smokehouse Barbecue in Salina. I'm just trying to tell y'all, there's a lot of them in Houston. You got to go to Goldie's. You got to go to Brooks Blood Brothers. You got to Drexler's. That's Clyde Drexler's barbecue place. You got to go to Gatlin's Barbecue. Truth Barbecue. In Austin, Franklin's Barbecue is legendary. La Barbecue. Estella Barbecue. Leroy and Lewis Barbecue. Elsewhere, you got to go in Oklahoma City to Leo's Barbecue and Bedlam Barbecue. Atlanta, Community Q. And Fat Matt's Rib Shack. Chicago, the Full Slab. Smokes Barbecue. New York City, it's dangerous in New York. They don't know what they're doing. They don't even smoke the barbecue. They cook it in the oven. They don't know what to do. But there's a few places you might try. Dinosaur Barbecue and Brooklyn, Juicy Lucy Barbecue, Hometown Barbecue. These are New York City. Denver's got GQ the Barbecue, Wayne's Smokestack. Detroit's got Slow's Barbecue, Vicky's Barbecue. Washington, D.C.'s got Backyard Smoke Spot, Money Muscle Barbecue. St. Louis got Pappy's Smokehouse. Naples, Florida's got arguably the best barbecue in the country. That's Micklebob's Barbecue. In Carolina, they put a lot of mustard on the barbecue. Get ready for that stuff. They call it gold sauce. All I got to say is it's not natural. And they do a lot of pulled pork. I got a whole bunch of barbecue spots. I'm running out of time. In North Carolina, like I said, you can go to Red Bridges Barbecue. In Beaumont, you can go to Charlie's Barbecue, College Station, 1775 Texas Pit Barbecue. Lockhart, you got a Cruise Market Barbecue. Waco, you got to go to Guest Family Barbecue. San Antonio Smoke Shack Barbecue. Time to go to Stanley's Famous Barbecue. El Paso, it's Desert Oak Barbecue. Elsewhere across the United States, Kansas City, Arthur Bryant's, Gates, Joe's Barbecue. That's Oklahoma's Joe. Joe's Barbecue, keeping it real. Phoenix got some Tex-Mex barbecue. Little Miss Barbecue is the best spot. Birmingham got that Dreamland barbecue. San Francisco got Black Bark Barbecue. Oakland got I Bring the Smoke Barbecue. LA's got Bloodsoul's Barbecue. Kevin Bloodsoul, he right here from Dallas Fort Worth. He running things out there. Swinging Doors Barbecues. Also Oklahoma, good barbecue as well. I've run out of time.
I can't wait to
I will
get a
have
copy
to
of that
post it.
list, though.
We got more Mavs. We got around the NBA, around the NFL next on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Ooh-wee! Oh, yeah. We're back. We're back with more live and local. This is 105.3 The Fan. I'm Chris Arnold along with Jake Riekma, Kevin Walker in the Pimp Cup. Right on those multi-platform social media, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey.com. We're here for you, the Tolos. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injuries Attorney hotline, or text line, rather. And we're here for you live and local because it may be a holiday for some people, but we are here for you. We cannot thank you enough for letting us ride shotgun with you and you and you as you get your day started. There are some people who might be getting together with family. They might be going to barbecue somewhere. You might be going to visit somewhere. And by the way, there's a difference between visiting a cookout and a barbecue. We'll get into that before the day is over with. There's a big difference. You're in Texas. I'm just going to be succinct. I love a cookout, but do not invite me to your barbecue if you don't have barbecue. That's a cookout. I love hot dogs and hamburgers, anything on the grill. That's great. But don't let my taste buds be thinking I'm going to get some brisket or some ribs or some such, and all you got is hamburgers and hot dogs. And by the way, if you're going to one of these things and you don't know what to bring, fellas, especially you don't know what to bring, you got to bring something. Do not bring potato salad. Nobody might like your potato salad. It may not travel. Potato salad's not known to travel. What you do is you bring red cups. You can never have enough red cups, and you also can bring ice. You never run out of ice. People need ice. You can never go wrong. Thank God you brought the ice. You might bring some cold beverages, but that's up to you. 877-881-1053. We are the home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Rangers ended their 6-game slide with a 6-2 win over the Twins in Minneapolis. They're not playing today, but they will resume action at the Globe Life Field when they take on, in a World Series rematch, the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Part of a nice little 8-game homestand as well.
Oh, yeah. They're back for a while.
Friendly confines of Globe Life Field. Maybe, they haven't played too well as of late. No secret. But maybe that win to avoid the sweep against Minnesota. Off day today. Get right mentally. Come back. 8 games at home. See what they do.
Exactly. And in Canada, up in Edmonton tonight, puck drops around 7:30. Your Dallas Stars looking to take the lead in the series, regain home ice advantage. Series tied 1 game apiece. They're taking on the Edmonton Oilers. And let me make another note here. We may have the Hockey Hawk in another hour. We're going to find out. At the same time, we will talk some more Stars because, again, you got a hockey background. And we're going to talk some more about the NBA. We're going to talk about the Dallas Mavericks. We're going to talk to Mavericks in detail. And then very next segment, we're going to be joined by Bobby Corella from DallasMavs.com. He's their digital media content editor. Can't wait to hear from Bobby. He was at the game last night with me. It's going to be off the chain. But we will go around the NBA and the NFL. It's a combo platter, a special Memorial Day edition of both. The first NBA news you need to know about, if you've been under a rock, your Dallas Mavericks are 1 win away from going to the NBA Finals for only the 3rd time in franchise history, the first time since 2011 when Dirk, Jason Kidd, Jed Terry, J.J. Barea, all of your favorite Mavericks, won the championship. What a gauntlet. And by the way, Dirk was at the game last night. Mavericks win. What was that final score again, Jake? I think it was 116
to 107.
Ding, 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 ding.
Closed the game on a 13-3 run.
Yes, they did. Again, we're going to get in major detail with that with Bobby Corella from DallasMavs.com in the next segment. But we have a note here. Everybody was concerned about Derek Lively II, the rookie sensation, our center. He got kneed in the head accidentally. It's pure accident. They showed the replays. This was not intentional. Karl Anthony Towns was going up to try to grab a rebound. Derek Lively was getting knocked to the floor, and he got kicked in the back of the head. It looked like it was a concussion. He was in the fetal position on the ground. The building was silent. They got him to his feet. He was woozy. They had his arms underneath 2 players, and they got him out of there and got him in the locker room. He did a x-ray, no CTE, wasn't in the protocol, no concussion. And according to Woj this morning, his availability is still up in the air. We just don't know.
Yeah, use the term okay to describe the test results, which that leaves a lot open for interpretation.
Does not mean he doesn't have a headache. It does not mean we don't know if he's turned his head to the left or to the right. We got a neck sprain here. So we'll keep you updated on the status. It will probably come down to a game time decision, and they probably want to announce that also for strategic reasons.
Right. There's a lot of gamesmanship going on this time of year, because the same is going on with the Pacers-Celtics series with Tyrese Halliburton for the Pacers.
That's right. The Pacers are hosting and trying not to get swept by the Boston Celtics. That tip-off is tonight around 7:30, and they're trying again to not get swept. Rick Carlisle is the head coach. Tyrese Halliburton, their all-star. He's got this groin injury or thigh injury, and he did not play in Game 3. They damn near won the game without him. It took a great defensive play by Drew Holiday from the Celtics for the Celtics to win that game, but the Celtics are in total control. They're up 3-0, just like the Dallas Mavericks are in the West, and we will see if they're able to close this thing out with a sweep.
I'm kind of looking at this series a couple of different perspectives because, and this shouldn't sound like I'm some big Pacers fan, but if I were a Pacers fan, you feel like you had a really good chance to win Game 1 and Game 3. In Game 3, they blew an 18-point second half lead in their own building where they had been really, really good. And so now, obviously, you're up the creek without a paddle, down 3-0. But the level of play that they've shown in 2 of the 3 games has been really competitive. And is there enough gas left in the tank to, even though you've had those 2 really difficult losses that you let get away, to put it all together and extend the series? I know Mavs fans would certainly hope for that because, not to get ahead of ourselves, but up 3-0, we know the history, 154-0. In all likelihood, Boston's moving on. It's just a matter of how much rest they'll have.
And a lot of people are kind of coming at Rick Carlisle saying, hey, he's kind of the reason why they've been blowing these leads that they've been having or blowing the momentum that they've been having.
Are you saying Rick Carlisle can't coach?
I'm not saying. I'm saying other people. I'm not saying any such thing. I did see, though, Rick Carlisle saying that, hey, NBA is logistically setting up a trophy presentation on our home court for Game 4, and he was like, that should pee off my players.
It
and
really
it should pee off the fans.
It really should, and that's motivation to not get swept, and then you try to play one game at a time because you don't know how injuries affect anybody. It would be the first time in history for a team to blow a 3-0 lead in a conference finals history. It just has never happened before. So the Mavericks and the Celtics are in really good shape. One thing about the Celtics, though, they know what it's like. Jason Tatum was talking about this yesterday. To be down 3-0, they were down 3-0 to Miami, and they tied that thing up. It went 7. Miami wound up winning it and going to the NBA Finals where they took on the Nuggets, and of course, Jokic and the Nuggets won the whole thing. The one thing about the Dallas Mavericks versus the Boston Celtics matchup, which could be interesting, and I'm only projecting because everybody knows they're not there yet. Both teams have to win one more game. But one thing that's interesting about that possible matchup is the Mavericks will go into that series as the Cinderella team, a team I call it special because nobody saw this happening back in February at the trade deadline. They did not see a team that, okay, we're just hoping not to get in the play-in. We just want to make sure we make the playoffs for sure. We're an offensive team. We don't have a great team defensively, let alone we have issues with rebounding. So they're like a Cinderella team. And on the other side, the Celtics, that's the team that has been to the NBA Finals. They've been to the Eastern Conference Finals 6 times. They got all this pressure on them. In fact, the debate in Boston amongst their pundits this year was, is this the most talented Celtics team of all time? Not the greatest. They don't have any rings. But 1 through 12, is this not the most talented? Guess what that is? That's called pressure.
Absolutely, because I think the big L word comes into play with Jason Tatum. People start talking about his legacy. Mm-hmm. Does he become a guy that's just really, really good player that never got it done? Or does he elevate his level of play to get that coveted ring? And pressure is a great way to put it. There's a lot of pressure on the Boston Celtics.
And here's another irony. Let's say the Celtics wrap this thing up tonight or rather quickly, in 5 games. They have an opportunity to bring somebody back with full rest. The Dallas Mavericks have the same situation. If they're able to wrap this thing up tomorrow night or 5 games at the most, maybe Luka's injured leg could heal. The other guy we're talking about is Luka's former partner in crime, Kristaps Porzingis, who's been out with an injury, with a hamstring.
Yeah, there's no secret. Obviously, that's a totally different team with him in the lineup. And like this time of the year, the war of attrition is real. And if you can buy yourself some extra extra days of rest, that is a huge, huge benefit moving forward.
Yeah, for both of those teams, that's like, okay, Porzingis will be back. That'll spread the floor. That'll give them the best chance to win. For the Dallas Mavericks, you got to have Luka. You don't want him to have any setbacks. With that being said, they also set back, and you'll have storylines. Everybody's got to have an angle, right? Luka and Porzingis, what could have been? Are they better off apart? Which one of those guys is going to get a championship first?
That's right. It's like that couple that breaks up, and they're both doing great.
Yeah.
But you always wonder, what if?
Yeah, and by the way, those guys are friends. It wasn't like they're Steve Nash and Dirk Nowitzki, which is what people wanted. They wanted them to be, the best buddies. They're not best buddies, but they were friends. They were good. But at the same time, it didn't work for various reasons. And then there's the other subplot, the return of Kyrie Irving to Boston, where he's a villain in Boston because it did not work out there when he and Gordon Hayward
yep.
were both traded there. And that core that's in existence right now in Boston, they were able to win without those guys when they were both hurt. And then Kyrie, of course, on his imperfect journey, as he put it, he was not beloved in Boston.
Right. When we were talking about Kyrie earlier, and you talked about how well it's worked out in Dallas, I think there's a sincere, there's value in the way this fandom embraced him and welcomed him with open arms. And while every fan base is a little bit different, I don't think that was ever even part of the equation in Boston, which impacts every player a little bit differently, but I think it negatively impacted Kyrie when he was in Boston.
The 956 from the Franklin Frankel injury attorneys text line says Kyrie has a chance to get his revenge on Boston, and 956 says also Porzingis has a chance to get his revenge on the Mavericks. It's going to be interesting if both of those teams do what they're supposed to do, which
we
is
need
win.
to put that caveat in there.
Yeah.
They're three. It takes 4 to advance, and they've both won 3 games. They're in a great spot. They're up 3-0. But you got to win that 4th and final game.
You got to win that 4th and final game. Game 4 for the Mavericks is tomorrow night at 7:30 at the American Airlines Center. And, of course, tonight, 7:30 in Indianapolis for the Pacers and the Celtics. Let's talk about the NFL. Let's go around the NFL.
Let's do it. Let's do a little NFL action here on 105.3 The Fan and the Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. The Bleacher Report came out with the most dangerous addition for every single NFL team, Chris.
Dangerous as in good or dangerous as in uh-oh? Everybody better watch out. That team's going to be on a mission.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah, you could also make the case that the word dangerous there, is it dangerous for the team? I mean, is it dangerous that the Cowboys added Ezekiel Elliott and they're expecting that to be the answer in the running back position? That sounds a little bit dangerous to me.
To me, I think, and I think most people know this, he's not going to be the starting running back. He's just going to be the guy for the dirty yards and on the goal line. They still haven't finished that puzzle, but they better do something because that that running back by committee ain't going to work.
So Bleacher Report named Tyler Guyton, whom they drafted in the first round, made that trade with Detroit to land him to play left tackle as the most dangerous addition for the Dallas Cowboys.
Is that a plus or a minus? In other words, that's an X factor. Is that what you're saying?
Right. We'll go, I think impactful would have been a better headline here. We'll go most impactful.
But I like, you got to get the clicks, right? So, dangerous. I think that's very interesting because literally he's got tremendous upside, but they need him to play well now to replace Tyron Smith.
Absolutely. Another notable one, the Bills adding Keon Coleman through the draft because the departure of Stephon Diggs. Obviously, that wide receiver room is going to look a lot different. And Keon Coleman originally played at Michigan State. I remember watching him for the Spartans before he transferred to Florida State. And felt like his draft stock fell a little bit down the stretch. And now he's put in a position with, an MVP caliber quarterback and Josh Allen, and maybe he bursts onto the scene as a dangerous rookie.
He better do something. And by the way, Diggs is down with the Houston Texans now, and the Diggs brothers will, if they stay healthy, get a chance to compete each other in November. It'll be the Texans versus the Cowboys. Trayvon Diggs was at the Mavericks game last night.
Who wasn't at the Mavericks game last night?
Travis Kelce's wife-to-be was not there. Taylor Swift was not there.
That's right.
Travis was there himself, though. And I already mentioned that Patrick Mahomes and Brittany were there. So was Ezekiel Elliott. Amari Stoudemire was also there. Quite a few people were at that game. Another dangerous situation.
All right, while we're talking Houston Texans, they added edge rusher Danielle Hunter.
Ooh.
Listen, I think the Texans were really, really close last year.
They were.
And now you've got the formula of a quarterback on a rookie deal in C.J. Stroud, allows you to spend on other positions like they did here with Hunter, who played really well in Minnesota prior to coming to Texas or to the Houston Texans. It'll be interesting to see the impact and how dangerous he can be.
You got another dangerous one before we get out of here?
Yeah, this one was interesting because another rookie whose draft stock kind of went all over the place, and he has a great, fun name to say, Laiatu Latu out of UCLA.
Laiatu Latu.
That's right. Who will be playing for the Indianapolis Colts, who I think this is a year where the Colts have to take a step forward with Anthony Richardson in his second season.
If he's healthy.
If he's healthy. And that's a team where you kind of been waiting for them to take a step forward. And Laiatu Latu, again, he led college football in sacks last year, had some injury issues, which is why I think his draft stock fell a little bit, but he's got a chance to make an impact right away.
I love that list because people do love lists. Guess what? When we come back, we're going to dive some more into the Dallas Mavericks game, get some details for you, including what is the latest on Maxi Kleber's situation. We'll talk to Bobby Carrella from DallasMavs.com next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by Window Nation and the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thanks, Kevin. That's Kevin Walker in the Pimp Cup. Chris Arnold along with Jack Rietma. We're here for Sean and RJ and Bobby. They're off today. It's a holiday, but guess what? We're here for all the Tolos, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injuries Attorney text line. I can't tell you enough. Everybody in Dallas-Fort Worth, North Texas, these are the good old days. Mavericks, Stars, conference finals. It don't get no better than that. And let me tell you something. We got on our hotline, on our D&M leasing hotline, the digital content manager of your Dallas Mavericks, DallasMavs.com, my buddy, Bobby Carella. How you doing, Bobby?
Chris, I'm doing well today, man. I'm doing really well. Not a single dang complaint in the whole wide world.
Have you had any sleep? Jake and I have had very little sleep. We could not have any alcohol because we had a morning show to do, but I know you've had no sleep, have you?
Oh, no, man. No, I haven't had sleep in like a month and a half, but you know what? The boys are making sure that it's worth it.
It is definitely worth it. By the way, before we get into the X's and O's of last night, and Jake's got a million questions for you, have you heard anything new about Derek Lively II and his strained neck? Because everybody's concerned about his situation and his status.
No, there's no news yet. You know, I'm sure that there will be a little more word later today, but you know, on the one hand, obviously it's a neck injury, and so you want to be as careful with that as you possibly can. But on the other, it's the playoffs, and so just like, you know, with Maxi Kleber, who I know has been reevaluated at some point because it's been more than 3 weeks since his shoulder injury, there's just really no reason for the Mavs to tip their hand at any point. So, you know, I suppose basically if you hear someone say that Lively is out or that Maxi is out, then that's pretty definitive. But otherwise, it just kind of behooves the Mavs to say, he's questionable, and then leave the Wolves guessing. You know, you don't want to tip your hand at all. You don't want to give out any more information than you need. So, you know, I would say in cases like this, no news is good news.
Bobby, Jake Rietma with you here. Appreciate you being on, man. And just as the Mavs kind of play this one forward, you kind of have two different mindsets with Lively in the lineup or without. Let's say game 4, hypothetically, they prepare to play without Lively. What type of impact does that have leaving for Gafford? I mean, he was great last night. Can he continue to sustain that level of play in your mind?
He's going to have to. You know, if Lively doesn't play, basically what the Wolves did for the majority of game 3 is just double team and blitz Luka all the time, you know, off every screen and roll. And they were doing it very aggressively, like pushing Luka almost all the way out to midcourt. Now, somehow that dude still ended up with 33 points despite that, which is just unbelievable. But if the Wolves are going to commit to defending Luka like that, maybe even if they're going to dial up the pressure on Kyrie a little more, you know, Gafford is going to have to make a lot of plays in the short roll, whether it's attacking the basket himself or looking to pass, swing the ball, keep the offense moving. You know, and that's one aspect of Lively's game that, as a rookie, has just really impressed me. And I know, you know, a lot of fans are very impressed with his ability to just read the floor, you know, make these passes, keep the offense moving in those situations. Gafford, that's not necessarily his strong suit compared to Lively. He's a much better finisher around the rim, active on the glass and all that. So, if Lively's out, then Gafford and potentially Dwight Powell. I don't know about maybe even Markieff Morris, or if they go small with PJ Washington at the 5. Those guys are going to need to be prepared to make a lot more plays because, I think after the Wolves saw what Luka and Kyrie did to them last night, I'm just not sure that they can, single cover those guys again and dare them to score 66 combined because Luka and Kyrie are going to do that if they leave them one-on-one.
We're talking with Mavs.com digital content director Bobby Carrello. This is 105.3 The Fan. And Bobby, you and I were talking before the game in the pregame show we do to the crowd in the arena about how different role players are going to have to step up. And I thought arguably the biggest shot in the game was P.J. Washington's corner 3. I thought Luka had the dagger with the lob to Daniel Gafford. But that corner 3, can you talk about what P.J. Washington was doing low-key through the whole game until he hit that big 3?
Yeah, I mean, through 2 games, P.J. Washington and Derrick Jones Jr. had combined to take only 17 threes total. In the OKC series, they were combining to take like 14 or 15 of those per game, and almost all of them were wide-open corner 3s because the Thunder were putting a lot of high pressure, especially on Kyrie, but also Luka to an extent as well. The Wolves, meanwhile, through those first 2 games, they were kind of hugging those corner shooters, and to their detriment. I mean, there was a lot of dunks. There's a lot of space underneath the screens that Gafford and Lively were diving into. And so I think after game 2, Chris Finch was like, enough is enough. Let's take away those dunks. But that you got to give up something in the NBA. The court is just too big and teams space the floor too well. And so from the opening tip, I think the first basket of the game for the Mavs was a P.J. Washington 3, and the next one was a Jones 3. Like, those guys were getting touches in their comfort zone very early on. And you saw, it manifested in Jones had, 9 or 10 points. P.J. Washington had 16 points. That's the most they've had in any game this series, and, a lot of it was just wide-open jumpers. So if the Wolves are going to allow that, you have to knock those shots down because if those guys miss, let's say Washington starts 0 for 4 and Derrick Jones is like 1 for 3 or 1 for 4, then the Wolves are just going to keep leaving them open. And then all of a sudden Luka and Kyrie's job becomes tougher. The roll-man's job becomes tougher. The offense can get gummy. It can bog down. And then the next thing you know, you can lose a game. So if the Wolves are going to leave those guys open, they have to be prepared to knock those shots down. And obviously, a huge reason why they won the game was not only because of that late 3 that PJ hit, but also because of all the other 3s that they were hitting throughout the game.
Bobby Carrello of Mavs.com with us on the DMD Leasing Hotline. Bobby, I want to flip it over to the Minnesota side of things. Obviously, the struggles of Karl Anthony Towns have been well documented, and another tough night shooting for him last night. And, he said some things post-game that maybe if you're a Minnesota Timberwolves fan might rub you the wrong way type of thing. But let's talk about it from a Mavs perspective. What have they done defensively on him so well that is attributed to his struggles in this series?
I want to give credit where it's due, but it does feel like Towns is just missing a lot of shots. He's gotten away from the defense, and the defense has lost him a couple times. Not many times. It's not like they're just leaving him wide open or anything, but in the chances he's had, like the super clean looks, he just has not been able to knock enough of them down, and that's obviously been a huge determining factor in this series so far. But P.J. Washington has tried to get up in him, and sometimes that has meant that Towns is able to floor it and, get past him because P.J. is out just a little too far. But, otherwise it's just made it tough. He hasn't had a lot of clean looks, I guess I should say. He's missed almost all the clean looks he's gotten. Like, I think last night he was like 0 for 8 or 0 for 9 from 3, which is just unheard of. He's like a career, 40-something% three-point shooter. But, I guess the good defense was once defined to me as not necessarily the shots that you do allow, but the shots that you don't allow. And I guess through 3 games, the fact that you could probably count on 1 or 2 hands the number of just super clean, like as soon as the guy's rising to shoot it, you're like, oh man, that's definitely going in. Like Towns has maybe only had like 5 or 6 of those shots through 3 games. And that, whenever you're a guy that's kind of struggling and you would just trade your kingdom for a clean look and you just can't get one, I guess that's been a big deal, and they have to keep guarding him. They have to keep staying home on him and taking those shots away no matter what he's shooting. because if he gets going, I mean, he can score 30 points in like 7 minutes just from getting hot from. I mean, he's that good. We saw Naz Reid basically do that in game 2. I mean, Towns is that level of shooter. And so, if you're the Mavs, hey, job's not finished on Towns yet, job's not finished on Naz Reid, you got to keep bringing the intensity, because if those guys heat up, it could spell doom for your defense.
I personally think, and this is my theory alone, that Dirk in the building is his kryptonite. Karl-Anthony Towns cannot make threes when the greatest big man shooter of all time is staring him down from front row.
Well, we need MFFLs to fundraise and get Dirk another ticket to Game 4.
Exactly. Make that happen. There is a guy, though, that did step up for the Minnesota Timberwolves. That'd be Anthony Edwards. He had a Jordan-like dunk, but he also stepped up by going, I think he was 11 out of 24. He had 26 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists, just showed a triple-double. He showed up, but I don't think he's enough to carry him. And, again, we know Minnesota's not going to go away. I personally think without Derek Lively, we don't know if he's going to play or not. It's going to be real hard to sweep this team, even though they are vulnerable and the Dallas Mavericks are on fire. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in the second half, the Wolves were getting to the rim a little too much. I mean, the perimeter defense was a little shaky, and now normally you can count on Gafford and Lively back there to protect the rim, but for a long stretch in that second half, Minnesota was going with Towns and Reed in the front court. Gobert was on the bench, and so they were spacing the floor, and that just makes rotation and help, especially at the rim, a lot tougher. And in the minutes when Dwight Powell was out there, or at one point the Mavs went to P.J. Washington at the 5, they were playing super small. There was just not enough size and length around the rim. Ant had that nasty dunk, and that was on Gafford, actually. It looked like Gafford got a little bit of a late read on the play, or maybe Ant just took off sooner than he thought or something. But it was just a little too easy, and so – this Mavs defense has been really, really, really good for like 2.5 months now. But one area they've really struggled in is against teams that can space the floor with 5 good shooters. And the Wolves can do that with Conley, Ant, McDaniels, and then 2 big guys. So the Mavs still have to clean some stuff up. They've had Gafford and Lively back there to kind of bail them out in times where they make a mistake or they get blown by or whatever. But if you're not going to have Lively back there, then everyone else needs to step up their game too. And I guess it remains to be seen, in Game 4, is Minnesota going to come out and say, hey, why not us? Why can't we be the first one? Or are they going to be a little nervous and maybe the game will be there for the taking? I mean, we'll find that out from the tip, but the Mavs have to plan for a desperate Wolves team, and they found something offensively in the second half, and so the Mavs have to be able to sniff that out and put a stop to it.
Absolutely. Bobby Krell of Mavs.com with us on the DMM Leasing Hotline. Bobby, we've talked about some role players, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't, and I don't even know how to form this into a question for you, but talk about the greatness of Kyrie and Luka. They combined for 66 again last night.
Clutch.
In your mind, what do you compare this type of run that they're on to, and are we in fact witnessing perhaps the best backcourt of all time?
Man, I mean, they're amazing. They're amazing. I literally don't know what else to say. I think we agree that Kyrie and Luka, they're good. They're pretty dang good. Last night, they combined for 21 in the fourth quarter. The Wolves, as a team, scored 20. So, they just outscored them. In Game 1, Luka had 15 in the fourth quarter. In Game 2, I think Kyrie had 12 or 13. And then, again, last night, they combined for 21. I mean, they are 2 of the, if not the 2 best closers in the NBA. They're 2 of the best closers we've ever seen. I guess the closest thing that I can compare this to is basically if you took Dirk and cloned him. The Mavs have 2 Dirks out there. That's literally it. 2 guys that can create their shot from anywhere on the floor that have basically solved offense. You can't double team them because they'll make the right pass. You can't drop because they'll step into the shot. You can't blitz because they'll just dribble around you. You can't switch because they'll hunt the mismatch. There's nothing they cannot do.
Yeah, they got huge IQs. They're just basketball IQs is off the charts. And you just mentioned about all the different ways they can beat you. There have been some comps out there. We even had a Tolo text in and say, hey, what about the Splash Brothers, Steph and Clay? Clay doesn't create his own shot. He's a catch and shoot guy. And don't get me wrong, Steph is generational. But you've got 2 guys like Luka and Kyrie in their prime. Well, Luka just getting into his prime. This is just some sick stuff to deal with.
Yeah, and one big difference between Steph and Clay and Luka and Kyrie is that Luka and Kyrie are not only tasked with giving the Mavs 60 points, sometimes more. Last night it was 66. but they're also tasked with basically making every single pass too.
Yeah.
I mean, they carry such an unprecedented offensive load, and that's not a good or a bad thing. That's just how the team is built. That's how they run their offense. But, one of these two guys, sometimes both of them, have to make almost every single offensive decision on every single possession, every single game. Like, they are doing it all for the Mavs. Now, the role players are stepping up, make no mistake. I mean, they're not here without PJ, Jones, Gafford, all that. But those guys do so much every single time down the floor, and yet they still have the juice to buy in on defense. They're both defending at a higher level than I've ever seen them play. They're both finishing games in the fourth quarter. Like, Ant, to your point, last night had a huge third quarter. In the fourth quarter, until a last-second layup whenever the game was already decided, he only took 2 shots in the fourth quarter. Luka and Kyrie scored 21 points. I mean, there's levels to this, and those guys are just showing that, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. The fourth quarter is where your money is made, and the Mavs in this series have trailed inside the final 5 minutes of all 3 games, and yet they have won all 3 games because they have the 2 best fourth quarter players in the NBA. And until they lose a close game, we can pretty confidently say that.
Bottom line, they are getting it done. They know how to close out these games. And it's an amazing thing when you think about how great offensively those two guys are. And yet this is the #1 defense in the NBA since the first week in March. It's unbelievable about how the different ways they can win and beat you. And the coaching staff are just pushing all the right buttons. Jay Kidd's coaching his ass off.
Yeah, I mean, basically, your offense can have 2 premier superstars, but it's only going to be as good as the role players allow it to be. Those guys are all stepping up. Likewise, you can have as many big, badass dudes on defense, but it's only going to be as good as your weakest links allow it to be. And Luka and Kyrie are the guys that teams target, but those 2 guys have not allowed like a single easy basket this whole playoff. Like, they're buying in. Everybody's buying in. Everybody is elevating their game. And you have to credit the players for that, but you also have to credit Jay Kidd and the coaching staff for, creating the culture that would make these guys want to buy in. It's really easy to say, hey, if you just try super hard, we can win the championship. But it's another thing to get that message across and see that play itself out on the floor. And everything right now is working. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to do anything to ruin it or whatever. But, like, vibes are at an all-time high. Buy-in is at an all-time high. Our sleep is at an all-time low. But like I said, man, it's worth it.
Hey, you made it go full circle, Bobby. We can't thank you enough for joining us. Bobby Karalla of DallasMavs.com. Bobby, I'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, I'll see you then.
That is the great Bobby Karalla on our D&M leasing hotline. And guess what, Jake? We got a segment here that you've been rubbing your hands for the last 24 hours.
I have.
What we got coming up for the Tolos?
Well, I need a little bit of help too. So make sure all the Tolos are dialed in here because it's going to be my first summer in Dallas, in the Metroplex, in DFW. I'm a big bucket list kind of guy. I'm a list kind of guy.
People do love lists.
I love lists. So we're going to work on a little Dallas summer list of must-do things.
Next on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin Walker, he's out that Pip Cup holding things down for us. Chris Arnold along with Jake Riepma. Jake Riepma joining the show for the first time ever from Detroit, Michigan. Welcome to town, by the way. And really quick, for all the totals out there, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Franco Injuries Attorney text line. We want to hear from you on a Memorial Day weekend holiday. We also want to say shout out to all of the families and friends of those who serve this country, giving their life the ultimate price to protect our freedoms. This holiday is in honor of you. It's also a barbecue holiday. Welcome to Texas. The other thing I want to note is we are the home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Rangers stop a 6-game losing streak by beating the Twins in Minnesota yesterday. The final score 6-2. Corey Seager going yard twice. And we're still feeling the immaculate vibes of the Dallas Mavericks' big win, the huge win over the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. We're going to hear from the voice of the radio voice of the Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein. And before that, at the top of the hour, we're going to hear from the Hockey Hawk himself, the co-host of Spits and Suds. That is the official Odyssey Hockey Dallas Stars podcast. You don't want to miss it. He's our boss, Gavin Spittle. We're going to break down the Stars game in Edmonton tonight. But first,
I'm looking forward to that.
But first, let me go ahead and get to you.
You know what?
You were here,
CA,
and you say you're here for the first time ever in the summertime in Texas.
That's right. So I've been here, a couple months now, starting to get my feet underneath me. But people have told me that the summer is just a whole different ball game on a lot of different levels. So I got to be ready. I think preparation is key. So I also need some help to prepare.
By the way, you're not the first person to move down here to Texas. They're not the last one. A lot of people who move down here, they always say, I wasn't born in Texas, but got here as fast as I could.
As fast as I could.
So there's a lot of people who might be new to the area right now, haven't spent the summer in North Texas. So you're actually helping a lot of people out.
All right, we're all in this together then, and I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm going to need the Tolos help for this one on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys texting line. Get in touch with us, 43733, because I want to know the best and must-do items on your Texas summer bucket list. And there's already some coming in.
Oh, yeah.
First and foremost, I got to make sure the AC is working.
That's the number one thing. If you think it's going to be hot today, because it was hot yesterday, like 95 degrees yesterday at one point, and it's all humid. By the way, it's not always as humid it is right now. Right now, this is kind of like Houston weather because it's all humid. Mm-hmm. It can get humid, but it's always hot. You're going to get 100 degrees before August is over with.
Right. And already a text coming in, the humidity we have up here is not as different than it is in Detroit, and I have not experienced that.
What's the hottest it's gotten for you in Detroit?
Every now and then it'll top out to the low 90s in the summer, but we got all the lakes. We're always by the water, so that is how you would combat that. But this heat, a whole different.
By the way, there's a lot of lakes out here in Texas.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. The Tolos know a lot of people probably out at the lake today.
Absolutely.
I could name a lake in this area, Lake Louisville. I could Joe Pool Lake. I can name all these different lakes. You want to hear something crazy? Texas is a big state, right? Every lake in the state of Texas, except for one, is man-made.
That's incredible.
It's absolutely amazing. The only lake that's not man-made is Lake Cato or Cato Lake, which is bordering Louisiana and Texas. Everything else, man-made. Possum Kingdom, beautiful, man-made.
Interesting. All right, so that's one thing that will be on my summer bucket list then for sure, to get out to some lakes. Also love playing golf, and maybe people might be saying it's too hot to play golf in the summer, because in Michigan it's the opposite. That's the only time we can play.
In fact, our own RJ Choppy, he usually has a little junket where he gets away to northern Michigan in the summer to play a little golf.
I heard about that. He goes up to the Traverse City area. There's some great golf up there for sure.
So if you're going to play golf, you just got to make sure you have the proper beverages, if you will, to
first of all, not pass out.
Yeah, right.
And also relieve that heat. We got another total from the 903 says skydiving at Skydive Dallas and White Wright, Texas is a must do. Believe it or not, I have done that.
Really?
I have done that twice. I have skydived twice. One time while I was on the air broadcasting.
No way.
I am not afraid
That's incredible.
of jumping.
I've gone skydiving one time.
There you go.
In northern Michigan over some lakes, but I'll have to check that out. Skydiving. That's not even a little thing. That's something you put on the calendar and you're gearing up for that.
That's your bucket list for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody says water, beer, and sunscreen.
I got that formula down.
And all caps 469. Drink water. Another 682 says go to the Coyote Drive-In. When's the last time you went to a drive-in, or have you ever been to a drive-in?
As a kid, I went a couple of times. But actually, I just went out this past weekend to Fort Worth, the Stockyards.
Yes, they got a drive-in that way.
Yeah, I had been out there one other time, but that was when I knew I was a long way from home. In a good way. In a good way.
The Stockyards, that's my home. That's my backyard.
That's where you hold it down.
There you go. Look out.
All right.
He goes out there doing some boot scooting.
There you go.
You know what boot scooting is?
I was made aware of what that was this weekend.
Tell everybody who doesn't know what a boot scoot is. That's where you go do some dancing.
That's really my girlfriend made it clear that I need to work on my dancing.
This ain't Texas. You gotta hold them. Down, 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 down.
All right, this text says I've teed off in Texas at 29 and 109. So there you go. You just got to know.
Lots of temperatures. It was very extreme. So you got the Tolos, they got your back.
Absolutely. I
And
appreciate that.
the bucket list continues the rest of the show. Keep texting in and letting Jake know what he needs to do and prepare for this summer. But coming up next, tonight, we all know what we're all going to be doing. We're going to be watching some hockey up in Edmonton. But guess what? We're going to be listening to the Hockey Hawk break it down for us next on 105.3 The Fan.
How about some commercial free?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Woo-wee! KNC Masterpiece off until tomorrow, and we are in for them. Who are we? I'm Chris Arnold, along with Jake Riepma and Kevin Walker on the ones and twos in the Pimp Cup. We got Rai on the platforms, the social media platforms, Twitch, YouTube, and Odyssey.com. We are here for you and you and you, all the Tolos. Thanks for letting us ride shotgun with you on the Memorial holiday weekend. Today is Monday. A lot of you are working. Oh, yeah, it's a gig economy. There are people who are working. There are people who are off. There are people who still haven't recovered from last night. Dallas Mavericks' thrilling win. One victory away from making it to the NBA Finals. They beat the Minnesota T-Wolves. We're going to hear from the radio voice of your Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, in the very next segment. But also, we are the home of the Texas Rangers, the World Series champion Texas Rangers, who won yesterday in Minnesota against the Twins. They win 6-2, stopping a 6-game slide. Hero of that game, how about your World Series hero, Corey Seager? Who knows what would have happened if he hadn't hit those 2 home runs? I guess we'll never know. I just had to do that. And there's a big game tonight. We've got the Dallas Stars in Edmonton. The series locked at 1 game apiece. And to talk about the Dallas Stars, we got the hockey office. Our boss, Gavin Spittle, joins us. Gavin, what's happening, man?
Stick tap to you guys. Stick tap to all that have served. We love you all. Memorial Day is an awesome day to celebrate our armed troops and watch some hockey.
Mm-hmm. And let me tell you something, nothing better than having on the co-host, the main host of the Spits and Suds podcast, the #1 hockey podcast on Odyssey.com, our boss, Gavin Spittle. Hey, Gavin, this thing is going kind of like what you were saying. We got to have some help defensively, and the Dallas Stars got some help from Ottinger, of course, in goal. And, of course, those last 2 periods in Game 2 were just lights-out defense.
Yeah, it really is a feeling out process, this playoffs for the Dallas Stars, and you can see throughout the games that they get better and better and make the adjustments necessary if it's against Vegas or if it's against Colorado. And you saw an adjustment the other night where in the first game there were a lot of shots coming from the outside, and you know, this second game they got in tighter. And third period was really interesting because if Edmonton had won that, they're going up 2-0. Up to Rexall in Western Canada, but it's 1-1. Now we see the Dallas Stars on the road. They're the best road team in the NHL. And I agree, Chris, they were much better defensively in Game 2, and Ottinger shines as he always does. We can't say enough about that goalie. Mm-hmm. I think sometimes we take him for granted and expect him to stop everything, but his goals against this playoffs is just over 2. His save percentage well above 900. He's playing great this playoff. Sure, goalies are going to have bad games. And guess what? Hockey series usually go to 6 or 7 because they're so tight. But at the same time, at the end of the day, I'll certainly take Jake Ottinger any day.
By the way, in this series alone, he's turned away 63 of 67 shots, including those 28 saves the other night.
Gavin, we appreciate you being on with us, and this is a fun part of the series because as it shifts back to Edmonton, it feels like it's that chess match going on right now between the 2 coaching staffs. And given some of the Stars' offensive prowess that they showed throughout the course of this playoffs, and really, I mean, against Colorado, we haven't seen a ton of offense from the Stars in the first 2 games of this series. What type of adjustments do you expect Peter DeBoer and the coaching staff to make to maybe bring out a little bit more on the offensive side of things?
Well, actually, let's start with Edmonton because their coach, Knobloch, yesterday made it a point in the post-game press conference to talk about the lack of penalties being called. And the reason that he did that, I actually think it's a really, really smart move. Edmonton has advanced in the first 2 rounds because of their power play. Mm-hmm. And one thing the Stars are not allowing is Edmonton to go on the power play. The Stars actually became one of the least penalized teams. So that's one of the adjustments that they've made in this series. They're not going to allow Edmonton the power play that has been chugging at over 30% clip, which is unreal, and winning them some games. So I think that was a purpose statement to try to get a call or two. I think it was actually very smart by the Edmonton coach, Knobloch, to do that. Countering the Stars, a couple of moves that they made as far as adjustments from game 1 to game 2. You saw Chris Tanev and Esa Lindell maybe not have the best game 1 necessarily, on the ice for the Edmonton goals, but I thought they really locked down in game 2. And I thought also Harley on the defensive side, as well as Heiskanen, played really well against McDavid and Draisaitl. They also did a better job. Pete DeBoer made an adjustment, and you'll see it again tonight. I think a lot of fans get disappointed when they see dump and chase. In other words, what that means is you basically lift it over the defenseman's head and cause them to go backwards to get it into the zone. But when you look at game 1, the Stars were really clogged up in the neutral ice area, basically the middle of the ice, and they struggled to get in. So expect some more dump and chase, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, because that allows them to get into the zone. They have the speed. They have some deep forecheckers that are really intense in Wyatt Johnston and Logan Stankoven that can go in there. And, I think they can be effective. They have to play as much ice in the Edmonton offensive side. And one of the things that they did was they did a better job of tiring out Edmonton, making them work in their defensive zone, which limits you offensively. If you're on the ice for 35 seconds trying to get it out of your zone, you're going to be tired and you're going to be looking for a change rather than push up ice.
I love the strategy. And speaking of strategy, and you mentioned Wyatt Johnston, the strategy of when and if and how Rupe Hintz is going to play. Have you heard anything new? And we know it's a cat and mouse kind of game and being coy, but are there any hints that he might play tonight or maybe the next game?
Yeah, absolutely. He's on the trip, and that's great.
There you
go. But we do have to say that with caution because Yanni Hakanpää has also taken some trips. But that allows you to go through morning skate. That allows, and Pete DeBoer said it's a game time decision. So I don't think they're going to force the issue, but I know he's close. And a lot of people thought that maybe he'd go the other night. I could see him going in one of these games, but at the same time, I don't think they're going to push it, nor should they, because, you don't want to aggravate something, and you don't want to push him back too fast. What Rupe Hintz does for this Stars offense, he provides a lot of speed. And, obviously, when he enters the lineup, everyone drops down. So the Stars already have outstanding depth, and it gets even better. One of the adjustments, we talked about adjustments that Pete DeBoer also made. Radek Faksa couldn't go the other night, and they brought in Ty Dellandrea. And I think that people forget that Ty Dellandrea was a number 1 pick for the Stars a few years back. And we think of number 1 picks, and they're all going to flourish and have 50, 60 points. But one of the things that Ty Dellandrea really provides is energy. And if you look at game 1, that energy was kind of lacking at times. They did push in the third period, but you did see a lot more energy of the Stars. So I really like Ty Dellandrea in the lineup. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ty Dellandrea stays in the lineup for this game 3 because, you're on the road. And like I said, the Stars are the best team on the road. But one of the things that as fans, when we watch the game, it's called the 10-minute rule. You have to withstand the early crowd. You have to withstand the 10 minutes of the game in which Edmonton's going to have all the adrenaline. If you can do that and if you can survive the first period, I think you'll be fine. The Stars have shown that they don't let these things faze them when they're on the road.
Yeah, Gavin, you mentioned how good the Stars have been on the road throughout the entire playoffs. One thing I wanted to ask you about, and before I even ask the question, I know there's lots of different ways to impact a game other than being in the score sheet, but Joe Pavelski's struggles have been pretty well documented, and it feels like he's close to breaking out, and we know the decorated resume that he has. But in your estimation and in your eyes, when you watch these games, what can Joel Pavelski do to break out and impact the game from a scoring standpoint?
Well, just like Edmonton, the Stars haven't been on many power plays, and the Stars did make an adjustment, and they put Joe Pavelski on the second power play unit, and that's big rather than the first. So, not as much power play time. I love Joe Pavelski because he goes into the dirty area, and I think that's what'll get him going. And what it means, the dirty area is the crease out by about 10 feet. The Stars have not been able to get the puck to Pavelski as far as that high tip that he's so good at, that he works in practice. And you know what? At times, unfortunately, against a speedy team like Edmonton, a veteran like Joe Pavelski might look slower on the ice. But here's the thing, guys. If you took Joe Pavelski out of the lineup, you're taking a guy that has played numerous playoff games throughout an illustrious career. And you're taking out that veteran experience, not just on the ice, but in the room. And let's not forget about the Wyatt Johnston equation, because Wyatt Johnston is now just 21 years old. Think about that, how much time he spends with Joe Pavelski. And they just don't live together. They hang out and spend time, and it's a family thing. So think of it as a 21-year-old and when we were 21 years old. If something happens to the person that took you in and took care of you, now all of a sudden it's a healthy scratch. I'm not saying that it would affect Wyatt Johnston's psyche, but when we take a step back, it certainly could. So why in the Western Conference Finals would you mess with that? And the other thing is, Joe Pavelski's been playing pretty good defense as far as, as a forward. So I think Joe Pavelski's a good two-way player. Sean and I talked about this. He had a good defensive game the other night. So I'm not ready to throw him. If Joe Pavelski wants to retire after this year, or if Joe Pavelski wants to move on, or if the Stars want to re-sign him, the guy's earned this. And the other thing is, guys, who are you going to put in? And I think that's something that Stars fans really have to look at. Maverick Bourque, who's the AHL MVP, is similar to the backup quarterback. Everyone wants the backup quarterback in football to go in. And the reality is that Maverick Bourque's played one game in the NHL. Do I think Maverick Bourque has the potential to be an elite superstar in this league? Absolutely. Is he going to be on this team next year? Absolutely. But at the same time, do we really want to insert a player with one NHL game if it's not injury in games 3, 4, 5, 6? When you have a chance to go to Stanley Cup, I'll take the experience of Joe Pavelski.
Love the way you broke that down. I got a question for you. You got the cheat code on Edmonton. I want to know who's the bigger X factor. Stuart Skinner, the goalie who, didn't, play all the games in the previous series, or is it, the best player in the world, Connor McDavid? Who's the bigger X factor for the fortunes of the Edmonton Oilers?
Well, Connor McDavid's going to give you all he's got, and he is amazing to watch. I know we want to beat him this series, but once again, let's take a step back and let's just enjoy the ride, because he's LeBron, he's Kobe, he's special. But I think the X factor, Chris, is Skinner. He's played really well in these two games, and he's matched Jake Ottinger up really, really well. The thing that happened in game 2 is they got some net front presence. And when you have net front presence, things you can't see, obviously. And Skinner's a bigger goalie, but you still have to screen him. So I think the Stars did a better job as far as in periods 2 and in periods 3. More shots on net, more quality shots on net, more high danger chances. So I think it's going to come down to the goaltending with Stuart Skinner. I mean, like I said, he's played really well in these two games, but if you look at his playoffs as a whole, it has not been great. Goalies do work on momentum, so they do have a pretty hot goaltender right now. When it all said and done, if the Stars play their game and they can be effective at their game, I truly believe they're the better team in this series. But we all know sometimes the better team doesn't win, but that's why I don't want Stars fans to panic if they lose tonight, because over a 7-game series, you've noticed in the first 2 rounds how much better the Stars look. I mean, look what they did to Colorado. Look in Game 6, how they dominated. Look at Game 7 against Vegas. Notice how the opposition, all of a sudden, from start of the series to the end of the series, look how different they looked. And that's what we should have confidence in with this Dallas Stars team.
I love it. Gavin, we've talked about the X factor for the Edmonton Oilers, and I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, in your estimation, who the X factor for the Dallas Stars is and why.
I will always point to Miro Heiskanen because, I think one of the things is that teams don't score when he's on the ice, and that's actually factual, and it's amazing. So he has not, received many minuses in this playoffs. And, I would always love to see a more offensive-minded Miro because I think that sometimes the Stars as a whole look at pass first. That's part of their system. But I love when Thomas Harley and Miro skate because they show their elite speed. So I would say it's going to be Miro Heiskanen, and the Stars will go as far as Miro will take them. So I think that is certainly a X factor. I think the other thing to look at as far as an X factor, watch the fourth line. If the fourth line is really productive for the Dallas Stars, that's when you know that the Dallas Stars have the ability to move on and go to the Stanley Cup, because now all of a sudden you can run those four lines, which they normally do, and most teams limit their fourth line minutes. But if you notice the Dallas Stars, that fourth line is on the ice at crucial periods because they know that fourth line, when clicking, can score, and they know they can be effective as far as in the defensive end and the offensive end. The third thing I'd watch out for, Edmonton's really good on the draw. Leon Draisaitl is a terrific face-off man at the circle. So if you have the chance, look at Game Center on NHL.com and notice that face-off percentage throughout the games. If the Stars are winning the face-offs, that equals puck possession. So both of these teams, the draw is very important. I think that's a massive X factor that a lot of people don't talk about because they just think winning the face-off, but it's all about puck possession with these offensive teams.
Love the wisdom. The puck drops tonight in Edmonton. Series tie, 1 game apiece. 7:30 is when it happens. That wisdom you've just heard from the hockey hawk himself. He's Gavin Spittle. He's the co-host along with Craig Ludwig of the #1 hockey podcast on Odyssey.com. Spits and Suds. He's also our boss at 105.3 The Fan. Thanks again for the wisdom, Gavin.
Stick tap, boys. Let's get a win tonight.
Ooh, sounds good. Thanks,
Go Stars.
Gavin.
Coming up next, we're going to hear from the radio voice of your Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, 105.3 The Fan.
is sponsored by, is brought to you by the state-of-the-art weight loss, and it's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It is also brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thanks, Kevin Walker over there in the Pimp Cup, holding those Gators down on the 1s and 2s. Chris Arnold, along with Jake Riepma. I said Jake Riepma. Am I saying it right?
You got it. Nailed it.
Used to be known as the Grim Reaper.
That's how you remember how to pronounce it. That's right. You know, back in the playing days, every now and then the Grim Reaper would have to come out.
Well, we're enjoying your fine work this morning, having a great time on a Monday, Memorial Day weekend.
Happy Memorial Day to you, to the Tolos. And I know you've reiterated it and so eloquently, but what today's really about, it's an honor to be on the air with you, and it's an honor to, have a voice for all those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice, and we sincerely salute each and every one of them.
Yes, we do, and we say hello to all the family and friends of those who lost someone like that. At the same time, it's also a barbecue holiday weekend, and it's also a glorious time to be alive if you love sports in Dallas-Fort Worth. You've got the Stars, you got the Mavericks. Rangers even snuck out a victory yesterday. And joining us right now on our D&M leasing hotline is my longtime buddy. He's the legendary radio voice of your Dallas Mavericks, the great Chuck Cooperstein. Coop, do you have a voice left?
I'm talking to you.
Man, I bet you ran out of accolades. I mean, imagine describing all of the action at the end of that game. My goodness. What can you say?
Those two guys are unbelievable. They're everything that the Mavericks hoped that they would be when the trade was made last February.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't quite come to pass last year with all the close games that they played and didn't win. And, some of the patty cake back and forth, especially early after the trade was made. But those two guys have figured it out. And I said from the get-go, look, this reminded me of Earl Monroe being traded by the Bullets to the Knicks back in 1972. And it reminded me of Jerry West and Gail Goodrich. When you have two great guards, two great scoring guards, if they want to make it work, they will make it work. And clearly, Luka and Kyrie very much wanted it to work. And, man, have they ever made it work.
Whew. 66 points combined last night, 33 points apiece. Jake, you got a question?
Absolutely. Chuck Cooperstein, it's an honor to be with you here on the air on the D&M leasing hotline. And when they combine for 66 points like they did last night, and, I don't want to be putting the cart in front of the horse here. Obviously, 3-0, still a job to be done. But what has this playoff run done for their legacy?
I don't talk about legacies. That's for ESPN to talk about, really. I mean, seriously, it's stupid to talk about it because Luka's already established himself as one of the great players of all time. I mean, with 5 first-team All-NBA in his 6 years, and only Larry Bird and George Gervin and Tim Duncan have ever done that. So, I mean, his legacy is secured. I mean, people want to talk about championships and, people what it meant for Dirk and, to finally win one and whatever, and it's great. But really, does anybody think less of Karl Malone, John Stockton, or Charles Barkley because they didn't win championships? It's a stupid thing, really, to talk about.
Hey, Chuck, the Mavericks have a player that's injured right now. We're talking about Derek Lively II. Woj just tweeted out earlier this morning that he's okay after the X-ray, but they have no timetable on when he could return. How does that affect how many games it might take to move on to the NBA Finals again? We're assuming, we shouldn't assume, we're going to hope that the Dallas Mavericks do like the other teams who go up 3-0 and join the NBA Finals. The question is, they're going to have a difficult task with no Lively. Can you talk about that?
It's extraordinarily difficult because you're putting a lot more pressure on Daniel Gafford to have to play more minutes. And last night was the most minutes he's played in any playoff game this year, and his second most minutes as a member of the Mavericks. Played nearly 29 minutes. It means that Dwight Powell's going to have to play. Now, ironically enough, some of Dwight Powell's best games in his life have come against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Really?
So, yes.
That's good.
In fact, the last 17 regular season games, Dwight Powell has averaged over 12 points and nearly 6 rebounds and shot 80% from the floor. So,
are you saying he owns Cat and Rudy? I'm just playing.
Well, obviously Rudy wasn't there for a lot of that.
Yeah.
Rudy wasn't there for a lot of that. But Towns was. And this is not to say he's going to go for 12 and 6 tomorrow night. But he does okay. But there may be something in the bag there. But look, Lively is fabulous, and he's been great all year. And Jason Kidd has found the right way to use them both. To maximize their minutes and minimize them getting into foul trouble. But look, we know Lively is the closer, and he's been the closer at the 5. But Gafford was really good in that role last night. And hopefully, he can continue to do that at least for one more game. And if the Mavericks can close it out, you'd have 9 days before the NBA Finals would start. And hopefully enough time for Lively to clear out whatever is wrong with him. Now Brad Townsend, I know from the Morning News, tweeted this morning that there were going to be more tests done on him today to determine the severity of the neck sprain and also whether or not he actually has to enter the concussion protocol. And that brings about a whole other set of issues that you have to deal with before you can get him back on the floor.
Have you heard any timetable on Maxi Kleber? Chuck?
Hello?
Chuck, I was asking, have you heard any timetable on the return of Maxi Kleber?
On me.
Hello. I think we might have a Wi-Fi issue. I was asking about Maxi Kleber. Have you heard anything on his return?
No, and this was about the time when his shoulder was supposed to be reevaluated. And obviously this is this Lively injury compounds a real issue because Daniel Gafford becomes the only guy with real size.
Right.
Powell obviously is going to get some of those backup minutes, but it makes you wonder, would Jason Kidd be willing or want to take a chance on playing some small ball 5 with P.J. Washington, which he's not had to do at all in this series. And obviously that's, it's been helpful because Minnesota is as long as they are. And the Mavericks have rebounded the ball as well as they have. I don't know that he wants to go there. He may have no choice depending on Gafford's ability to stay on the floor. And so with Maxey, if Maxey could come back, I mean, clearly that would help. But in any case, even if he was cleared, assume they're cleared today. I mean, he really hasn't done anything physically for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem realistic that he would be back for this series. But if the Mavericks are fortunate enough to get this 4th win in the series and get to the NBA Finals, I would think that there is a real hope that he would be able to play some in the finals against the Celtics. And that would be very helpful, again, because of the Celtics' size up front. And obviously with all of their shooting and the ability of the Mavericks to be big and switch, that's where Kleber becomes really important.
Chuck, when we do look ahead at Game 4 against Minnesota and how important it is to close out the realistic possibility of Lively not being in there, combined with Karl-Anthony Towns' struggles, do you think, and some of it too could be from Karl-Anthony Towns' perspective of the premium that's being placed on him needing to get in the paint and change up shooting it from distance so much, how much do you think the Mavs lineup impacts the way Karl-Anthony Towns goes about Game 4?
I don't think it changes it very much. I mean, the Timberwolves have decided because of the presence of Rudy Gobert that they want to play Towns on the perimeter more. Now, if you look back at the years when Gobert wasn't in Minnesota and Towns was the big, you saw how often they played him down on the block and got him the ball down there, and he's really good down there. And I would think that Minnesota would try to do that. I mean, it's not as if they have to be on the same side of the floor. I mean, Towns can be on the ball side. Gobert comes on the weak side and comes in for any possible missed rebounds, missed shots and offensive rebounds that might come from them. That's one thing I think I'd like to see Minnesota try to do. I would expect Minnesota to try to do. But I mean, Towns is just having a brutal series. It's not just bad; it's brutal, and they can't win if he's going to play like this. And let's face it. I mean, when we started the series, the talk was who had the better duo, Kyrie and Luka versus Anthony and Towns, and Towns and Anthony Edwards. And it's pretty clear, at least through 3 games, who the better duo is.
Tomorrow night's game, is there an X factor for Minnesota? We know they're not just going to go away, but there's like a particular player, perhaps even Reed. I mean, we're just trying to figure out is there somebody going to rear their ugly head and say, okay, not tonight, Maverick fans. You're not going to party on us tonight.
Well, look, I mean, Reed's been great in the series.
He sure has.
Especially offensively. And again, as I said about Dwight Powell against Minnesota, Reed just kills the Mavericks. I mean, his numbers are way above where they are against anybody else.
Yeah, 6th man of the year.
Well, he was the 6th man of the year, but he only averaged 11 a game against for the year. It was 11 and 6.5 rebounds. The average is better than 15 against the Mavericks.
Wow.
And he shoots 60% from 3 against the Mavericks, and he takes a fair share of threes. So you definitely have to worry about him. Look, they almost had an X factor last night in Kyle Anderson.
Well, yeah, who would have thought that? Yeah, really.
He had 8 in the fourth quarter, and his basket actually gave them the lead at 104-102 before the Mavericks went on that 14-1 run to put the game away. McDaniels has had 2 good shooting games in the series. So they've had guys that have done their job. Mike Conley's been really good the last 2 games. Wasn't very good in the first game. But look, this ultimately is going to be on Edwards and Towns to get something done. And if they can't get it done, then the Mavericks are going to be partying tomorrow night. It's going to be fun to watch and be a part of.
Ooh. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Speaking of Anthony Edwards, Chuck, I'm curious if you know or could speculate what Luka might have said to him after the game or as the game was wrapping up there. Luka said on the TV broadcast he couldn't repeat it, but do you have any insight to that?
Nope. No idea. Didn't see it on TV, because I'm looking at the floor.
Oh yeah.
When I'm watching, I have a TV available, for me for replays. But generally speaking, I'm trying to watch the game live, and I'm in section 209. Okay, I'm not courtside, so I can't see that.
You got a great view of the action, but let me tell you something. You call a hell of a game, Chuck. I cannot even thank you enough for joining us. But before we let you go, if you were to think at what point of the season did you say, you know what, this team is unique? There's something special. They're playing for each other. Was it after that come to Jesus meeting back in the first week in March, after they had lost to Indiana and Miami, or when did you start saying, I don't want to project, but something tells me this team might do something?
Well, I think when they won those 2 games out in Sacramento, and especially the second game when they were down 15. And, I had to rally, and Dante Exum, who's really been a non-factor here in the playoffs, but Exum hit so many big shots for this team late in the fourth quarter during the regular season, and he hit one there with about 30 seconds to go that allowed them to complete the sweep. And you're saying, oh, man, they really do have something going. They can walk into an incredibly hostile house in back-to-back games, and it basically in a playoff situation, because they had played Tuesday night, had 2 days off, played again on Friday. They'd won that first game by 35. They just destroyed Sacramento. And then you knew Sacramento was coming with everything in the second game. And the Mavericks wound up doing what they did. And you're thinking, yeah, they may be onto something, but, there was just no way to look at them as well as they played at the end of the year and really think that they were going to, if not even sustain that level of play, but elevate that level of play in the playoffs. It's really been remarkable to watch and really special to watch. And anytime you have a chance to watch, Luka do his thing and Kyrie especially do his fourth quarter thing, I don't think there's any team in the NBA that has anything quite like that.
Yes.
And it gives them, and if they're going to guard the way they're guarding, now last night, Minnesota actually shot the ball really well. It was only the second time in the playoffs that the Mavericks allowed an opponent to shoot 50% from the floor But if they're generally going to guard the way they're guarding and ultimately hold teams to fewer than 110 points, which has become a pretty regular thing for them, they're going to be really difficult to beat for the Minnesota Timberwolves tomorrow night, or likely the Boston Celtics if the Mavericks get to the NBA Finals.
You know what else, Chuck? I got to bring this up as well because a lot of people forget about this part. This is a young team. There's only like 2 guys over the age of 26 that are in the regular rotation. I'm talking about Tim Hardaway Jr. and Kyrie Irving. Everybody else is like Luka's age and younger.
Well, and Hardaway didn't even play last night.
Exactly.
And his minutes have been going down throughout the course of the playoffs. And Jaden Hardy has taken those minutes and he's actually kind of run with them and done quite well. And now you got like I said, Hardaway. It was hard to imagine, when you look back, say, to February, and Hardaway is one of those guys you're even thinking about could be a finalist for Sixth Man of the Year, and now he's not even playing because the Mavericks have, he hasn't played as well, quite frankly, and the Mavericks have found a way to replace him. So to your point, yes, they are. They're a fairly young team, but you've got one guy who's he's 32 and he's playing like he's 22, and you've got a 25-year-old in Doncic who plays like an old soul, who just looks for and lives for these particular moments.
It's so amazing because, in all seriousness, no one really expected them to go this far. But the future is so bright. It's not like a collection of old guys and, they're only here for a little while and we've got to find some more pieces. Nico has done, in the front office, they've done a tremendous job of like having a team under contract, going through the lack of draft picks and whatever else that was hinging them, signing trade deals, all the kinds of ways you could possibly build. They've got a team that's young that could be around, even though there's a bunch of other teams that are going to be good next year and the year after.
Well, Derek Jones is really the only guy they've got to worry about, and they're going to have to do a little bit of cap gymnastics in order to get him back, because I got a feeling he's getting paid in the off season given how he's played this year for the Mavericks. But to your latter point, the West is absolutely loaded, and it's not going to be any less loaded next year. And even as we saw with Denver this year, the Nuggets pretty much kind of coasted through the regular season, believing that they could turn it on once the playoffs started. And it doesn't work that way.
Nope. If you're Dallas, next year's just going to be really hard because you're on this incredible high right now. I mean, the games are as big as they can possibly be, and you're winning in these incredibly dramatic fashions. What's it going to be like in December when you're playing Charlotte? Are you going to really be up to play that game? But ultimately, again, back to Denver, you see where, Denver lost to San Antonio in Game 81. That's the game that cost them pretty much everything. Yep.
And, a chance to be the number 1 seed and to stay away from Minnesota. They would have, wound up playing either the Mavericks or, well, as it turns out, the Mavericks, but the Mavericks or Clippers in the second round.
Yeah.
In that bracket. So, again, but given how the Mavericks beat Denver, in mid-March and Kyrie with that left-hand hook, that would have been a hell of a series. But trying to extrapolate out to the future, I guess we should just say, let's live in the moment. Let's just enjoy this, because who the hell knows what's going to happen next year.
We enjoyed this conversation. We had a Tolo texting in from the 214. He listened to you last night in all caps. I love his radio call. So, Chuck, again, a pleasure. I will be seeing you tomorrow night at the American Airlines Center from our D&M leasing hotline. That's the great Chuck Cooperstein. Thanks, Chuck.
We will be there, Chris. Thanks so much.
You know it. Again, I'm excited. I tell this to everybody. These are the good old days. You got the Stars in the Western Conference Finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs. You got the Dallas Mavericks in the Western Conference NBA playoffs. It's just crazy that every night you've got some action. And even got the Texas Rangers winning the game yesterday. They're off today, but life is good. Enjoy
I was asking
this.
For my summer bucket list, and I go no further. Watch the Mavs and the Stars every night.
There you go. There you go. It is Memorial Day Monday. We're going to crosstalk with the show that's also filling in for the KNC Masterpiece. We're going to hear from Alec and James next on 105.3 The Fan.
They say it's always better to give
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This upcoming segment is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thanks, Kevin. Chris Arnold along with Jake Riepma. And Jake Riepma and I have been having a great time along with Kevin Walker and Rai on the social media platforms all Memorial Monday morning. Again, hanging out with the Tolos. Can't thank you enough for letting us share your time and ride shotgun with you while you do what you do on a Memorial Day weekend holiday. And joining us right now is the show that's substituting for the baseball show of record. We're talking about the KMC masterpiece. We got Alec Medford and James. What's your last name, James?
Tritely.
Say that again louder.
Tritely.
Say it like you mean it with your chest.
James Tritely.
Say it with your arms folded, standing on business.
Oh, yeah.
There you
After
go.
last night, need to be doing that.
All right. You probably heard James' voice before because he's been in the Pimp Cup holding it down for a few months. We're so glad to have you on a Monday. And, gentlemen, let me ask you, what you got coming up on your show today, Alec?
Oh, it's going to be a fun one. We got Joey Erickson, our old friend of Locked On Stars. He's going to join us during the Expressway at 12:20 today. And then the streets are saying that we've got NBA champion and Odyssey insider Danny Green joining us at 1:20.
Nice.
We'll see if it happens. So you turn it on and leave it on for a reason. But maybe we'll get that confirmation when we make the call.
I got to talk to you about Alec was last night at the American Airlines Center with me, and I'm there all the time emceeing the games, but this was the first time Alec had been there covering the game in a playoff atmosphere.
Yeah.
And you got your mind blown. Let me tell you, I see you got your mind blown. I want to hear this story, but let me tell people about the star-studded crowd that was. We've been talking about the big win for the Dallas Mavericks, and they're going to break this down.
He was
even
talking
further.
about that whenever I got in. The first thing he said, there was everybody there.
Oh, yeah. This is a small list of who was there. Of course, Dirk was there. Patrick Mahomes was there with his wife, Brittany. Queen Latifah was there. Travis Kelce there. A-Rod was there. Alex Rodriguez, he's trying to be the part owner of the Minnesota. It's up in the air right now. Miles Turner, Victor Oladipo. D. Ware was there. Derrick Henry was there. Hollywood Brown was there. Amari Cooper was there. Ezekiel Elliott was there. And you say, out of all these people that you were mixing and mingling with and rubbing shoulders with, and of course meeting some of the media people that you had not met before, but you've talked to them on the phone forever, setting them up on interviews and also be interviewing them yourselves on this station.
Yeah, and
paint this picture for us.
I literally met Shaq. Like, he engulfed my hand and he said he wanted my hair. And that didn't starstrike me.
Yeah,
but
Chuck, I like your hair. Chuck and Shaq and Kenny and Ernie were all there.
Yeah, so like talking to him, that was cool. No, it was when I went and stood outside the locker room waiting for the pregame huddle. I was actually talking to Dwight Powell, and then I'm just standing there minding my business, and then someone stands next to me. I'm like, who is this? I look over. And it's Jordan Woods, the girlfriend of Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh,
and the reason
she's
why,
a model.
Yeah, the reason why I am his biggest hater. And
how did he get that?
I completely froze. I lost all motor function. I stood next to her for 5-10 minutes. I did not say a word. I was just, nope.
Did she even notice you in the room?
Oh, yeah. Like, we made eye contact a couple of times. I was just like, I don't know what to say.
Jealous.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't know. It felt like Ricky Bobby. I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm just like, just going to stand here, just going to mind my business and wait for these players to come out and do their little pregame speech. And yeah, and then before I know it, whenever I was like, maybe I should say, I was talking to Landon Thomas. He was standing next to me. I was like, did we say something? And I look over, she was gone.
If you could do it over again, would you have, shoot your shot type of thing?
I'm respectful. I'm not going to try to steal someone's.
Just steal your girl.
Yeah,
If you're
I mean,
steal the girl.
She's got millions of Instagram followers that could probably give a better shot than me. But yeah, I would have spoken. I would have just said hi. But yeah, I completely froze up.
Oh, let me tell you something. There was such electricity in the air. The whole building was just going crazy. Shout out again to Team Energy, Dallas Mavericks, getting that thing done, keeping that energy up high. Sean Heath, the Maverick Entertainers, Allie D, Poison Ivy, everybody, Shippy, everybody. They had that thing live. I have to bring up one of the greatest moments in that game that happened during one of the timeouts. Of course, different things happen during the timeouts. And the crowd's just going nuts. Let's go, Mavs! Defense! They're doing all that stuff. There's one timeout, they have the karaoke cam. They do a lot of different things. Well, the karaoke, this was so organic. They're showing different people, and the song that they're playing is Burleson's own Kelly Clarkson. Since you've been gone, I can breathe for the first time. So they're doing this, and all the women are going crazy. and they're showing different shots of different people. And every now and then there's a guy singing his lungs out. Then they show this one guy singing it. It was Shaq. Shaq was, and everybody just lost it. And he's singing it to one of the new owners, Miss Adelstein. And then all of a sudden, to his right was Queen Latifah. And they both start, since you've been gone. I mean, this is just insane. Crowd was just losing it. And out of nowhere, this little baby starts crawling on Queen Latifah's back. And the baby started playing with her ears, and she's just rocking her head out, since you've been gone. I mean, Shaq, Queen Latifah, they stole the show. It was
so fun. The press box was pretty quiet for the entirety of the game. Everybody typing away, tweeting out their videos.
You gotta be serious.
Yeah, but everybody was just dying laughing when Shaq popped up on the karaoke cam. That was the best part of the night.
Oh,
honestly,
it was the highlight.
was so
it really
good.
was.
It was so
outside of the Mavericks victory, it was like, you'll never forget that. As long as you were there, you go, I can't believe I saw Shaq singing karaoke, and he knew the words. That was the other thing. They have the words on the right of the screen, and sometimes people read the words. Shaq didn't need the words. He knew the song.
He was looking at Miriam as he was singing.
Yes,
he was literally serenading her. He knew the
Such a
words.
big home.
Noted Kelly Clarkson fan, Shaq.
Oh yeah, well you know what, Shaq, he's got a way with music. He's Shaq Diesel, the DJ, so he probably plays that song all the time.
He's also full-on romantic, too.
Yeah, he's very full on.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. So anyway, that was one of the things. The Dallas Stars, you guys have any feel for this game tonight? And by the way, we need to wrap this thing up because we're going to go long.
Yeah, and for the Stars, I know they're really good on the road, so I have faith, and it was a great bounce back in game 2. I feel like the offense found themselves. The power play special teams still worrying me a little bit, but I think they're going to take care of business.
All right, you too? You think the same thing, right?
Oh, absolutely. Same thing.
We're going to hear you guys elaborate in just a little bit here, but we're out of here right now, and thanks to all the Tolos for letting us ride shotgun. Coming up next, more quality radio, 105.3 The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
6-point game. Doncic with 33. The Gafford screen against Gobert. Tailed by McDaniels. Gafford!
You're about to be masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
116 to 107. The Dallas Mavericks over the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 3 of the Western Conference Final. They are one game away from the NBA Finals. My name is Alec Medford. His name is James Tritley. We got Larry Flores on the ones and twos for you. The Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We are in for the KNC Masterpiece here today. They will be back tomorrow. It will be the trio this time of Kevin Hagel, Corey Majors, and Reginald Atatula. And then I'll be on the ones and twos. So you can't escape me. I'm inevitable. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to get involved in any and all of our conversations here today. We're with you until 3 o'clock. We will give way to Will Chambers and the returning Blake Elliott, who was on some remote island that I had never heard of until he told me. And he was spamming me with all kinds of videos, pictures, and stuff just to make me jealous. So, and I told him he was running from the grind because he was supposed to be at the game with me last night, showing me around and everything. But shout out to Reggie and to Landon Thomas for showing me the ropes, CA as well. But it was a great time last night at the AAC. We're going to talk all things Mavericks. We got Dallas Stars action tonight as well, their own respective Game 3 as they hit the road to play the Edmonton Oilers. That series is split at a game apiece, but we've got all the KNC usuals, your favorites that we're going to get to here today. Coming up on the other side, we got a little puck around and find out. I want to emphasize that. It's my first time saying it on the air, so please don't find me. We got Gridiron Gravy to end the hour. We've got Mavs and Stars thank you notes during the Expressway. We hope to have NBA champion and Odyssey insider Danny Green
Fingers
at
crossed.
120. Fingers crossed. We got all your KNC favorites here today, and we cross over into G-Bag's first hour, so we're going to take their opening segment at 2 o'clock as well, the latest sports headlines in your world of sports. But happy Memorial Day to each and every one of you. Thank you to each and every one of you who have served or have loved ones who have made that sacrifice for you and us. It's a beautiful day here in the Metroplex, and glad to be here with you for the next 4 hours. But I would be remiss if we didn't stop down to say that this is the maiden voyage here in the Talk Studio for one James Tritley. So how we feeling so far? How we feeling? It's kind of a, I don't want to say like being thrown in the lava pit, but it's not exactly a soft landing saying, hey, your first talk show is going to be after a Mavs Game 3 Western Conference final win in the midst of a Stars Western Conference final run. The Rangers are back in their winning ways. We're going to talk about that later on in the show at 1 o'clock. Corey Seager, maybe he's back, maybe not. We'll talk about that here in a couple hours, but how's it feel, man? How are you feeling right now?
Oh, man. I mean, I just think of everything that's going on with DFW Sports, and what a way to follow it up than to have a show on a holiday where everybody should be relaxing by the pool right now. Everybody should have an adult beverage in hand. Everybody should be enjoying themselves. And what better way to enjoy themselves after a Mav victory?
You're right, and it was hard to sleep last night. It really was.
Well, for you especially, I think.
Not just because I got home late and I had a show to plan after I got home, but on top of the fact that I was still just absolutely buzzing from that playoff environment inside the AAC. Everybody was on their feet the entire fourth quarter. Up in the box, we're right up against some of the 300 level sections, so it was loud, it was proud. There was all kinds of madness during timeouts. Tony Brothers, whenever he would make announcements for challenges and whatnot, I couldn't even hear a word he said because he was getting booed out of the arena. It was a wonderful sight, and I'm still shaking a little bit from, I don't know if it's hearing loss or excitement, but it was
Seems
definitely...
like you can hear fine. I think it's the excitement that's taken over for you right now.
Yeah.
And you're still feeling the effects of it, because I saw you in the morning. You're a little shaking a little bit. You're kind of still feeling that amped up energy that you felt from last night. And you said you could barely hear any of the officials, too.
Yeah, you couldn't hear Tony Brothers. Like, the whistle you couldn't even hear. People were just so loud. The only thing that you could hear was just pure excitement whenever a 3-ball would go in, whenever the one-legged fadeaway from Luka Doncic, which I got an incredible video that I tweeted out to promote the show. Thank goodness iPhone cameras are amazing because the press box is like a million miles in the air.
That was still a beautiful shot.
I don't know how technology has advanced this far, but I got the most incredible shot of a Luka fadeaway, and I'm more proud of that video than probably any of my radio work that I've ever done. That's being a slave to the moment. That is absolutely not true.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fun. It was absolutely fun, and we're going to get into some of the specifics, if you will, of this game here in just a minute. I do want to get the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line involved here because you guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out, turning it on, and leaving it on with us here on a holiday where you could just be completely separated from the world and the world of sports specifically, but you still choose the Fan because we're live and local, even on the holidays when nobody else wants to show up. The Fan is here for you. That's why you Tolo. From the 214, are you cheating on Blake? No. I did not make this decision because he had a late landing time last night because his plane got delayed. His flight got delayed, so he ends up getting the afternoon show with Will because, he needs to get a little bit of sleep off some of that jet lag.
And
I understand.
feel like we have to preface the relationship that... Not a relationship, that's a stretch there. We're starting off hot. The friendship, how far...
Couple beers already.
I know. Alec and I go back. We go back to high school, Summit days, in a way.
Yeah.
We didn't go there at the same time, and then we went to UTA together.
Yeah.
And we did sports radio, good old Lance Ligas back there at UTA. And again, different years, but still in that same wavelength of kind of this comfortability. And pairing us together was almost perfect in this show, this first show that I'm debuting on, because, heck, you've been doing this for a long time now.
Yeah, I've been hosting for probably close to 3 years now. I've been here for almost 5 years.
Guy's a seasoned veteran. He's 22 going on 23. I'm 27. And this guy is a pro's pro. Listening out, I mean, this guy knows what he's doing. He's here for a reason. I couldn't be happier than to be on this show here with Alec for the first one.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, and I hope you guys give James a chance because not only does he have the voice of God, he is also very well versed in what he is talking about. So no, I'm not cheating on Blake 214. That was definitely on his decision. So you can say that he is cheating on me, if you will.
I'm not the side chick, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, he got moved to the main chick for today. From the 817, it's our buddy Mark. He says, Alec, what do you remember about your first show? I remember that I was hosting with the great Bobby Belt, and yeah, it was chaotic as all hell. And that's pretty much it. I remember that I overthought the absolute mess out of it, and then it ended up being the quickest 4 hours of my life. But Bobby is a saint, even if you don't want to believe it. He made life easy on me, even though he did give me hell a few times during that show. So just be glad that your first show wasn't with Bobby, because he definitely would have made you feel like a rookie. I'm going to try not to make you feel that way, but
I appreciate that. Yeah, we're just smoothing right on into this thing. But I think talking right about the Mavs, I think that's the first thing you can touch on. We hear the Who in the background a little bit, and that it seems almost reminiscent to kind of that 2011 feel a little bit, but we're in a new age. You got to hear it very good last night. You got to see it all in its entirety last night. Probably one of the best games of the Western Conference Finals. Mavs end up making it to the NBA championship. Man, this is going to be legit.
It is, and 116-107, the Mavericks win yesterday, and it really, until the third quarter, didn't feel close to me. Maybe midway through the third quarter, Anthony Edwards has that poster dunk that SportsCenter went crazy about, even in a loss, which is crazy to me. But they were starting to knock down shots. They were getting some good looks for Naz Reid. He was starting to knock down his threes. Kyle Anderson was getting involved in some of the ball movement as well, and it started to look like the Timberwolves were finding their rhythm, but then Karl-Anthony Towns kind of stunk it up for most, if not all, of the game.
Shocker.
Which he hasn't really been great at all this series.
I mean, 14 points, good numbers, okay. But
good numbers for a guy who plays 20 minutes.
You just expect more out of Karl-Anthony Towns, and you haven't gotten it if you're the Timberwolves.
You absolutely haven't, and I haven't looked at the whole plus-minus for the entire series so far through 3 games for Cat, but I expected him to be a lot more of a threat because I expected the way Dallas would run their defense would crush down on Anthony Edwards when he attacks the paint, which it is. But I thought that would create fantastic looks for Cat in the corner, sort of like OKC was hoping they would get for Chet Holmgren in the second round, where they would condense on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, overcommit with 2 or 3 bodies in the paint, and then they find Chet on the outside. He knocks down a corner 3, and then you move in transition. I thought that's what you were going to see with the Timberwolves and Cat. You haven't really seen that because he hasn't been knocking down his shots, and I haven't seen a lot of confidence out of him either. He's really good attacking the rim in this series. I will say that. Like, the sky hook was working for him last night, just going up and under. Like, attacking the paint might be the best way for Karl-Anthony Towns to find his production in this series, but they're not giving him the space to do that, because you even heard it in the postgame after Game 2. Anthony Edwards said that he needed to shoot more because he was doing the right thing. He was trying to get his teammates involved in Game 2. It wasn't working. They weren't knocking down their shots in clutch time. So he said it out loud. I'm going to start shooting the ball more when I get it, because I'm probably going to make it more than most people. And, he didn't say that exact part right there, but he would have been right if he did say that. And you saw it last night that he had more of a sense of urgency to attack the rim and to take the 3-point shot. And there were some damn near logo shots that he was ready to take. There was one that he did take and did make. He looked as advertised for most of the game. Outside of that, Naz Reid was really good for them. I didn't see much else that I really loved. Rudy Gobert got in foul trouble late in the game, as did Jaden McDaniels, 2 of their best defensive players. So everything was working right for the Mavericks, especially in that fourth quarter when you started to see the magic of what I will go ahead and say, because you prefaced it earlier. I'm only 22, so I have a small sample size of what I've seen as a basketball fan. This is the best backcourt I've ever seen. And, of course, I'm younger than a lot of people that have seen a lot more basketball. They can have that argument. From what I've seen with my own 2 eyes in real time, Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving are the best backcourt that I have ever seen. And that showed in the fourth quarter when Kyrie Irving showed up big with that 3-pointer in the corner.
Yeah, I feel like when you look at this Mavericks team, I mean, you could do your comparisons to 2011, but there's never going to be a 2011 team again. There's never going to be a team like we're seeing right now. And you look at the window for the Mavericks and kind of what they have, and we look at last season and what they didn't have and now transformed to this season, and they're just blowing through a lot of these guys right now. They're able to get the job done against Minnesota here in Game 3. They're up 3-0. The confidence is at an all-time high. And I think one of the things that we look at when it's Dallas, you talk about that backcourt, you talk about Luka and Kyrie, the chemistry that this team has. Undoubtedly, it's one of the best chemistries in the NBA. And if they end up pairing up against Boston in the NBA Finals, I don't know if there's a team that's going to be able to beat them. I don't know if Boston can get it done against Dallas.
I don't either. And because Boston loves to give up for a game. And against the Mavericks, you can't give up. You can't give them a gimme, especially if you're going to do it at home. Let's say, this is projecting way far into the finals. You still got one more game to win. But, and this goes for the same with Minnesota. If they just give up, especially on their own home court, the Mavericks aren't going to let you get away with that. This team has shown that against the Clippers. They've shown it against OKC. They will not allow you to get away with giving up. And there's no way to measure that, but whenever you see them, jacking up shots for the fun of it, whenever you see them losing their aggression and slowing the pace down to a pace that actually favors the Mavericks defensively, it allows a guy like Luka to play at his own pace. If you are completely slowing things down, going ISO ball, that benefits some of these guys on this team that like to slow down and try to catch their breath. And this is a Mavericks team that defensively has been one of the best out of any postseason teams. And if you're talking about defense, the Minnesota Timberwolves had the #1 defense this season, and we just watched that same defense knock out the reigning NBA champion. It felt like this series was going to be an all-defense matchup, and it felt like Minnesota had the slight advantage because they have the best defensive player in the league, as voted on. You have Jaden McDaniels, who has been really good for you defensively, and you just have overall buy-in. That's something that the Mavericks have shown throughout this season that has helped them, is just buy-in on the defensive end. If you want to talk about buying in defensively, Minnesota has shown that all year. And this duo of Kyrie and Luka, I think in his last 5 games, Luka Doncic alone is scoring 31.5 points.
Yeah.
Like, he's been electric.
Yeah, I think, touching on it real quickly, just going back to the Mavericks and seeing that everything that they're doing right now, in that second series against OKC, I was like, okay, Dallas comes away with a victory on this one. I don't know if they end up taking care of the Timberwolves. I think it's going to be a tough series. And I'll say that. As a Mavs fan, it's hard to see them beat Minnesota. But now, up 3-0, obviously you have a different conversation. Now you have a chance. You're 1 win away from going forward to the NBA Finals, and you're just seeing a very lackluster Minnesota team. You're not seeing the same Minnesota team that you saw in rounds 1 and 2. The Mavericks are dismantling this team, and look out to whoever's in their way.
So there you have it. The Mavericks over the Timberwolves. They stretched their lead out 3-0, 1 win away from the NBA Finals. Obviously, the big story from yesterday, Derek Lively, the rookie sensation center for the Mavericks, exits the game after taking a knee to the back of the head from Karl Anthony Towns, totally unintentional. He leaves the arena last night after being listed as questionable with a neck strain. ESPN's Tim McMahon reports. He is not in the NBA concussion protocol as of yet, which is a good thing because that would pretty much rule him out for the rest of the series. But Adrian Wojnarowski says tests returned okay on Derek Lively's neck, but his availability for Game 4 remains unclear. Sources tell him and ESPN. So if we get any more updates throughout the show on Derek Lively, we will keep you up to date. We're going to talk about him specifically and the loss of him potentially for Game 4 coming up here at the top of the hour at noon. How big is that potential loss? But coming up next, it's time to puck around and find out. The Stars hit the road tonight. How are you feeling? What is your prediction for this game? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C. Delicious. Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Kevin Hageland here. This Memorial Day, while we're all excited for some well-deserved time off, we must remember to stay safe out there on the roads. That's why I want to remind you about Frankel and Frankel, the trusted personal injury attorneys right here in DFW. If you or someone you know has been involved in an accident, Frankel and Frankel, they got your back. Their team of experienced attorneys will fight tooth and nail to ensure you receive the compensation you deserve, and they'll be by your side every step of the way. This Memorial Day, let's honor those who have served by being safe on the roads. Remember to be cautious and prepared. Save this number, 817 or 214-333-3333, or visit their website, frankelfirm.com. That's 817 or 214-333-3333, or frankelfirm.com. The consultation is always free. Frankel and Frankel, your go-to personal injury attorneys right here in DFW. Stay safe, stay smart, and remember, Frankel and Frankel are there for you when you need them most. Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Why do some AC companies pay their service techs on commission? ABC News did a sting on AC companies. They rigged a house with a simple broken wire, and 6 different companies tried to sell a woman hundreds of dollars of phony repairs. Why does this happen? Well, when they're getting a 15% commission on the total bill, it just breeds dishonesty and huge repair bills. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. Our techs don't work on commission, and we don't use shady sales tactics. If you need a new system, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a brand new system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. So call 2 other companies first, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, Auto.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, Auto.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Right now you're thinking, Comparion? Never heard of them. We know. We also know that you have no idea that Comparion Insurance agents are local and provide expert advice. So to help it stick, we're going to say local agent 4 times in the next 15 seconds. Ready? Go. Our local agents know you and your community. Our local agents offer insurance from top carriers. Our local agents have minty fresh breath.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com. Comparion Insurance Agency. Local agents. Expert advice.
And there's number 4.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration. What would you do if your business was suddenly struck by a disaster, a flood, a fire? What if water soaked everything inside your office? Well, it's never pleasant to think about such things, but you never know when it'll happen to you. That's why you need to remember this one thing. DowerthRestoration.com. Since 1976, we've been there for the ones who thought it would never happen to them. It's good to have friends in the restoration business.
Hey, Tolos, it's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. It is Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, and the Memorial Day sales event is happening all month long. If you're looking for a brand new ride for the rest of the summer and beyond, check out Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep and the Memorial Day sales event. In fact, you go to the website like I do. Check out the inventory, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Find the vehicle you want. Get it at an incredible price. All you got to do, PlatinumCDRJTex.com or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
I'm Pete Thompson. This Saturday on the Consumer Team, Brian Remington from the On Time Experts tells us why a second opinion is vital before you repair or replace your home's HVAC system. The Consumer Team, Saturday, 6 to 8 p.m. More information at myconsumerteam.com.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Golden Chick.
Spring into Golden Chick for your favorite chicken sandwiches. Get the tasty Big and Golden or spicy Big and Wicked for a limited time at just $4.99. Or try the creamy and delicious new Texas Pecan Chicken Salad Sandwich, just $6.99. Only at Golden Chick.
This segment is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com. This segment is also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wrecks in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford and James Tritley with you in for the KNC Masterpiece today until 3 o'clock. We're going to have an absolute party with each and every one of you. That's why you turn it on and leave it on here on the holidays. We're going to puck around and find out here in just a few moments and dip into some gridiron gravy here in about 16 minutes, so don't go anywhere. But the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053. We want to hear from you in this segment as we break down Stars and Oilers Game 3. From Edmonton, the Stars hit the road where they have been deadly so far in this postseason, and hopefully they can finally take a lead in this series as it is split at 1 game apiece. We do have some news about this game to get to as well real quick. We will start for the Oilers. Adam Henrique will return to the lineup for Edmonton against the Stars tonight. The forward has missed the past 7 games with a lower body injury sustained in a series-clinching win in Game 5 against the Kings in the first round. He did not play in Game 1 against the Vancouver Canucks in the second round before playing a little bit in Game 2 and then missed the final 5 games of that series and Game 1 of this series. So he will be good to go for the Oilers. They get a little bit healthier. We are awaiting news on Rope Hintz as well, hoping that he could return today. So if we get any of those morning skate updates or what have you, we will bring those to you as we get them. But the Oilers get a little bit healthy, and that is not a good thing. I don't want them having extra bodies because it feels like in the physicality battle, the Dallas Stars have them numbered. And the more bodies they have is just not a good thing because I don't want them being able to make more rotations to try to keep fresh guys on the ice. And Henrique is a bigger piece of their team as well. So he had 51 points in 82 regular season games. And he was acquired in a trade before the deadline. So he was one of those veteran moves that they made, kind of like the Stars are prone to here in their contending years, where they go get the veteran guy that has actually made a pretty good impact for them. He's a great scorer. He's a good special teams guy as well. So in the Stars special teams has not exactly thrilled me in this postseason, whether it is the power play or the penalty kill. They haven't been perfect, which I'm not asking for perfect, but especially the power play hasn't been that great. But this is a guy that likes to get active on special teams, is Henrique. So not a good addition for the Stars.
No, I mean, if you look at the special teams for Edmonton, it's been damn near perfect. It's about everything you could ask for if you're the Edmonton Oilers. But if you look at the Dallas Stars, of course, you know, you just lose the one game at home. You come back, you get the next game won. Now you're on the road where you've seen so much success. So you think as a Stars fan, as a normal fan, this is where the Stars can easily capitalize. But again, you talk about without Rupe Hintz, there's kind of that missing piece to the puzzle, right? That's kind of what you need to go in and get this one. So obviously, as a try to remain neutral in this sense, I think the Stars end up having this just because they've had so much success on the road. But again, they're missing that key piece to get them over that hump. If they want to be, I would wish that Dallas and the Mavericks and Stars would have that 3-0 series lead. But again, this is not a perfect world out here. I think the Stars, they're playing a really good Edmonton team. We've seen him play really well already. That first game going into double OT, obviously a tough one. Then getting the win was huge. That last one at home. This is a series that can easily go seven games.
It is, and I had Stars in 6 going into this thing, and they've shown that maybe we disrespected their goalie, their netminder Skinner, a little bit too much.
He's made some immaculate saves. Not to discredit Ottinger, but man, Skinner's really stepped up, and I think they gave us such a big goalie advantage with Ottinger, but then I think Skinner took that personally and said, yeah, I'm going to make every save possible against Dallas in this one.
Yeah, in Game 2, he's phenomenal. 23 of 24 shots were stopped by him, and there were some, you mentioned some incredible saves. There was 2 on Tyler Seguin that he made in the first period that were just sensational, and then obviously the one that should have been a Stars goal by Evgeny Dodonov.
Yeah.
That was an incredible, just happened to be in the right spot at the right time. Defenseman might have helped get a stick in there as well. But even though he takes the loss in that game, it seems like he's back to regular season form because he was kind of getting bossed around both on the ice and really by hockey fans saying that this guy isn't great and the Stars have the clear advantage. And I still do think they have the clear advantage
Absolutely.
at goalie. You know, that's not taking away from Jake Ottinger and it's not disrespecting Skinner, but he's been a lot better than I expected. And you mentioned the Oilers' special teams and their power play specifically. They're not getting their chances right now. You know, I don't know if that's an officiating thing. I don't know if it's maybe just not doing enough to draw penalties, but it definitely feels like the Stars were getting the favorable whistles in Game 2, which I'm not going to complain about.
Right.
But, you know, if you're going to have an exceptional power play like Edmonton does, you got to get the whistle sometimes, and they're just not finding ways to do that. So they were 15 for 40 in the postseason entering this conference final. That's an outstanding 37.5% success rate. And they're now 0 for 3 against the Stars in power plays.
Yeah, and you know, you look at that power play, and I think that was a big takeaway, which I think was a stupid takeaway to go ahead and do. It may be a bold statement to make that, but like after Game 2 with the Stars win, you talk about how hot the Stars were, what they were able to do come away with the win, and then the head coach for Edmonton comes out and makes the claim of like, we're not getting the power plays. And okay, well, I mean, you kind of got outplayed a little bit. To make the excuse in Game 2 of a 7-game series that you're not getting the power plays that you need to, the penalty minutes, it's the officiating. I don't like that claim this early in a series to make that. It just seems like, why? Why are we making this an officiating thing? Because I don't think it's an officiating thing yet. We need a little bit more proof in the pudding to make that claim. And I think, you know, we're going to be able to see tonight if that's still going to be a problem. Is Dallas going to get called for a couple more penalties because that story came out? I don't really know what's going to happen with this one. I think Dallas, you know, again, trying to not be a homer here, but Dallas, I still give them the edge because of Ottinger.
And I would tend to agree. And the Stars have been pretty dang good on the road as well. So that helps lean in their favor. I still think that if you have the best netminder on the ice at all times, that you've got the best shot of winning. But you talk about the Stars' road dominance and overall their defense. I know our buddy Chris Strong told us during the break a stat about Miro Heiskanen. 201 minutes, over 201 minutes over the past 7 games without being on the ice for a single goal against. 11 goals for Dallas, none for Edmonton.
Listen, Miro has been such a hero for this team, and no pun intended on that one, but just I've always liked the style that Miro Heiskanen plays because he tries to be this offensive defenseman. He's not going to be the brute defenseman that's going to attack you. He'll shove you around a little bit, give you a couple pushes, maybe a little slap to the throat right there, but nothing aggressive. I just look at Miro, and he's such a valuable weapon to this Dallas Stars team. I remember when he was hurt, I think it was last year, Dallas really struggled on the defensive end, and with bringing Miro in, bringing him back in and him being consistent playing, now you bring Chris Tanev in there, and they pair off each other very well. Esa Lindell, the veteran Dallas Star, has done a tremendous job and has really stepped up. I think Lindell doesn't get enough credit for what he does with this team, and this is why he's still around. So the defensive unit has been really strong for Dallas.
They absolutely have, and I think that's my new favorite double negative or oxymoron and offensive defenseman. And I would like to have more of those on my hockey team because, especially in the postseason, when you're going against not even elite goaltending, just good performances right now. Because like from the 2-1-4, they say, let's not forget, we would be up 2-0 in the series right now if we didn't hit the bar twice in OT of game one. Would Skinner still get the hype that he's getting right now if we won game one? I'd say yes. We're being honest, because the way that he was made out to be, to me, whenever I asked people about him, was that he was not good. And so I wasn't expecting to win each game by a margin of 4 goals.
Right.
That was never my intention, but he's looked ready for the moment, at minimum. And you can read off the stats and everything, but really it's just been the eye test. He hasn't looked lost. He hasn't looked totally frazzled and out of place. There's maybe been a couple of times where he has been in the wrong spot, but he's gotten favorable deflections, or he's had a stick out or a leg out in the right place.
Or there's defensemen that are really stepping it up and creating kind of that separation for Dallas on the attacking zone to get that opportunity to score. Throw that stick in there, that small inch of space where Dallas can get in. Nope, defense is right there to help him out. So Skinner, I mean, again, we were all told Anger's the GOAT. He's going to be the one in the series that gets it done. And Skinner, I think he really did take that personally. There's a reason that Edmonton is here, and I think Skinner, you got to credit him a lot more than people are discrediting him for.
You absolutely do, and that's why this series has felt so hard to predict after game one. Going into the series, I felt like Stars in 6. Absolutely. Now, I still feel like the Stars are the better team in this scenario. Don't get me wrong, but it feels like you said a few minutes ago, this is a series that could stretch out to 7 games because Edmonton, they're not slouching. They're not giving up. We were talking about like Minnesota and Boston in the NBA, how they'll give up a game. This is a team that's not ready to give up a game.
I mean, you look at Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl as your 2 big stars. You're not giving up. I mean, this is a really good team right now.
And I will say Dallas did do a great job in game 2 of eliminating Connor McDavid.
Oh, yeah.
And that's something that I didn't think I would say once in this series, that you eliminated him. You didn't just neutralize or ice him over a little bit. No, you eliminated him from game 2. You did not allow him to have an impact on this game. And do I think that's going to be a trend? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
He is one of the best hockey players in the world. But if you can at least neutralize at least one more game, and then sometimes you just got to allow him to do his thing, because if he does his thing, if he's the guy that beats you, then you don't feel as bad.
If we were at a bar and you told me in game 1 or game 2 that Dallas did a good job of going to eliminate Connor McDavid, I'd have told you you're drunk. I would have told the bartender, cut you off. There's no way that's possible.
So
I don't know. But here's a stat for you real quick. This series in game 3s, Stars are undefeated.
Okay. I mean,
I don't like to play that because it's team to team.
Yeah.
It's different. But I do like those odds.
We talk about the Pete DeBoer Game 7 record. I hope it doesn't get there. So let's talk about Game 3 instead, which is going down tonight at 7:30 from Edmonton. And I'm excited for this one because I honestly do think the Stars are going to take this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. We have people that are texting him right now saying 4-2 from the 2-1-4. Saying that they finally break through against Skinner tonight. Give me 4-2 Stars. I'm not mad at that.
I'd love it.
Yeah.
If we can put up 4, then I think you win the game. That's why I love it. So
we need heavy offense.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like Reginald Atatula and say you have to score 7 to win a hockey game, because I know that's a great game plan, but the way Skinner's been playing lately, that's just not going to work here.
Yeah.
So if you do score 4, I'm going to be ecstatic because I don't think you're going to.
Oh, Reggie's got to worry about the Pacers game coming up. I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, if you didn't know, he's it's kind of like those memes you see that people are like, I'm just a dude, but at night I'm Batman. At night Reggie is Jaylen Brown.
Oh, my gosh.
He's fresh off of going up 3-0 in his own series, so he's feeling good. So there's some puck around and find out for you. Coming up next, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy where Max Crosby got richer and Antonio Brown did not. We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
Start your summer with a Fall Classic rematch. The world champion Texas Rangers host Jordan Montgomery and the Arizona Diamondbacks for 2 games on May 28th and 29th. The D-backs' only visit this season features an Adolis Garcia bobblehead giveaway Tuesday night, followed by a day game Wednesday with Texas Chili Company Dollar Hot Dogs. The season's shortest homestand kicks off a Rangers summer like no other. Get your tickets at Rangers.com.
Spring has sprung, and so have Mr. Electric's spring specials. Sean Sharif here with this money-saving offer to ensure your home safety. This month only, you'll save $100 off any electrical panel replacement or $50 off installation of a whole house surge protector to protect your electrical components from damage. Find more money-saving specials by visiting Mr. Electric Dallas or MrElectricFortWorth.com.
We're Mr. Electric. We have the power to make things better.
Take 5 with Fuzzy's Taco Shop's new $5 Big Cali deal today. For just $5, try our new Cali-style steak taco, piled high with grilled steak and crispy, fuzzy dusted fries, paired with a large drink to wash it all down. It's more than a big deal. It's a huge deal. A huge taco, a huge drink, a huge relief on your wallet, even a huge excuse to take an extra 5 anytime. Kick it with our new Cali-style steak taco and large drink for just $5 for a limited time at Fuzzy's Taco Shop.
You're invited to the best of the best, the Destination Grapevine Texas Women's Open, May 29th, 30th, and 31st. Watch LPGA legends and the rising stars of the women's golf world. The Destination Grapevine Texas Women's Open is a free event open to the public, so head to the green at Grapevine Golf Course, May 29th, 30th, and 31st. Visit GrapevineTexasUSA.com/Texas Women's Open for details, and we'll see you at the tee-off.
The City of Dallas's Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability is reminding you to help improve our city's air quality. Visit the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality website to learn about Ozone Action Days. There one can find information on the region's forecasted Ozone Action Days, also the meaning of ozone orange, red, or purple. Protect yourself, your family, and the environment by telecommuting, walking or biking, brown bag lunches, and taking public transportation. Together, we can make a positive impact. Find out more at DallasCityHall.com.
RJ Choppy here for your friends over at Zeros. How's that carpet look? It's not clean. It's not environmentally safe and healthy for your home. You've got to get clean carpet. You don't need new carpet. You need the RJ Choppy Fan Special. 3 rooms, pre-treated, cleaned, and sanitized for $109 plus $75 off your air duct cleaning. Get rid of all that bacteria and mold spores up in the attic air duct unit with the RJ Choppy Fan Special from Zeros. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN or ZerezDallas.com.
The Auto Awards season is here, and our friends at D&M Leasing have some exciting news to share. Cars.com named D&M the top leasing company in the United States for the 10th year in a row, and we're so grateful for our clients. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States, regardless of vehicle make, for client experience. Call today or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com and start saving.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Junk for Joy is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to junkforjoy.org or call 1-877-JUNK4JOY.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It can be family or people you like.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plan starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Summer's here, and so are the deals at Target's Hello Summer Sale.
Let's go.
Get ready for perfect patio days with up to 30% off outdoor furniture, rugs, and decor. Banana splits for dinner? Yes, please.
I love it.
Select favorite day ice cream, toppings, and treats are 20% off. And road trip ready summer style is easy to pack with 30% off select swimsuits, tees, and sandals for the whole family. Target's Hello Summer Sale ends Monday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
Hello there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the On-Time experts today for a free second opinion. They'll come out to your home same day and tell you the truth about your system. Don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time experts and set your appointment time today. 214-267-2727. 2007, 214-267-2007. TheOnTimeExperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
Tolo's Eric Giafalo here for Platinum Ford in Terrell between Highway 80 and I-20. Super excited to partner with Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Adam Vinci are monster Tolos, and there's a reason why so many head over to the east side of the Metroplex for their next Ford truck, car, or SUV, and you can do the same. I was in the car business for a long time. This is a first-class organization. Everything from Super Duties, full-size Broncos, and more. Start the process now at PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the Jeep Bag Nation every Friday at 5:20, presented by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford and James Tritley in for the KNC Masterpiece. We'll do some gridiron gravy here in just a moment. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053. Let us know what you got going on a Memorial Day holiday. Hope you are all enjoying yourselves on a gorgeous day here in the Metroplex and being safe as well. Let us know what you're cooking up today.
Yeah, we want to know what you're doing. We want to know exactly where you're at listening to us on the air, the Tolos. I hope everybody's out there just enjoying their Monday off. If you have the Monday off, if you had to come into work, there's a very few amount of people that actually had to work today. But
And
we're
we're happy to be one of those because, I mean, it's pretty cool that, some people are like, oh, I got to work on a holiday. Well, I'm just going to come talk sports for 4 hours, and then I'm going to go home and sit by the pool.
Yeah, no big deal, right?
Yeah, so I think we got a pretty sweet gig here hanging out with the Tolos. And in case you missed it, we did let you know that at 1:20 we will be joined by NBA champion and Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. We're going to talk all things Western Conference Finals, maybe even a way too early look ahead to what Boston could look like and how the Pacers are absolutely melting down as they are down 3-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. And then we have Joey Erickson, our buddy, our old friend here from The Fan, now the host of the Locked On Stars podcast. He joins us at 12:20 to kick off the Expressway. But right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start. Should we go with the man that got richer or the man that is no longer rich?
Man, let's stay rich. Let's stay with the high life, and then we'll go to the bum.
The bum is great because it's true. So The Athletic reports that Max Crosby, you probably heard of him, pretty good football player.
He does all right.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
For the Las Vegas Raiders, he received a $6 million pay raise in a rework deal late on Friday, according to Diana Rossini. The deal doesn't add any years to his contract and includes moving $1.2 million from his 2026 salary to his 2025 pay, so he gets a raise for next season as well from his 2026 salary, but he gets a $6 million raise. The 26-year-old has 3 years remaining on his contract. He signed a 4-year extension worth $95 million and more than $53 million in guarantees in March of 2022. And he's been one of the regulars among a group of Raiders players at the team facility this offseason to work out, even for, like just organized stuff that they put together as players, non-OTAs, non-minicamp stuff, just trying to get some rhythm, trying to get some chemistry with some of the new guys on the team, and obviously the new coaching staff, the new full-time coaching staff that they have with Coach Antonio Pierce. And he said that Coach Pierce challenged him early and said, remember, it's not about you. So he got that group together and said, we're going to start working out early, get to know each other and everything. And he's become a star for the Raiders, not just for the Raiders, but for the NFL. 52 sacks over his first 5 NFL seasons to go along with 321 tackles and 88 tackles for loss. He's made the last 3 Pro Bowls. And this past season had a career best 14.5 sacks, earning him second-team All-Pro honors.
Yeah, I think when you look at Crosby, and I think a lot of players in the NFL share this same sentiment about Crosby. You hate to play him, but if he's on your team, you love to have him. And I've heard that statement about a good number of guys, and they're always those kind of gritty, those guys that'll really stir up some trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it in the quarterback documentary where he stirred it up with Patrick Mahomes, and you just kind of love that for a guy. Again, if you're Kansas City, you hate it, but Max Crosby is just such a difference maker, and I think he's a difference maker because you're kind of seeing that rebuild there in Vegas. You don't know what's going on, but Crosby and Antonio Pierce, the best things they got going for him.
So he gets richer, but a former Raider does not. So this story was actually broken by Antonio Brown himself.
Which is a wild statement to make in 2024.
Yeah. He actually tweeted this out early last week, so I'm sure this has been talked about plenty, but now we have concrete details from court filings and stuff about Antonio Brown filing for bankruptcy. The most unsurprising statement of 2024. Gosh. So he filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy last Monday, but the court documents have been made public, and the 35-year-old owes nearly $3 million to 8 creditors, according to the records. He made more than $80 million in a 12-year NFL career, according to Spotrac, but his listed estimated assets in the court filing are $50,000 or less after making $80 million in the NFL. The largest claim is a $1.2 million court judgment owed to a moving truck driver. This story went uber viral, who sued Brown alleging assault and battery related to a January 2020 incident where I believe there was something about throwing a brick at the car and everything. It was a wild story, and it was on video, the whole altercation. But the reason he owes so much money is because Brown failed to attend any of the court hearings. So the other debts in the filing include money owed through 3 other court judgments that amount to $2.931 million. He also has numerous other civil suits that people are working against him on. We talked about one me and CA did yesterday, that there was one with a famous celebrity jeweler that had loaned him a couple pieces of jewelry to wear to some game, some event that he was at, and he never returned them. So the jeweler is now suing him for the price of those pieces and then some for damages, and I think it was in excess of $1 million for 2 pieces of jewelry, which is kind of insane. But he played 12 seasons in the NFL after being a 6th-round pick, a 4-time All-Pro. Obviously, a Steelers great, then went to the Patriots, and everything fell apart. And
it was a downward spiral from there.
Yeah.
I just have one question. What in the hell is wrong with Antonio Brown? What happened?
I mean, I think you can...
I mean, CA touched on it yesterday when we were talking on the show. I mean, after that hit of Vontaze Burfict, I mean, that changed Antonio Brown. You could tell in the interviews, everything's different. But man, I mean, this is a completely different guy. This was a Pro Bowler. This was a guy who made a difference on the field. Yeah. And then he leaves the field. He runs off it in the middle of the game. That was the wildest thing I've ever seen.
The funny thing is, he does say that he has less than $50,000 of assets, but his address in the court filing is like an $18 million mansion. So I'm not sure what all goes into that, and if any of that's going to get checked. I'm sure it will be because it is a court of law. But
yeah, 50,000, 18 million. Yeah, it all evens out, right?
It's a big disparity.
Yeah.
I don't think PEMDAS works all that out. The math ain't mathing there. But yeah, he's obviously just trying to cover himself and hopefully get out of some of these payments and everything, which I know that's just a business tactic. You see it all the time. I mean, what was it? Red Lobster just filed for Chapter 11, but that they literally put out a statement that said, we don't plan on going anywhere.
Right.
We just need help. So I'm sure this is him. He probably does have a team of smart people around him, surprisingly, that are saying, hey, if you do this, you could save some money. So I don't think he's going to fall off the face of the earth, especially because his Twitter account gets more impressions than most people deserve.
Yeah.
So, but you asked what's happened to him. I think you can tell from the name of his quote-unquote production company, CTESPN.
Listen, I'm not going to throw it out there. I'm no doctor. There's no reason I need to be talking about someone else's medical, but he puts it out there for us to joke about and to talk about. That's him. That's his thing. We kind of can all speculate that. Now, again, you go back to the thing you mentioned, Red Lobster, which, and I think about cheddar biscuits makes me hungry. But, the whole thing about the Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and, from the 214, they said, I hope y'all don't think AB is actually broke. We know. Chapter 11 is a completely different thing. It's a restructure. There are many places that have entered the Chapter 11 bankruptcy and have come out on top. It's a whole thing where you just like you said, you need help. So this is AB. I'm glad he's finally saying it. I need help.
Yeah. And the reason it's a story is because the guys that have made $80+ million in their playing career usually are smart enough to not lose all of it. Like you don't see some of these, recently retired players that have made a lot of money. They're not within 5-6 years of disappearing, even less, saying, hey, I need help, because of what he was playing in like 2020.
Right.
So it's only been 4 years since he's been out of the league. And so it is just impressive that he's having to look for help that fast.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a headline, because he's a polarizing character. That's what he is at this point. He's a character. And he's fun to talk about. Obviously, we hope that he gets the help he needs, both mentally and financially, because we're not preying on his downfall, but he's made himself into a larger-than-life character for all the wrong reasons. Right. So that's why it becomes a topic. So
yeah, it's a bit of a problem that AB's doing that. But, you talk about the guy who gets richer, the guy who gets poorer. But here's a guy that we'll transition to who's looking to get richer, is now spotted to be working out with Buffalo Bills rookie Keon Coleman. That's Cowboys All-Pro wide receiver CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, and the reason that's big that he's working out with another player right now is because he is not at OTAs or any of these mini camps for the Dallas Cowboys, as he is trying to prolong negotiations in his new contract that he hopes to receive from the Cowboys to get an even bigger payday. This Saturday on NFL Live, ESPN NFL insider Jeremy Fowler reported that Lamb, who is entering that final year of his rookie deal, quote, appears to be waiting on Justin Jefferson before he signs a new contract. Shocker. This is not shocking by any means, but if you wanted to get some sort of a timeline that is a little bit more concrete, we all kind of speculated that and theorized that, hey, we all know he's not Justin Jefferson, but a lot of people are going to say, how close can I get to Justin Jefferson? That would make sense. So they're waiting on him to do that because, of course, the latest domino to fall was Philadelphia's A.J. Brown. He gets 3 years, $96 million. And then the other domino to fall, Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. He gets 4 years, $120 million. So they kind of reset the market. Justin Jefferson is going to reset that and then some.
Yep.
So it's smart business by CeeDee Lamb to say, if Jay Jettas is going to get his here in the next few weeks, couple months, why would I sign right now when I can get a really good gauge at how much I'm worth after he signs?
Yeah, Justin Jefferson is what should be one of the highest paid wide receivers in the NFL. It's going to be interesting to see how he does in Minnesota. Like, with everything that they have going on, they lose Kirk. They try and figure things out now. Then you go over and look at CeeDee Lamb, and he's the next best wide receiver that needs to get paid. I mean, his talent, whether he's a Cowboy or whether he ends up not being one long term, is unmatched. I think he deserves every cent that is coming to him.
So there you have it. There's some gridiron gravy for you right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go back to the Mavericks. How big is the potential loss of one Derek Lively? We talk about that next year on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For Kyrie Irving, he wanted out in Cleveland with LeBron James. Boston, Brooklyn, they were disastrous. In Dallas, the 32-year-old has found his brilliant game once again as the duo of Irving and Luka has Dallas one victory away from the NBA Finals. He looks energized, happy, and his exquisite basketball talents are shining through. For Irving, it seemed to be about everything else other than basketball before. Not anymore. I'm Mark Malusis.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's up, Tolo? Zach Wolchuk wanting to show some love to Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst. They are Tolos just like you. They've been family-owned and operated since 1990, and right now, 0% on all CUVs, CX-30, CX-50, and CX-5s for 36 months, and 2024 Mazda 3 Select Lease, $299 per month over 36 months, and $24.99 due at signing. They've got all the great deals for you, and they got a personal level of experience. Go check out my friends Mark Welch and, of course, Matt Lero. Highly driven, highly satisfied, Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J. Alexander Law and let us guide you towards the justice and compensation you deserve. 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED. Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Lowe's knows every project starts with the right tools and equipment. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, save $50 on a V20 string trimmer and leaf blower combo kit. Now only $99. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 5/29 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Mike Bassick with 105.3 The Fan. The TrustedLab.com have CBD of the highest quality. Many people say it helps with tight muscles and joints. Available at the TrustedLab.com. Texas proud company. Use code FAN for 20% off the TrustedLab.com.
Buying, selling, and refinancing is a daily headline and conversation. Get the latest up-to-date information on the market with your questions to help your decision on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show. Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
Destination, 20 miles.
20 miles? Man, I'm hungry now.
$1 slice of pizza at Racetrack.
Say what?
Buy any Coca-Cola. Grab a slice for $1 at Racetrack.
Pizza sounds so good. Are you sure it's only $1?
Recalculating. Yes, $1.
Thanks.
No problem. You'd be lost without me.
Grab a hot slice for a cool price at Racetrack. Just $1 when you buy any 20-ounce Coca-Cola. Racetrack, whatever gets you going. Copyright 2024 The Coca-Cola Company. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of The Coca-Cola Company. Offer valid 5/1 through 8/6. See store for details.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration, and I have a question for you business owners out there. What would you do if your building suddenly flooded or caught on fire? Would you be able to deal with your insurance company and keep your business on track? If you're like most, you're too busy to even think about it. That's why you'll love this news. All you have to remember is DowerthRestoration.com. When disaster strikes, we'll be there just like you planned all along. It's good to have friends in the restoration business. DowerthRestoration.com.
I'm Ethan Hawke, native Texan, here to talk to you about Texan icons. See, there's one Texas icon that does more for us than any other. A little trash barrel named Daryl. You've seen him on billboards and TV. This trash barrel reminds us to keep our state clean, so you don't mess with Texas. Next time you think of Texas icons, remember Daryl the Barrel, who's always reminding you, don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew. 30 seconds. That's it. Done. Peace.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and James Tritley in for the KNC masterpiece here on a Memorial Day holiday. Thanks for spending it with us here on 105.3 The Fan. That's why you turn it on and leave it on as you always do, because on the holidays, we're here for you when nobody else wants to be. 105.3 The Fan is ready to party with you. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line where you can get involved in any and all of our conversations. We are live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube, where the Twitch chat is saying that James is apparently my less evil twin. Which I don't know if I see it. Maybe it's because I got the hair tied back today because I didn't want to put in any effort. But
I think you get the evil thing where it's the red hair. I think a lot of people think the red.
I think it is. Yeah, because someone said it's evil Medford and Medford. I'm like, which one's evil?
Yeah.
You know, I don't.
Are we
understand.
the two? Are they the good side, bad side, the angel and devil on the shoulder?
Yeah. I'd assume that they think you're the nice one because they know I'm chaotic.
Ooh.
And if you want to talk about chaos, we got AM on the FM at 140 today.
They think I'm the nice one. They know I need to get on here more often. You'll hear me on the 1s and 2s on Sunday mornings with good old Blake and Alec.
Yeah, and the thing is that Blake is probably not going to be a good influence for you. Speaking of Blake, you haven't heard from him all week because he's been on vacation. He is back today. He will be in with Will Chambers for the G-Bag Nation from 3 to 7 today. But coming up on the other side, we do have an old friend of ours, Joey Erickson, the host of the Locked On Stars podcast. He's going to join us to preview Game 3 of Stars and Oilers. And then NBA champion and Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green joins us at 1:20 today. But we do it from the 214 AM. And James, go Mavs, go Stars. Happy Memorial Day. It's our buddy Jagon and Terrell. And happy birthday to me. Appreciate you texting in happy birthday, Jagon. He is a longtime and loyal Tolo. Appreciate you. And from the 682, I'd much rather be at home drinking some cold beer, but thank y'all for getting me through the day. That's what we're here for, man. That's what we're here for. If you're working just like us, we're here for you. If you do have a brewski sitting right next to you as you're getting your tan on or getting a little swim in, we're here for you as well. Just bring that speaker out to the backyard with you and, pull up the Odyssey app, and we will be your friends for the afternoon.
If you got that brewski, go ahead and add another one for Alec and I. Drink for us.
Yes, because that will not start for me until probably 4 or 5 o'clock today.
Yeah.
So would appreciate if you get that on early for us. But thanks for hanging out with us nonetheless. And Kevin, Corey, and Reggie will be back tomorrow. I'll be on the 1s and 2s all week, so you can't get away from me. You're stuck.
You cannot escape Alec Medford.
You cannot. I'm inevitable. I'm like I like to call myself Thanos, even though I'm nowhere near as physically imposing.
It's a bold statement to make here on a Monday afternoon. Afternoon, I almost said morning.
It feels like morning still because I barely slept last night because I was still just, I was feeling like the vibrations from the double AC and the crowd still as I was trying to go to sleep, still overstimulated and still kind of am right now, but we'll make it through the show. It's still going to be fun. You know what isn't fun, though, is that the Mavs lost Derek Lively II yesterday after he took a pretty nasty stiff knee to the back of the head from Karl-Anthony Towns. And if you didn't see the replay or anything, you just heard it. It was totally unintentional. I know I am the biggest Karl-Anthony Towns hater. I was standing next to his girlfriend before the game yesterday trying to contemplate what I could do to be better in life. I am not a fan of his, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that was intentional.
No.
Derek fell, and he was going to the ground. He was hitting the deck, and Kat was going up for a rebound. That was pretty much it. There was nothing else to it, purely incidental contact, and obviously hoping the best for Derek Lively. He was down on the ground for a minute, just holding the back of his head. He finally rolls over onto his back. He needs a good bit of assistance getting off the floor. So everybody's initial reaction was concussion. The way that he wasn't really able to walk too well. I know some guys that were on the court were saying his eyes looked a little glazed over, but he probably did get his bell rung. But we did hear in the press box, I think the next quarter, that it was a neck strain and he was not in concussion protocol. So that, all things considered, good thing.
Right.
Because concussion protocol, think about it like, you hear it a lot more in the NFL for obvious reasons, but usually concussion means you're not playing next game.
No.
In this case, since you're playing multiple games in multiple days, he probably could have missed the rest of the series if it was a pretty nasty concussion. But as of right now, he's not in the concussion protocol, according to ESPN's Tim McMahon. And then Adrian Wojnarowski followed up and said that he did get scans on his neck strain, and they came out okay. And his status for Game 4 is still up in the air. So we don't know if he's going to be ready to go, which is not a good thing. So how big is the potential loss of Derek Lively? 877-881-1053. What do you think that is going? What do you think the biggest loss could be here? Because for me, James, I think it's going to be defensive adjustments that are going to have to be made, because you instantly see what's the next rotation after Lively gets walked off the court is whenever Daniel Gafford needs a break, you're putting Dwight Powell in. And
I don't like that one bit.
Yeah.
I'm not a Dwight Powell hater. I'm just not a Dwight Powell lover either.
And look, you guys know, especially in this time slot, Dwight Powell does not get any benefit of the doubt, and he does not get any kind of love. And look, I was chatting him up before the game when he was warming up, and, he's the greatest guy ever. He's super cool. He dapped me up like he had known me for 10 years. It's nothing against the guy, but he is playing out of position. He is not a 5. He is not a big. He is a stretch 5 that was asked to be a big for years, and it just didn't work. And you've seen it in the last 2 postseason runs for the Mavericks where he was asked to be a starting 5. It was just barbecue chicken, to quote Shaq. It was barbecue chicken, and CA used to love. He loves to use that phrase, and it's for good reason, because he was just unplayable. Because he is undersized and he is a foul magnet because of it. Because he has to play more aggressive, and you even saw it yesterday. His first 2 rotations in, he gets a foul each. So he's going to absorb fouls really, really quick. But Derek Lively has been fantastic in this postseason. He's only 20. Started his first trip to the Western Conference Finals on a high note, knocking down each of his first 13 attempts so far in this series. And he's poised to become the 4th rookie since 1971 to average points, rebounds, double-double in the conference finals. That would place Lively in the company of Charles Barkley, Larry Bird, and Alvin Adams.
It's good company.
So let's hope he's healthy enough to complete that mission. So this happened early in the game, so you got a pretty good look at what things are going to look like without him. So, people are already calling for Markieff Morris in place of Dwight Powell. I'm not sure that's exactly going to happen because he doesn't have the trust of the coaching staff, even though he is that vocal leader. But they definitely felt the weight of Lively's absence in the second half on defense, because he's been a force all season defensively. And you saw it early on. He's just active underneath the rim. And Rudy Gobert, obviously, he's not a shooter. He's a guy that's going to attack the paint. Karl Anthony Towns, we talked about it in the Open, that Cat, usually you think of him like they tried to make the ridiculous claim that he's the best big shooter in NBA history, which is just not true. But that, at least the fact that it was even a conversation tells you that he is a shooter. He's a 3-point shooter. He's a 3-point specialist. But in this series, Cat has been best when he has attacked the rim. And you need that rim running, obviously on offense, but defensively, you need that rim protection that Derek Lively has given you, because it feels like he's been active. Gafford makes the flashier defensive plays, but not consistent like Derek Lively. Gafford will be the one that whenever it seems like a easy one-on-one attack to the rim, let's say Derrick Jones Jr. in front of Rudy Gobert, Gafford is the one that comes out of nowhere and just smacks the ball with authority out of Rudy Gobert's hands.
Yeah.
Derek Lively is just the sound defense that will contest at the rim.
Well, he's a young rookie.
Exactly.
He's the one you want in that situation. And you touch on Derek Lively just being such an important, not only is it the defensive and offensive stats that you look at that he contributes to this team, but just the presence that Lively has really been key and really a part of this team as a whole. When you look at Lively, you talk about Towns for a sec. Towns claiming that he's a shooter, I mean, that's a dumb claim, I think. I think a lot of people would agree with that. He was 0 for 8 in last night's game from 3 points. Attacking the rim, that's where it's going to be a huge difference maker. But we look at Lively in those stats through the playoffs, over at 8.5 points averaging through 15 games so far. But when you lose him, you're losing a piece of what this team is being built for. Trying to replace him, it can't be done. Markieff Morris, don't think he's the answer. Markieff Morris kind of has his place on that bench. And being kind of I used this term with Morris recently, he was an unsung hero. And the way that I use that is because he's been talked about as being kind of that guy on the bench that really talks up a lot of the players. He really, he kind of speaks up. He hypes everybody up, and that's kind of his role. We don't need him to be this key player in the game. Now, emergency, I guarantee you Morris can get a job done. Not the job, but a job done. Dwight Powell, I'm not going to have that I need to have Dwight Powell. Nobody's ever saying that. My favorite thing with Dwight Powell is he's a ball magnet for the wrong reasons. The guy gets hit in the face so many times. My favorite Twitter follow, by the way, or X follow, is did Dwight Powell get hit in the face tonight? It actually came back because he was in the game. He did not. He came close. I'm watching the replay right now, and it's Gobert attacking the rim. Powell is right there, and Gobert just kind of boxed him out, and there's Powell just falling to the ground. I mean, I think he plays a part in where he is now. He's just not going to be that guy that's going to replace Lively. You can't. There's no way to replace Derek Lively. So if he has to miss game 4, obviously the Mavs are in a position right now. They're up 3-0 in the series. If they have to rest Lively, still come out with the victory, of course, that's a win-win for everybody. But again, Derek Lively being out, if it's prolonged, we hate to see it, but we'll just have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, and it's a neck strain for Derek Lively in case you missed the update there, and his status for Game 4 is up in the air. But since he sat out the entire second half and a little bit of that second quarter, Game 3 marked the first time this series that Minnesota outscored Dallas in the paint, 50-40.
That's a rarity.
Yeah, and it's odd to this day, even though we've gotten a good enough sample size to see how dominant Dallas is in the paint. It feels odd to say that Dallas is a force in the paint, and it wasn't the case without Derek Lively. So obviously that's going to lead to more minutes for Dwight Powell, and you're going to probably have to ask Daniel Gafford to play increased minutes and a bigger workload. And then this is obviously even worse because we aren't talking about it as much, but the question did come up during the show yesterday on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line about Maxi Kleber. He's probably not going to be ready until a potential finals appearance as he's rehabbing that shoulder injury. So you're without him as well. That's another big that he's a totally different play style, but he has been a threat defensively for opposing offenses. And when he's hot, he can shoot the three. So you're missing a 1-2 punch there from Maxi Kleber. You're missing the rim running ability and the rim defense from Derek Lively. Yeah, you're starting to run thin at the big, and I don't know if you go back to situations where you ask PJ Washington to be a stretch 5 in some sets, but at this point, Dwight Powell obviously isn't going to excite anybody, and from the 817 Markieff Morris time, I don't think that's going to happen, but a lot of people seem to think that's a better option than Dwight Powell, but at this point, it's going to be a major loss for the Dallas Mavericks. And before we get on out of here, we do have another major loss. And breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. This coming from Shams Charania of The Athletic. Hall of Famer Bill Walton has passed away at 71 after a prolonged battle with cancer. This sucks.
Yeah, this is not the news we were expecting here on Memorial Day. Just tough news to hear. Utter shock, honestly, to hear this right now.
Yeah, he has been an absolute treasure in basketball media, really just the world. He has been a iconic character. He is just an infectious personality. So fun. We've gotten so many great sound bites that we've run on these very shows from him. What a legend, man. 71 years old. He has passed away after a battle with cancer. May he rest in peace, and thoughts and condolences to his family and his loved ones. That's just not a great way to kick off the Memorial Day holiday. But Bill Walton, gone at 71 years old. Coming up next, we enter the Expressway, and we kick it off by going to the D&M Leasing Hotline to talk with Joey Erickson of Locked On Stars, and we'll do some Mavs and Stars thank you notes. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Where can living well take you? Well, anywhere you want. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand what it means to take your health well beyond. Because wherever your journey takes you, your health and wellness go with you. From the beginning of something new to the start of a new beginning. Retiring for the night somewhere under the stars. Or living out your wildest dreams after retiring. Greater all-around health starts by making sure greater access to health care is all around you, with new technologies and innovative platforms right in the palm of your hand, and easier ways to stay on top of your preventive care so your well-being stays on track. It's why Blue Cross is committed to advancing and simplifying the healthcare experience for our members well into the future. Trusted from the beginning, we'll be forever by your side, no matter the state you find yourself in. Always elevating your healthcare well beyond.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Foster grandparent volunteers change lives one child at a time by providing emotional support, mentorship, and tutoring. These volunteers are role models and friends for children with exceptional needs at organizations such as schools, daycares, and juvenile correction facilities. If you would like to become a foster grandparent volunteer, or if your organization would like to partner with the program, visit our website today. The Foster Grandparent Volunteer Program, strengthening our community from one generation to another.
Sponsored by Texas Health and Human Services.
Everything's bigger in Texas, including the jobs. Out working outsmart 'em with a Polaris Ranger XD 1500 with an industry-exclusive steel drive transmission, 3,500-pound towing capacity, and a 50% larger cargo box. It's built to work like you do. Polaris, think outside.
Hello, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. During the hot Texas weather, nothing's more aggravating than waiting for days, even weeks to get service on a broken air conditioner. And that's why we recommend the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are there to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com to set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
What's up, Tolo? Zach Wolchuk wanting to show some love to Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hurst. They are Tolos just like you. They've been family owned and operated since 1990, and right now, 0% on all CUVs, CX-30, CX-50, and CX-5s for 36 months, and 2024 Mazda 3 Select Lease, $299 per month over 36 months, and $24.99 due at signing. They've got all the great deals for you, and they got a personal level of experience. Go check out my friends Mark Welch and, of course, Matt Lero. Highly driven, highly satisfied, Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hurst.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of select Metabo HPT nails. And there's more. Save 10% on select shingles when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that.
We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
O'Reilly. Extend the life of your engine with regular oil changes and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, pick up 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $31.99. Or upgrade to a MicroGuard Select filter for just $2 more. Limit supply, available in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Take 5.
At Take 5, we're faster than you think. That means we'll change your oil and have you back on the road faster than it takes for your fancy designer half-calf, heavy cream, no-whip, mocha latte to get cold. Just sit back and relax while our fast, friendly team does all the work. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
This segment on the Expressway is also brought to you by the On Time Experts.
It is time for the Expressway, a.k.a. the Lunch Rush here. Alec Medford and James Tritley in for the KNC Masterpiece. We are going to go to the D&M Leasing Hotline here in just a second, but after we talk with our friend Joey Erickson, we're going to do some Mavs and Stars thank you notes. 877-881-1053 if you have a thank you note to write for the Dallas Mavericks or the Stars, any player or coach on those teams. Let us know, 877-881-1053. Also live on Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you there as well. But now let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline where we welcome our old friend, still a good friend, and host of the Locked On Stars podcast. He is Joey Erickson. Joey, I got to imagine for someone that covers the team as extensively as you do, but is also a thoroughbred DFW kid, you've just got to be enjoying every moment of what's happening right now with these playoff races.
Oh, absolutely, Alec. Once again, thank you for having me on. Always a pleasure to be with you. And yeah, this is an incredible time of year what the Mavs and Stars are doing right now. And I don't want to hijack your segment, okay, Alec? But I do want to give a thank you note. I have to give a thank you note to Chris Tanev. I think he's turned around this Dallas Stars team since they acquired him in February. So that's my contribution to your segment later on.
Well, I appreciate the early contribution, because I think that is a fantastic one, because he has been a godsend for this team. And if you want to talk about contributions, it does seem like the Edmonton Oilers will be getting some more contributions. A healthy Adam Henrique is expected to return to the lineup for Edmonton. What does he add to this team? Because he was kind of like a Tanev kind of situation, a later addition to the team for the Oilers, and he's a guy that's been pretty fantastic for them, especially in the special teams area, looking at some of his numbers. What does he add for them?
Yeah, Henrique is a big body center iceman that gives them some more depth in their forward groups. And he's been around the block. He's a grizzled veteran. It was well known that Edmonton wanted Chris Tanev, and obviously they didn't get him because of Jim Nill and the Dallas Stars. So they sort of settled, and I don't really even want to describe it as that, because Henrique's a great player and he's been around the block. He actually scored a double overtime game winner against New York about 10 years ago now, which is pretty crazy to think about. But when he played in New Jersey, He scored a game winner to send them to the Cup Finals, and there's a little connection there because Pete DeBoer was the head coach of that team back in 2012 when they ended up losing to LA in the Stanley Cup Finals. So, he provides a big body. You'll see him on the power play if they get some power plays. I know there's been some conversation revolving around them and the lack of penalties so far, but he'll be net front, and he'll try to take the eyes away from Ottinger. So another big body, and he'll be a key addition for them.
Joey, James Tritley here. You look at this team, and we talk about the win that they just came off of, but of course, everything that goes into that win, we always have to talk about the loss that happened before it. What did you see that was different from Game 1 versus Game 2?
Yeah, there were a couple things that I thought Dallas really did well in Game 2 as opposed to Game 1. Number one was just their board play in general. At this time of year, most of the game is played on the outskirts of the rink. So you have to win board battles, you have to be physical, and you have to stick check really hard. And I thought Dallas didn't do a very good job of that in Game 1, especially Tanev and Lindell. For as sturdy as they have been on the back end, I thought the Oilers' forecheck was really, really good in Game 1, and they took advantage of it. And I thought Dallas was much stronger on the puck. They were much crisper on their passes, and they were a bit more varnished. They were able to get out of their zone a bit better, and that leads to better offense. Number two was I think they shrunk the rink against Edmonton, especially in the final two periods. After Edmonton really dominated in that first period of Game 2. They outshot the Stars 16-4. They only had a combined, 13 shots in the final two periods. So Dallas did an excellent job of limiting some of their chances, especially off the rush. And you can really notice this when you see Edmonton carrying the puck through the neutral zone. Dallas kept a really good gap, and they forced them to dump the puck in deep, forced them to get the puck off their stick, and play of a more dump and chase style, which is something Edmonton doesn't necessarily want to do because of how much speed and creativity guys like McDavid and Draisaitl have. They really took the off the rush chances away from Edmonton and kind of closed the rink down. And that final two periods is more of what Dallas wants to be like. I don't think the Stars have played their best hockey, which is a good sign moving forward. They probably have had their B- to B game here in the first two, and now they're going to Edmonton, and they're going on the road where they've been the best team all year long throughout the NHL, away from their own building.
We got a question from Atolo from the 903 for you, Joey. They ask, does Thomas Harley need to play better? Feels like he has had several bad plays at both blue lines, keeping pucks in the offensive zone or misplays leading to scoring chances for Edmonton, and only 2 assists and no goals in the playoffs. Do you think Thomas Harley needs to step up?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's had a few games to forget, and this is something I actually noticed too. So it's a great question. Just rewatching Game 2 yesterday, Harley just hasn't had that offensive prowess that we saw throughout the regular season, and to some degree that's to be understandable. There's just not as much time and space for him to jump up in the play a ton, but he's done a decent job, and you also have to factor in last year when he came in, he was playing bottom 6 pairing minutes as a defenseman because he was frankly the 6th defenseman of the Dallas Stars at that time. Now that he's on the top pairing along with Miro Heiskanen, he's going to take on some of those harder matchups against the McDavids of the world and the top centers and the top players in the game. So he's not going to be as dominant or have as many chances as maybe he had a year ago. So there is some learning curve to that, and he's doing a just fine job. But yeah, of course, Dallas would like him to step up and produce a little bit more. But the good thing is when you have a partner like Miro Heiskanen, he can make up for that. And I think they're doing just fine as a pairing. But yeah, I mean, I would love for Harley to jump in the play a bit more, be a bit more aggressive, be a bit more engaged. And that can only mean good things for the Stars if he's producing on the back end.
Joey, I want you to go ahead and talk about Joe, not yourself, but Joe Pavelski. He really a lot of people are not saying that he's contributed enough for this team. What are we looking to expect going forward for Joe Pavelski and the Stars?
Yeah, you have to hamper your expectations a bit when it comes comes to Joe Pavelski. And I know there's some calling out for him to be healthy scratched. And look, it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Pete DeBoer trusts him. And if you look at towards the end of game 2 and some of those big moments, Joe Pavelski had a big impact. You look at the end of the second period, there was 5 seconds on the clock, and Edmonton loaded up their big boys with Hyman, McDavid, and Draisaitl, and Pavelski wins the faceoff back, and it renders it completely mute. He can impact the game in a multitude of ways, and I know he's not contributing like we expect him to, because the game is moving fast and he's starting to look his age. He can contribute in other ways, and I think he's doing that to the best of his ability. It's unfortunate he's not finding his goal scoring touch, but you just have to live with some of the mistakes, and just some of his age at this point is starting to show. He's just not as quick, and he's not making decisions as fast, but he's still a huge impact, especially in the locker room. You can't take that Stanley Cup type pedigree. I know he's never won one, but he's been very, very close, and he's played in a lot of playoff games. That is a really, really hard player to take out of your lineup when he has that much experience. And yes, he may not be playing to the best of his ability or to play to the ability that he wants to, but that is a guy in the locker room that is keeping everybody calm in some of these big pressure situations, and says, hey guys, like, we know what we are, we can do it. And you just can't take that out of the lineup. So maybe you need to hamper some expectations on Pavelski. But look, I think he's doing just fine for the role he's playing, and he'll continue to be a part of this lineup moving forward.
Joey Erickson, Locked On Stars, joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. And Pete DeBoer did say in his pregame availability earlier this morning that Roope Hintz remains a game-time decision, and says that he thinks he helps anybody, and if he's in the lineup, the Stars feel like they can get some looks against that red-hot Oilers penalty kill that's fended off 20 straight power plays. So kind of two-part question here. What can Roope Hintz do for this Stars team at this point in the series, and just how good are the Oilers on special teams?
Yeah, they've been excellent so far. Well, Roope would be a huge addition, obviously. He really adds something that the Stars are lacking right now, and frankly, that's just somebody to match Connor McDavid. Vancouver did an excellent job of defending Vancouver, and one of the reasons why was JT Miller, for Vancouver. He's an excellent two-way center iceman for Vancouver, and he was pretty much marking McDavid for most of that series, and was a big reason why McDavid really didn't have that crazy of an offensive output. Right now, the Stars don't have a forward to really match that type of dynamic, and Roope Hintz at least gets you close to that. And he also will help out players like Jason Robertson, who have cooled off here a little bit. So Roope would be a massive addition and give the Stars some juice offensively, because they haven't been very consistent in a lot of ways. They've been able to find a way to win games without him, but you've had to see Pete DeBoer has had to juggle the lines multiple times in the middle of games just to get some life into those trios. So we'll see if that takes place once again tonight. Special teams wise, yeah, Edmonton's been fantastic, and after game 2 they talked about getting some of the not getting as many calls as they would like, but they were a team that frankly was pretty spoiled in the first 2 series. They had 25 power plays in a 5-game series against LA, and they had 18 against Vancouver. Also, they have one of the best power plays the league has ever seen. So yeah, they want some power plays because they know it can be an advantage for them. On the PK specifically, I really encourage people to go find a video on Twitter. It's from TSN. And Rick Bowness, a former Stars head coach, and Kevin Bieksa, who's a former NHL defenseman, actually broke down some of what Edmonton is trying to do on the penalty kill against Dallas. And I thought they did a great job of explaining how they're trying to basically trap Wyatt Johnston on that wing to force him down to the goal line. And that pretty much takes away the options for Dallas on their power play. Dallas is going to have to switch their mindset an approach because they're trying to get the puck up high to Miro Heiskanen, and he's kind of the quarterback, and they're trying to get it to the flanks. I think they're going to have to start working the goal line a bit more, so look for that here tonight in Game 3 if Dallas gets on the job. You'll probably see Jamie Benn towards that goal line get a few pucks, and he's probably going to try to, take it to the net and just get some more net front presence because Edmonton's did a great job of taking away the middle of the rink and forcing Dallas into either bad shots or bad passes through sticks, which has led to some clearances. So it's going to be a huge factor moving forward, special teams-wise, because if Dallas gets in penalty trouble, they're going to have a really tough time winning this series against an Edmonton team that's really, really good.
You look at the physicality when it comes to Dallas. They were not a big team when it comes to hitting in the regular season. Even in the playoffs, the numbers alone, they're not very physical. But we saw a lot more physicality in the first and second round. Do we expect, as this game or the series goes on even deeper, do we expect more physicality out of these two teams?
I would. That usually is the case for most series, just because legs start to get tired, then you get the wear and tear, and players begin to get mentally exhausted as a series wears on, playing every other day, and then the rink starts to shrink a bit more. That was something I was looking for in Game 2 from Dallas, was to just be a bit more physical because they've stuck to the script so far. As we all know, they lose Game 1 and they've bounced back and won Game 2, and in that Colorado series especially, saw in Game 2 the just huge hits. Jamie Benn had that big hit on Devon Tays, and it really kind of shifted the whole series in a lot of ways. Dallas kind of set the tone like, hey, this is what you're going to have to do to beat us, and are you willing to match us physically and match the want that we want to win this series? And I don't think Colorado was up to that challenge. So I think if Dallas continues to be physical, I think they out-hit Edmonton 31-19 in Game 2, which is a really, really good sign. And it's all calculated physicality. It's not just running around trying to get big licks on people. It's finishing checks, finishing plays, sticks in lanes. That's all part of the equation for Dallas to beat an Edmonton team. So hopefully the physicality continues to peak up, especially for Dallas, because that wears on teams. And I think for the first time in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Stars are actually deeper on the back end. I don't think you could say that for the first two series against Colorado and Vegas. That wears on teams the longer this series goes. And I think the longer it goes, it probably benefits Dallas.
Last one for you, Joey, before we let you go. If you were to crown a postseason MVP so far, and I gave you two options between Miro Heiskanen and Jake Ottinger, who would you crown the MVP so far?
Well, that's a really tough question. It's two players that I absolutely love. Man, Jake Ottinger has been fantastic. I think I have to give it to Miro Heiskanen at this point, and this could change if the Stars make it to the final, but I think I would put Miro up for the Conn Smythe. What he's done defensively against literally the top players in the game, starting with Jack Eichel. I know Tanev has gotten a lot of love for what he's done, rightfully so, but Heiskanen against the Eichels of the world, and then the McKinnons and the McCarrs, and then the Rantanens, and now you're talking about two of the top probably 10 players in the National Hockey League against McDavid and Draisaitl. And every time 97 is on the ice, number 4 will be right there. You can guarantee that. And what he's putting on display is a defensive clinic. And I think he's starting to get some more notoriety against the league. And for him to do it against Edmonton is huge because all the eyeballs of Canada are on this series with the final Canadian team remaining. He's going to get his flowers, and it's overdue, to say the least, with how impressive he has been. And look at offensively, he's been fantastic too. He's top 3 in scoring. So I would give the Conn Smythe to Miro. He's been fantastic in every facet of the game. And yeah, he's proven to be the best defender in the playoffs this year.
We appreciate you letting us invade your holiday today. You got any big plans for Memorial Day?
Not really. I've just been hanging out at the house. The niece came over, and we're swimming. It's a beautiful day, so it's been really nice so far. I do want to say thank you to all the men and women that served our country. Happy Memorial Day, especially to the ones that we've lost, because we, of course, get to enjoy the freedom every day. And, look, I get to talk about the Stars, so I'm very, very thankful and appreciative to everybody that's fought for freedom.
Pretty sweet gig we have, and we appreciate the time, Joey. We'll catch up with you soon, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, Al. You have a great day.
There he goes. Joey Erickson on the D&M Leasing Hotline from the Locked On Stars podcast. You can check out all of his fine work there, as he has been doing a killer job. And you can hear him on these airwaves, it feels like every other day, because as the 972 points out, 877-881-1053, Joey is quite literally a hockey encyclopedia.
My goodness. I mean, he is one of a kind, able to bring that insight to it. I mean,
he is unreal.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he just spitballed so many different things, I mean, that's what you expect, especially with notoriety being Locked On Stars. He does such a great job, and he gave such good insight on what we're expected to see tonight.
So we're not going to move away totally from the Dallas Stars here. We're going to do some Dallas Stars and Dallas Mavericks thank you notes, and we want to hear from you from these, for these rather. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053. We are live on Twitch and YouTube as well. So we want to hear from you for some Stars and Mavs thank you notes. And there's a few different directions we could go, especially for the Mavericks, because recency bias. We have the win yesterday. You go up 3-0 in this series in the Western Conference Finals. And we did have some early entries. We did have one from Joey, but we do have some from the Tolos as well, from the 469. I think this is a huge one. Thank you note to Kyrie Irving for being that Uncle Joe smooth. And pretty much he has been every bit of smooth. He's really found his own. And we were talking about his second half and especially fourth quarter dominance early on in the series and in the postseason, because I want to say, I think it was going into the series, he was just averaging 4 to 6 points per game in the first half alone. So that first half was just, you didn't expect anything from him, but now you're really starting to see him push the pace against the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know if it's fully because Anthony Edwards poked the bear, as Charles Barkley said. He called him out after they advanced and said, Kyrie is going to be my defensive assignment, so bring it on.
Yeah.
And Kyrie told them after game one, he said, I was just watching and eating dinner with my family. I heard the kids say that and took it as motivation. So don't know if it's fully that. I bet it probably was a coaching adjustment as well that said, hey, we need to get Kyrie the ball in his hands a little bit more early on to try to get him his rhythm and his timing, because as an older player, he's talked about that. Getting a rhythm is a big thing, and finding your timing and finding the connections, finding some guys on the open wing and the ball movement, trying to find himself in an open position to take a good shot on a good look. He's talked about that, how that's important to his game. Not exactly being as young as he used to be. He's got to find his timing. He's got to find his pace. And I think a massive thank you letter needs to be written to Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, I think he's really just found his tempo and found his groove here in Dallas. We've just seen such a total change from what he's been able to do here in Dallas. He feels loved here, where he didn't feel loved anywhere else. And I think that's a big contributor. And you can see how he acts with Luka. Look at them. They're like brothers. These two guys right here are truly, you talked about earlier, just the backcourt and the backbone, really, of the Dallas Mavericks and what they're doing. Kyrie has just been such a key contributor. That second half has been the absolute pace that this team is looking for. And it's only getting better from here. Every game, we just see more Kyrie magic. Kai magic, Luka magic. It's everything you could ask for from the Mavericks.
And I would like to give a thank you note real quick to Brad Townsend of the Morning News, because he just posted a video 2 minutes ago on Twitter. Derek Lively is not working out with the Mavs bigs at practice right now, but Maxi Kleber is increasing his workload on the court, and he is shooting with the bigs. So you're starting to see more work coming in for Maxi Kleber. Obviously, we're still not expecting until a potential finals run to see him, but the fact that he is on the floor working with the bigs is a good sign. So thank you note to Brad Townsend for putting that out there. And a thank you note, really for me, this is going to be one of my entries, to the Mavericks bigs in general.
Yes.
I think the bigs have been fantastic across the board. Even in rotational minutes, you've seen some guys, shine. You've seen PJ Washington even have his moments where he's asked to be the biggest guy on the floor. But the combination of Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford have won you basketball games, simply put. And it's been Lob City with both of them, with Luka and Kyrie feeding them at the rim, especially D-Live. I mean, we read off the stat at the top of the hour here. If you missed that conversation about the potential absence of D-Live, you can hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app and revisit that conversation. But, the presence of Derek Lively being able, he's made 13 of his first 13 shots straight. He's made them. So the fact that he's been so consistent on the offensive boards and finding the rim and getting you some early points, and especially the second chance points, have been huge. Daniel Gafford has been really good on the second chance opportunities. He hasn't been great this series. Overall, Daniel Gafford has not been as advertised. He's had his moments where I've scratched my head a little bit. Sitting in the box last night, I did see in the first half there was a defensive miscue where he switched, I want to say, onto Rudy Gobert where he wasn't supposed to, and that ended up leaving a wide open Jaden McDaniels in the corner, and he knocks down a three.
Yeah.
And Luka tore into him after, and Sean Sweeney on the sideline was tearing into him as well. They were both kind of clapping their hands like, what are you doing? There's been a couple of miscues by Gaff, but overall, he hasn't been a negative. He has done his job to the best of his ability for the most part. That he's going to have to continue doing that with Derek Lively potentially missing time. So I think the Mavs bigs overall deserve a thank you note.
Yeah, Daniel Gafford overall. You've seen a lot more highlights of him with the big slams, the alley-oops. And again, we talked about Dwight Powell as him being a possible contribution if Derek Lively is going to miss some time. We saw the feed that Powell always got from Luka on those alley-oop slams. Now we're seeing Gafford throw it down with a little bit more authority, and we're seeing those highlight reel plays, but he's, like you said, he's never been a negative to this team. He's always been, at least at the very lowest, he's been average or better, and that's just a big contribution to him stepping up. For my thank you, I'm going to go to PJ Washington. PJ Washington has been such a key addition to this team, and when they ended up getting him at the trade deadline, I think it was such a interesting one to get. Okay, where's PJ Washington going to fit offensively with the Dallas Mavericks? Well, now we look at the playoffs, and he's making a dramatic impact overall. PJ Washington, not only is his play exciting, just his mannerisms. He's having so much fun here in Dallas, and you couldn't ask for much more from that guy.
PJ has been awesome, man. There's no way around it. And the energy that he brings, you can talk about the production and you can box score watch all you want, but there is an energy that he has about him. And in the big moments, he will show emotion. But whenever he's in stride knocking down his threes, he has a straight face, but he'll give you maybe a three up in the air, but he'll just run over and get his high fives. But in those big moments where he lets out a big scream after knocking down a big shot, there is nothing like it. And even during the player intros, he is getting a thunderous pop from the fans because he runs out after he gets his name called and he goes right to the camera. He stands there and he folds his arms and stares into the camera, and the crowd goes nuts. He has his own trademark pose now.
It's a PJ Washington aura that I don't think anybody was expecting here in the playoffs.
Not at all. And there were people questioning the trade when Dallas made the trade because it was like, okay, veteran player with some time left on his deal, so they could try to make it work. Okay, is he going to be a stretch five? What is he going to do, really? He has been massive. And the fact that he will pick up the best offensive player on anybody's team and play sound defense against them for any amount of minutes he's asked, and he will make every switch you ask him to make defensively. He has been so sound defensively, and it's fun. It's really fun to see him line up in front of Anthony Edwards. It's fun to see him in front of Karl Anthony Towns. It's fun to see him literally cover anybody that they ask him to. He has an aura that you use the perfect word, if we're being honest, an aura that we didn't expect and that we don't really see from many guys outside of Luka and Kyrie. This is really, really nice. And I do want to pivot to the Stars real quick.
Yes.
Get a couple of those in.
We've been thanking the Mavs. Now let's thank some Stars players.
Yeah, and we'll get back to the Mavs because there's one big one I want to get to before we get out of here, but because I've seen numerous texts about him.
Yep.
But from the 214, thank you note to Jim Nill for landing Chris Tanev.
Absolutely. Jim Nill is a finalist, actually. He's going to be for GM of the Year.
Second straight year?
I think so, yeah. I mean, listen, what Jim Nill is producing here with the Dallas Stars, this is a team that just every year it seems like they're always in it. We've had some legit chances to be a part of that Stanley Cup final. Obviously, the bubble, that Stanley Cup didn't go like we wanted. But even last year, like I remember I was in Missouri for the Vegas Heartbreak, and my goodness, man, every year it seems like this team is ready. And Jim Nill comes correct when it comes to the additions, the signings. We have to let a few people go. Okay, we're going to fill those gaps with these guys. And especially, I think the biggest one, Joey touched on it earlier, is Chris Tanev coming to Dallas. I mean, that's a huge boost to the defensive unit. It speaks so much to that team. And they just love having Tanev around. Fans love him. And there's so much to like overall in this team. The veterans are doing it. Otter, his aura overall has been great. It's all fun.
It is fun, and well-managed teams from the top down usually find constant success. And the fact that the Stars are a perennial finals team, whether it's the Western Conference or the Stanley Cup, that they are making these impressive playoff pushes, it feels like year in and year out now. And I talked about this with KNC, I want to say 2 weeks maybe after the Tanev acquisition. I said it just feels like that even with limited assets, limited salary cap, Jim Nill knows the right buttons to push.
Absolutely.
Just like his coach, Pete DeBoer, he knows the right buttons to push with these lines and making these changes mid-game like Joey was talking about. There's been some impressive decision-making from the Dallas Stars from the top down, and I think that's going to get overlooked by the general casual hockey fan, is that, yeah, the team plays great. They have a great goalie. They have a couple great defensemen. They have some really good forward play. Their power play, when it's on, is really good. Their special teams was really good in the regular season. Like, you can say all of these things, but it comes from the top down. And speaking the top down, we have gotten numerous texts.
Yes.
And I'll read this one from the 682. Y'all want to give J-Kid some effing credit. And
you're right. And we apologize for not giving him credit sooner. And I think it speaks to where, and I think it's kind of, we're on the same wavelength here when it comes to J-Kid. He didn't get a whole lot of credit throughout the season. He's been getting absolutely destroyed and saying the fact like, Jason Kidd, he may end up getting fired after this year. But man, has he really improved this to help improve this team this playoff run.
He's been wonderful, and the best way I can put it is the fact that we aren't complaining about him.
No. We're so used to doing that, too.
That means it's a good thing, and it means that he's doing the right things. And honestly, I love the rotations that he's been making. I feel like when it comes down to the X's and O's of coaching, he's making the right timeouts, the right challenges. But obviously, he's a man with a plan. And the players buy into his plan, because you've seen what happens in the NBA when players don't buy in to their coach's plan. You just saw it with Frank Vogel in Phoenix. He got fired. You see it with the Milwaukee Bucks. They fired their coach not even mid-season, like a quarter of the way through the season, just because Giannis decided that it wasn't going to work. You see it with numerous teams. The Cavs just fired their coach last week, I think, because players just don't understand the plan. And when they aren't willing to commit to an idea that there is a method to the madness, like, I know it's a smaller scale, but think about a guy like Dwight Powell. He went from being your starting five to not even seeing the floor for more than 7 minutes a game.
It's a smart move.
It's a smart move. And I bet in the moment, players are like, dang, this sucks. A guy that we trust, and for Powell himself, he's probably like, dang, I want to play. But I know that, hey, J-Kid knows what he's doing, because 48 minutes of true 7-foot, 5 play and big man play, you're actually seeing some production on the boards.
Absolutely.
You're actually seeing some production rim running. And from the 682, 2 Western Conference Finals in 3 years, yeah, he deserves some credit now, I think. I absolutely agree, and I'm so glad he inked an extension with this team a few weeks ago, and he's going to be here for a while because he has been awesome. So there's some thank you notes for the Dallas Stars and the Dallas Mavericks here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us here today on a Memorial Day holiday, as we are here for you live and local on the holidays. You won't get this reaction and this fun anywhere else. Speaking of fun, AM on the FM coming up at 1:40.
That's going to be a good one.
We got NBA champion and Odyssey insider Danny Green joining us at 1:20. But coming up next, this is the time slot of the baseball show of record here in DFW. So the Rangers losing skid is finally over, and is Corey Seager back? I think so. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
The Rangers enjoy an off day today, and tomorrow open up a 2-game set at home against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Eric Nadel, Jared Sandler, and me. Our coverage of tomorrow's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You knew this was coming. After its success last year with the series Quarterback, Netflix is adding another one called Receiver, which will follow Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and Amon-Ra St. Brown through 8 episodes this summer, and I can't wait. How many ways can you show glue-fingered divas moaning, "I was open all day"? I'm Boomer Esiason.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
Looking for a new show to dive into? Well, go to Hulu and see what's new, because Hulu has new stuff all the time. Like the full season of FX's epic limited series Shogun, FX's new international spy thriller The Veil, starring Emmy and Golden Globe winner Elizabeth Moss, and don't miss the all-new crime series Under the Bridge, inspired by shocking true events and starring Riley Keough and Lily Gladstone. It's all new, and it's streaming right now on Hulu.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tolos, I gotta show some love to my friends over at Brooks Eye Associates. I was scared to do it, but I made the decision. I finally got LASIK eye surgery, and it has changed my life. The staff there made me feel so comfortable throughout the process, and getting to watch my favorite sports teams now, not having to stress about, oh my gosh, my contacts, or where are my glasses. You don't have to worry about any of that anymore, because I got great vision, baby, and it's all thanks to Brooks Eye Associates. Go ahead and set up a consultation. Visit BrooksIMD.com and support a fellow Tolo just like yourself.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices, with savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week, and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, or Pepsi. Select varieties or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Unprecedented holiday offers all month long. Make this the best time to buy at Classic Chevrolet. As the world's #1 Chevy dealer, we need to make room for summer shipments. Over 700 excess new Silverados must go. Finance yours with our low APR financing or big discounts. It's a great way to lower your payments. Classic Memorial Day event is only once a year, so don't wait. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It starts with a simple order, a cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Before selecting an AC company, please take 10 minutes to go read Google reviews. There's an epidemic of salesmen disguised as technicians trying to con people into buying new systems. The reviews are all the same. The tech comes out, disappears for 10 minutes, then says you need a whole new system for 15 grand. Those lucky enough to get a second opinion often report there was nothing wrong with their system in the first place. At Reliant Air Conditioning, our techs don't work on commission and they don't sell new systems. While we're certainly not perfect, I personally get involved with every negative review to make sure we make it right. So choose 2 other companies first, read their reviews, and then read ours, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Right now, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a brand new system. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
We get it. Between work, errands, and life's curveballs, laundry can feel like an endless battle. Bundles 360 offers pickup and drop-off with lightning-fast turnarounds. Visit Bundles360